Chapter 221, Taking Mirian. The soldiers did not recognize the head in the box. However, they knew clearly that the reinforcements that the wise masters had mentioned during this period of time, which had been cheering them up, were the Golden Group. From what the writer said when he brought the box, it is not difficult to infer that Mirian has lost this reinforcement, and the owner of the head in the box is self-evident. The box containing the human head was quickly sent to the pyramid. After seeing what was in the box, all the wise masters felt a strong sense of uneasiness in their hearts. They realized that the dragon and the army, which had been lying outside the city for more than a month, would probably attack the city soon. In fact, it is not just the wise rulers who realize this, the slave soldiers are not fools either. On the day the box was received, 5 deserters appeared. These deserters took advantage of their duty to quietly take out the ropes they had prepared in advance and slipped out of Mirian along the ropes from the city wall. When the wise rulers learned about this, they were very angry. They promptly whipped slave soldiers who showed no signs of desertion. Not only that, they even executed 3 officers in a row in an attempt to deter others. But no matter how it was handled, this incident was like a fuse, quickly igniting the panic in the hearts of the defenders. By the next day, nearly 100 deserters appeared. There are also rumors that several mercenary groups in the city secretly sent people to meet Gavin outside the city, apparently trying to find a way out for themselves. The panic of the defenders was like a huge powder keg, suppressed and accumulated, and finally ignited completely on the night of the next day. The giant dragon was like a demon in the dark. It descended silently from the sky under the cover of night, and then dragon flames gushed out. The blazing flames instantly enveloped the 3 dragon hunting crossbows on the city wall. The dragon hunting crossbow crackled under the burning of the dragon flames and was soon reduced to ashes. Before the bell of the attack rang, the dragon disappeared into the night at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind only a night sky illuminated by flames and a city wall filled with a burnt smell. Then, the dragon launched round after round of attacks. It is like a cunning and intimidating ghost. It never fights hard and does not care about the outcome of each attack. No matter whether it was the soldiers on duty, the powerful dragon hunting crossbow, the towering watchtower, or the temporarily empty city walls, every time it flew over, it would only spray dragon flames once and then quickly disappear into the darkness. Wherever the dragon flame went, there was a sea of fire and chaos. The guards were getting more nervous, and everyone was like a frightened bird. Their nerves were stretched to the limit, and some would even flee from the city walls as if they were being chased by a demon if they heard the slightest sound of wings flapping in the sky. The dragon's attack continued all night long, until dawn, when a ray of morning light broke through the darkness and the dragon stopped attacking. The officers began a simple head count, and the results shocked everyone. The number of slave soldiers had actually decreased by half, and the officers realized that no matter how powerful the dragon was, it was impossible for it to burn so many people to death overnight. The whereabouts of those missing soldiers were self-evident. All the soldiers saw the officers counting the number of people. The increasingly solemn faces and the increasing number of vacancies were like heavy hammers, hitting everyone's heart. The wise lords who learned the news immediately held a meeting. Surrender seemed to be the only feasible solution before them. However, some wise lords still firmly opposed it. They proposed to set the city on fire and perish together with Gavin's army. Although these wise leaders were few in number, their momentum was far greater than that of the surrenderists. After the 2 sides argued for a while, they finally reached the final result of surrender through voting. However, at this moment, Gavin had already begun to attack the city. After the sun rose completely into the sky, Gawain's army launched its first siege since the siege of Mirian. Gavin was riding a snow-white horse with white mane fluttering gently in the breeze. He stared quietly at the towering walls of Mirian, wondering how long the battle would last. Considering that the blazing shadow was tired after a whole night, Gavin did not intend to let it participate in the siege today. He raised his arm and swung it vigorously, and the row of catapults behind him started to move. Huge stones were thrown high up by mechanical devices, drawing sharp arcs in the air, and then smashed into the city wall with a whistling sound. Every time a stone hit the city wall, it caused a strong vibration, and the city wall shook slightly like a giant trembling in pain. The dull and heavy impact sound echoed in the air again and again, as if the god of death was mercilessly ringing the death knell for Mirian. Then, one siege vehicle after another was slowly pushed forward. Those siege vehicles were huge, and their huge wooden bodies rolled over the ground, making a low rumbling sound. They were like clumsy but powerful beasts, slowly approaching the city wall, and the thick wooden wheels of the siege vehicles left deep ruts on the ground. The defenders on the city wall were extremely exhausted and panicked. The sudden attack of the giant dragon last night had completely frightened them, and they were in a state of high tension the whole night without a moment's rest. At this moment, their eyes were bloodshot, filled with fear and confusion. Although their bodies were still barely standing on the city wall, the weapons in their hands were loosely grasped, as if they were holding weightless straws instead of life-saving weapons that would fall at any time. As the siege vehicles gradually approached the city wall, the counterattack on the wall seemed extremely exhausted. Occasionally a few crossbow arrows were shot out, but the minimal resistance was unable to stop their advance. Before long, most of the siege vehicles successfully approached the city wall. As the baffle at the front of the siege vehicle was slowly lowered, the Unsullied Legion quickly surged up the city wall like a black tide. The defenders' counterattack seemed weak and they were suppressed by the Unsullied to the point where they had no power to fight back, and the city walls were constantly lost. Large groups of defenders began to lay down their weapons and surrender, while a small number of loyal followers of the wise lord chose to retreat from the city walls and continue fighting in the intricate streets and alleys. However, their struggle was in vain. The army that followed was like a raging torrent, quickly drowning them. When the sun reached its highest point, the battle was completely over. Gavin successfully captured Mirian. Jalal had even cleaned up the largest pyramid in Mirian and carefully prepared lunch. Chapter 222, Food Crisis in Melisandre. On the streets of Mirian, gun smoke spread like ghosts, and the pungent smell filled every inch of the air. On the streets, corpses were lying in all directions, some of them were still bleeding, and some were already cold and stiff. In this chaos and ruin, Gavin rode his tall horse and slowly walked into the newly conquered city. Gavin first came to the Pyramid of Mirian. This magnificent building stood like a silent giant in the center of the city. It was a symbol of the city's power. Jalal, Kyle, and others had already been waiting here respectfully. Your Majesty, the treasury of Mirian is under our control. Together with the wise lords who escaped from Yunkai before, the wealth inside is beyond imagination. Jalal was very excited, his eyes flashing with excitement, and he said eagerly. Gavin nodded slightly, his expression calm and composed, and then instructed Miss Sandai, go and carefully count the things inside, make a record and give it to me. Miss Sandai immediately bowed and accepted the order, and said in a clear voice, yes, Your Majesty. Kyle, you are responsible for leading a group of soldiers to maintain law and order in Mirian and ensure that the city is restored to order as soon as possible. Kyle immediately bowed and accepted the order, yes, Your Majesty. Then, Gavin looked at Jalal and said, count the population of Mirian, including slaves, freemen, and wise lords. I want detailed figures. Also, find out the food reserves in the city. We must ensure that people here do not starve. Jalal responded, don't worry, Your Majesty, I will do it immediately. Before the sea route was cut off, Gavin had never worried about the food problem. However, with the closure of the sea route, Slave Bay, which relied only on land transportation, had fallen into the dilemma of being unable to be self-sufficient. Land transportation was not only inefficient, but also costly, and could not meet the needs of the large population of Slave Bay. 2 days later, in the Pyramid of Mirian, Jalal stood in front of the table, his face solemn, as if shrouded by a cloud. He reported to Gavin, Your Majesty, after a detailed count, the population of Mirian is about 150,000, most of whom are slaves. The current food reserves are relatively sufficient. If they are distributed reasonably, they can last for several months. But the situation in Yunkai is a bit troublesome. At present, they are all supported by the grain transport from Astapur. If this continues, Astapur will not last for more than 2 months. Listening to Jalal's report, Gavin couldn't help but frown, his eyes revealing deep worry, and asked, there are still no merchant ships arriving at Slave Bay. Jalal nodded and said, yes, Your Majesty. As more and more merchant ships disappeared, several major free trade castles stopped shipping trade with Slave Bay. There are even rumors that the route was blocked because of your order. Don't pay attention to those rumors. Gavin thought for a moment and then asked, what is the current situation of those wise masters? General Kyle executed nearly half of the wise lords, who were the ones who had previously proposed war. The remaining wise lords were very cooperative and they handed over a lot of property. But they don't have much food, and the food shortage problem is still serious. Jalal answered immediately. He spoke very quickly, as if he was eager to provide Gavin with the most accurate information. Keep an eye on these wise masters, they are not that honest. Gavin couldn't help but think of the sons of the Harpy in the original plot, which were created by these wise masters. They would never accept failure, and there was a high probability that the sons of the Harpy would appear again. Your Majesty, Jalal said hurriedly, as if he suddenly thought of something. If we buy food from the disputed lands by land, it will take 2 months for a single trip, and the transportation costs are extremely high. Moreover, when Volantis and Mir learn that we are short of food, they will definitely take advantage of our misfortune and impose a food embargo. It is better to buy food from Lhezaran, northeast of Slavers Bay, which is less than a month's journey from Mirian. The only problem is that the Lhezaran people have no cities, but mostly small towns and tribes, which makes it difficult to purchase. And I heard that Kuldrogo and his Kalasar are looting there, and the caravan we send out may be looted by the Dothraki. After hearing this, Gavin fell into deep thought. The Lhezarans are peaceful by nature. They are keen on herding sheep and farming. Because they have never achieved internal unity, their external military power is extremely weak. In the eyes of others, they seem to be weak beings that can be trampled on by others, and they were even once nicknamed sheep people. There is no doubt that the weak sheep people have become the most ideal source of slaves. Lhezaran has a very special geographical location, it is right next to the Dothraki Sea. Because of this place naturally became the target of frequent looting by the Dothraki. It seems to have become a routine that every time a new Khal rises, he will definitely tour here. Thinking of this, Gavin couldn't help but frown slightly and rubbed his forehead gently. Now, Drogo's 40,000 howling warriors are in Lhezaran, not far from the Slavers Bay. It is possible that they will come to the Slavers Bay to plunder in the future. Once upon a time, Drogo was a problem that the slave owners had to worry about, but now he has become a trouble that Gavin has to face. The only thing that made Gavin feel fortunate was that the Dothraki's technology was very backward, and they didn't even have a dragon hunting crossbow. With bows and arrows alone, they could not pose a threat to the blazing shadow, and the Dothraki could only passively wait for the arrival of the dragon flame. However, it must be admitted that these roaring warriors were indeed fearless and fearless. This point has been painfully verified by countless free trade cities with blood. The power of a dragon lies in its ability to destroy a solid city and shock the army, not simply to burn the enemy with dragon flames. Even if 40,000 roaring warriors were lined up neatly waiting to be burned, even if Blazing Shadow was exhausted, he would not be able to burn them all to death. Seeing that Gavin was lost in deep thought, Jalal reminded him, Your Majesty, there is one thing you must pay close attention to. Whenever the Dothraki plunder Lhezaran, they will sell the slaves to the slave bay in exchange for food and weapons. If nothing unexpected happens, Drogo will do the same. At that time, should we buy those slaves? Hearing Jalal's words, Gavin couldn't help but reveal a trace of helplessness on his face. It was not impossible to accept those slaves, and some weapons could be barely accepted, but Gavin himself was also short of food. If the Dothraki could not obtain food through trade, then they would definitely choose to plunder the slave bay. It seems that a conflict with the Dothraki is unavoidable. Gavin originally wanted to march into the disputed land immediately after taking Slavers Bay, but now it seems that this matter can only be put on hold for the time being. After a moment of contemplation, Gavin decided to solve the current problem first. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave Slaver Bay with peace of mind. He said slowly, Inform Kale that the 2nd Legion must hurry to collect the prisoners. In half a month, we will go north with the Unsullied Legion to Lhezaran. Instead of passively waiting for the Dothraki to attack, we should take the initiative and go find them. Jalal straightened up and said respectfully, As you command, Your Majesty. Gavin nodded slightly and continued, Send someone to carefully check the situation on both sides of the Worm River to see if we can reclaim more land there. At the same time, you can also consider building canals. We are not short of manpower now, and we can't always rely on imported food. At least we have to be self-sufficient. Finding something for the slaves to do can also avoid chaos. Yes. Your Majesty. Jalal took the order and left. His figure gradually disappeared from Gavin's sight, leaving Gavin alone in deep thought, thinking about the future situation. 10 days later, as time passed quietly, Gavin welcomed an unexpected guest. In the main hall of the pyramid in Mirian, Gavin narrowed his eyes slightly, his deep gaze full of thought and vigilance. He quietly stared at Melisandre in red robes below the stage. This red god priest was supposed to assist Stannis, but due to Gavin's appearance, Stannis died unexpectedly, so Gavin subconsciously ignored her existence. Unexpectedly, Melisandre actually came to the Slavers Bay and asked to meet him. considering the real existence of Arhillar, Gavin still met her. But Gavin was full of vigilance. Why did Melisandre come to me? Did she receive mysterious instructions from the Lord of Light, or did she misinterpret the flames again? If it was the latter, it would be fine. But if it was the former, it means that the Red God has noticed me. The power of the Red God is far greater than that of the thousand-faced God. None of these gods are easy to deal with. Melisandre was also quietly observing Gavin. After a moment, she seemed to have received confirmation. She stepped forward and bowed gracefully. Then she raised her head. The voice seemed to come from a mysterious distance. Your Majesty, I am Melisandre, a pious priestess of Arhillar, the Lord of Light. I received the divine revelation of the Lord of Light in the flames, and came to visit you specially. Upon hearing this, Gavin said politely, Mirian welcomes you, priest of the Red God. I have visited the Red Temple in Bravus. I wonder what kind of instructions you have received from the Lord of Light. Hearing the title of the Lord of Light, Gavin was sure that he had been noticed by Arhillar. Melisandre's misinterpretation of fire in the original drama might not have been intentional by Arhillar. Melisandre smiled slightly, with a mysterious light flashing in her eyes. She slowly opened a pair of slender arms and stretched them towards the sky. Her posture was pious and solemn. My Lord Arhillar told me that the reincarnation of Azor Ahai has appeared. He will shoulder the sacred mission of driving away darkness and saving the people. And in that flame, I saw your figure. After hearing this, Gavin frowned slightly and said, I have heard the prophecy you mentioned when I was in Bravus. It was told to me by the Red God priest there. But I don't think the person in the prophecy will be me, and I have always believed in the 7 gods. I guess you must have made a mistake. Melisandre looked at Gavin and said seriously, Your Majesty, there are only 2 true gods in this world, Arhillar, the Lord of Light, and his mortal enemy, the God of Cold. The 7 gods you mentioned are nothing but illusions. As far as I know, you do not believe in the 7 gods, and you even have no respect for them. The 7 gods are just an excuse for you. You do not have to worry. The Lord of Light is full of goodwill towards you, and you can trust him unconditionally. Gavin looked at Melisandre coldly after hearing this, and he really couldn't figure out her real intention. Gavin really didn't believe in gods, even if they really existed in this world. If he had to say what he believed in, Gavin only believed in his dragons. Melisandre, if you are here just to be a guest, Mirian and I both warmly welcome the worship of the Red God. But if you are here to persuade me to believe in the Red God, then please go back. Regardless of whether I am devout to the 7 gods or not, I will not easily change my beliefs. Melisandre smiled and said, Your Majesty, you do not understand the greatness of my Lord Arhillar. Soon, after the long summer, the stars will weep blood, and a cold, endless darkness will cover the world. Then you will draw the burning sword, the sword of Lightbringer, the red sword of heroes. Then you will truly understand the greatness of my Lord. Gavin always kept his distance from things beyond his understanding, especially the gods of this world. He said coldly, When I draw the sword, we can talk about faith. Melisandre, do you have anything else to do here? Melisandre spoke slowly, her voice seemed to come from ancient times, with a mysterious and distant charm, Your Majesty, Lightbringer is not just a sword. Soon, you will understand. I came here mainly to tell you that the cold god in the north has awakened. With his awakening, the undead army has moved south, and the shadow of cold and death is gradually spreading. You should return to Westeros, which is your battlefield. I clearly saw your figure in the north in the flames. Gavin shook his head slightly, his tone as firm as a rock, perhaps one day in the future, I will conquer Westeros, but right now my focus is here. If you are here just to let me know, I already know. Next, you can stay in Mirian. If you are interested, you can also go to the Stepstone Islands, but the route is currently blocked and you need to take a detour. I hope you enjoy your trip here. Melisandre stared at Gavin and continued, Thank you for your hospitality, Your Majesty, but I am here to help you. I can solve the problems you are facing now. Whether it is killing Khal Drogo or solving the sea monster that cuts off the route. After hearing this, Gavin couldn't help but think of the shadow created by Stannis and Melisandre in his mind, and guessed that was the other party's reliance. Gavin knew that shadows could kill people, after all, that shadow had passed through layers of barracks and killed Lan Li. But killing sea monsters? Gavin asked uncertainly, I'm curious, how do you kill sea monsters? Chapter 223. The Dothraki. Melisandre's eyes revealed a mysterious light, and she patiently explained, "Your Majesty, this is a kind of magic. It requires your close cooperation and a little bit of the king's blood as a sacrifice. And you happen to have the blood of the king, and you also have the magical blood of the Valyrian Dragon King." Gavin thought to himself, sure enough, the opponent was using the shadow magic of the Shadow Binder. The so-called cooperation was self-evident. However, the shadow created by magic actually had the powerful power to kill the sea monster, which gave Gavin a new understanding of the Shadow Binder's ability. "Thank you for your kindness. I will solve these problems myself, so you won't have to worry about them." Gavin's tone was decisive and resolute, without the slightest hesitation. Melisandre did not show any displeasure when she heard this. She still maintained that mysterious smile and continued, "Your Majesty, please allow me to stay in Mirian during this period. I have travelled in Essos for many years and have a good understanding of this land. Perhaps I can bring you some unexpected help. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, during this period, I will never talk about your faith." Gavin hesitated for a moment, his eyes deep and sharp, as if he was thinking about some important decision. Then he said slowly, "Of course, you can stay in Mirian. If you need anything, you can go to Jalal." Melisandre nodded slightly, and a barely perceptible light flashed in her eyes, which seemed to conceal some deep meaning. "Your Majesty, thank you for your generous hospitality." After that, Melisandre slowly left the hall. Gavin quietly watched her leave, his brows slightly furrowed, his thoughts surging like a tide. He knew that his appearance was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples and changing many of the originally planned plots. Things that were supposed to happen step by step were now full of uncertainty and unpredictability because of his every move. What is certain is that the Red God's target is the God of Cold, and to achieve this goal, our healer can sacrifice anyone without hesitation. He would never send Melisandre to his side for no reason. There must be some kind of plan behind this, and I seem to have become a pawn in the other party's plan without realizing it. Gavin felt an invisible pressure looming like a dark cloud. He knew that he must gain a foothold in Essos as soon as possible. Only in this way could he always have a basis for advancement and retreat and have sufficient initiative. Thinking of this, Gavin immediately called Jalal and ordered him to send a message to the Stonehenge Islands and tell Hassan to find a suitable opportunity to capture Tyrosh. Tyrosh is different from Mir and Volantis on the mainland. Like Lys, it is an independent island. Gavin now has the most powerful naval force. Although it may be difficult to control the disputed land, it is easy to capture Tyrosh with the existing strength of the stepstones. Gavin secretly calculated that by the time Hassan captured Tyrosh and marched towards the disputed lands, he might have successfully solved the problem of Drogo. By then, he could lead his army to the disputed lands, taking a two-pronged approach. In this way, he might be able to capture the disputed lands in one fell swoop and further expand his sphere of influence. A month later, Lizarin. The once prosperous town now looks like a hell trampled by demons. With the arrival of the Dothraki, it has completely turned into a miserable ruin. Most of the once prosperous houses were devoured by the merciless flames, leaving only ruins lingering in the desolate area. Charred wooden beams fell to the ground in all directions, some of which were still emitting faint sparks. On the streets, corpses lay scattered like dead autumn leaves, and the pungent smell of smoke and blood intertwined and permeated every corner. The survivors were driven together like frightened birds, their eyes full of fear and despair, a kind of helplessness, like a group of lambs to be slaughtered, waiting for an unknown fate. Dothraki warriors rode their tall war horses and patrolled around them, waving their whips from time to time, driving these sheepmen who had become slaves, making crisp sounds. The sun scorched the earth mercilessly, as if it wanted to evaporate the last bit of life on this land. The slaves had already set up a sunshade tent for Khal Drogo and his blood guards, and carefully served him fresh wine and food. Drogo sat leisurely under the tent, his bronze skin gleaming metallically in the sunlight, like the armor of a god of war. His long braids that almost reached the ground were even more eye-catching, with bells tied to them. With his every move, the bells occasionally made a slight sound, as if telling of his past glorious achievements. In Dothraki, a man will only cut off his braids when he is defeated in battle, which is his act of shame to let the world know his shame. Dothraki warriors will tie small bells to their braids. After each victory, they will add a bell to their braids to commemorate the victory. This long braid is not only a decoration, but also a symbol of their glory and strength. At this time, Blood Rider Kotho strode into the tent. His eyes were full of excitement and greed. He picked up the wine in front of Drogo and drank it all. The wine flowed down his throat. He smacked his lips and said loudly, "Blood of my blood, those weak sheep people can't resist our warriors at all. This time we have gained a lot, there are 10,000 slaves alone. After selling them, we can buy more scimitars and equip more warriors." His voice echoed in the tent, as if announcing their victory to the whole world. Every Khal has 1 to 3 blood riders, who have a close relationship with the Khal. The blood riders are both the Khal's guards and his brothers. They can share everything with the Khal. In some tribes, this even includes the Khal's wife. Of course, except for the Khal's horse, the blood riders and the Khal call each other blood of my blood. At this time, another blood rider, Kohalo, interrupted and said, "I heard that the owner of Slavers Bay has changed. He is a man who can ride a dragon. He is now the biggest benefactor there, but the new benefactor has stopped the slave trade there. Now no one in Slavers Bay wants slaves." After hearing this, Drogo shook his head, his eyes revealing disdain and confidence, and said, "No good master does not accept slaves, and no good master dares not to accept Drogo's slaves. When I come over, he dare not refuse to accept them, otherwise I will chop off his head and tear down his stone house." Hago frowned and said, "Blood of my blood, I heard he has a dragon and an army of eunuchs and slaves." Khal Drogo stood up, his tall figure casting a huge shadow in the tent, making him look even more burly. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Dragons are extinct, so what if there are dragons? We have many warriors, if he dares to refuse, we will shoot down the dragon with a rain of arrows, and then trample those eunuchs and slaves." Kotho nodded. "We are right. We have 40,000 howling warriors. No other Dothraki Khal has ever had so many warriors." Khal Drogo sat back in his seat, picked up his goblet, refilled it, and drank it all. Just as he was about to speak again, a burst of rapid horse hooves sounded like thunder, breaking the original calm. A scout rode towards the tent like a gust of wind. When he was still some distance away from the tent, the scout turned over, jumped off the horse lightly, and quickly came towards Drogo. "Khal Drogo, there is an army of eunuchs coming from the south, and they are marching towards us," the scout said hurriedly. His breathing was rapid, and beads of sweat were on his forehead. Kotho frowned, and a hint of doubt was revealed in his eyes. He said, "The people coming from the south are from Slavers Bay. Could it be the new good master? He is the only one who has an army of eunuchs around here." Kohalo's eyes flashed with anticipation, as if he saw countless treasures, and he said, "Perhaps he heard that the Khal was here, and came to give gifts, just like those good lords and governors in the past." Hago tightened his grip on the scimitar at his waist with a vigilant look in his eyes. He said, "Generally, benevolent people don't bring troops when they send gifts. At most, they bring some eunuchs and guards." Khal Drogo stood up. His eyes revealed a decisive look, like a sharp sword, instantly cutting off everyone's arguments. "Go and see for yourself. Gather all our warriors." "Yes, blood of our blood." The blood guards responded in unison. Their voices were like thunder. Then they quickly took the order and left the tent. Since the Dothraki never wear armor, their only weapons are bows and arrows on horseback and araks, which allow them to engage in battle as soon as they mount their horses. Not long after the horn sounded, the huge Khalasar was already in action. Countless roaring warriors gathered from all directions and assembled around Khal. Soon, 40,000 roaring warriors formed a powerful cavalry. Their momentum was like a towering mountain, intimidating. Khal Drogo waved his whip, pointed to the south, and shouted, "Let's go! Let's go and see the gifts of the new lord." His voice was like the roar of a lion, echoing on the grassland. At his command, the Dothraki army surged southward like a tide. The sound of horse hooves roared like war drums, and the dust they raised formed a huge cloud of dust behind them, like a giant dragon tumbling in the air. The Dothraki did not conceal their actions, and their whereabouts were soon discovered by scouts. Gavin, who received the scouts' report, instantly became as sharp as an eagle's eyes. On this plain, the infantry was at a great disadvantage against the cavalry, and they had to stop marching and form a battle array on the spot, otherwise the long team would be easily cut into several sections by the cavalry. After thinking for a moment, Gavin decisively ordered, "The Unsullied Legion will form a formation on the spot to guard against attacks. Inform Kairos to send out all the cavalry and keep an eye on the movements of the Dothraki. The 2nd Legion will accelerate and assemble here." "Yes, Your Majesty." Several heralds immediately took the order and left. Gavin stood there quietly, looking at the vast flat plains around him, feeling a little helpless. This terrain was too unfavorable for him. Cavalry could fully exert their mobility and impact here. Moreover, Drogo's 40,000 roaring warriors were like a surging tide, while he only had 20,000 troops, all of them infantry. The difference in numbers between the two sides was like a chasm that was difficult to cross. Gavin knew very well that it would be difficult for infantry to defeat cavalry due to their mobility, and the only chance of victory was to use the blazing shadow to carry out a decapitation operation. The Dothraki is like the enemy's heart. Once it is broken, Khal Drogo's Khalasar will immediately collapse like a building without its pillars. After that, all we need to do is let these Dothraki feel the ravages of the dragon in the sky, and we can completely disperse them. How long will it take for the Dothraki to arrive? Gawain broke the silence, his voice steady and powerful. Upon hearing this, the scout immediately replied respectfully, judging from the enemy's marching speed, they will meet us before dusk. After hearing this, Gavin nodded slightly, then turned to Jalal and ordered, go and bring all the commanders to my tent. Yes, Your Majesty. Jalal took the order and left. Not long after, Gavin's generals gathered in his tent. The atmosphere in the tent was serious, and everyone's eyes were focused on Gavin. Gavin looked at everyone with sharp eyes, then said calmly, I'm sure you all know the news from the scouts. The Dothraki will not arrive until dusk, so we still have plenty of time. This area is a flat plain with no suitable terrain for us to use. So I plan to form a battle array on the spot to attract Drogo to attack. The Unsullied Legion will be deployed in the front to resist the Dothraki's frontal attack. The Second Legion will use chariots to form a chariot array to defend the left, right and rear to ensure that the enemy will not break through from the flank and rear. Upon hearing this, Khal bowed respectfully and replied with a worried look on his face, Your Majesty, the Dothraki are all cavalry, and they are very mobile. If they do not choose to attack head-on, but adopt a siege tactic, we will be in a very passive situation. Gavin shook his head slightly and said calmly, Don't worry. It may be difficult to please a person, but it is easy to anger him. Drogo has just become the Horse King. Only some humiliation can force him to take the initiative to attack. Even if the opponent does not attack, as long as I find the position of Drogo, I can immediately get rid of the opponent. This is why I have never revealed the blazing shadow. The Dothraki all have horses. If they scatter and adopt guerrilla warfare, we will be passive. Jalal, who was standing by, asked in confusion, Your Majesty, how are you going to humiliate him? Gavin just smiled and didn't answer. Chapter 224. Khal Drogo. As time passed, the sun gradually set, like a tired painter, lazily spreading a touch of orange-red paint across the sky, dyeing the entire sky a brilliant yet slightly tragic color. On the distant horizon, a cloud of dust rose up, and in the dust, the figures of the Dothraki were looming. Gradually, the huge cavalry group that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared clearly in front of everyone. The sound of horse hooves was like thunder, resounding through the sky, and each sound was like a heavy hammer hitting people's hearts. The dust raised by the horse hooves was like a raging sandstorm, approaching Gavin's army with overwhelming force. Gavin stood quietly on the makeshift platform, his eyes fixed on the approaching cavalry. His brows furrowed unconsciously, and a trace of worry welled up in his heart. The situation before him was much more difficult than he had imagined. It's not that he lacks confidence in winning this battle, but it's as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack to accurately find Drogo in such a huge crowd. According to the Dothraki tradition, Drogo would certainly charge into battle with his roaring warriors. These Dothraki were all bare-chested, and except for the araks on their waists, they disdained even spears. From a distance, they were almost indistinguishable, like a surging ocean, with every wave so similar that it was difficult to distinguish. The idea of riding a dragon into the sky also flashed through Gavin's mind. After all, in the air, the view would be extremely wide, and it would be much easier to find Drogo. However, the deterrent power of the blazing shadow is too strong now. Once it takes off, it is likely to scare Drogo away. If Drogo hides himself in the crowd and takes the opportunity to escape, the situation will become extremely troublesome. Even with scorching shadow here, he was not completely sure that he could keep all the Dothraki here. Gavin knew very well that if he let Drogo escape, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountains, which would cause endless troubles in the future. The Dothraki cavalry group came to an abrupt halt, like a surging black tide, quite a distance away from Gawain's army. Then, 3 cavalrymen rushed out from the huge crowd like arrows and galloped towards Gavin's army. Gavin stood quietly on the platform, his eyes fixed on the 3 approaching cavalrymen. This was undoubtedly a messenger sent by Drogo. After all, Gavin appeared very suddenly this time, and he had never had any contact with Drogo before. They were neither friends nor enemies. Drogo would definitely be puzzled about his purpose. There was a gleam of ruthlessness in Gavin's eyes. He turned his head slightly and gave orders to the Blood Dragon guards behind him. The Blood Dragon guards jumped out of the formation as quickly as cheetahs and rushed towards the 3 messengers. When the 3 Dothraki messengers saw the Blood Dragon guards rushing towards them, they immediately became alert and couldn't help but hold their araks in their hands. However, before they could react, the Blood Dragon guards rushed in front of them like a whirlwind. The Blood Dragon guards moved quickly, their swords flashing cold light in the air, and in an instant, 3 heads left their bodies. Blood gushed out like a fountain, looking particularly miserable under the setting sun. Gavin watched all this expressionlessly, then he waved his hand coldly, and the Blood Dragon guards tossed the messengers' heads high up as if they were playing a game, and then threw them back into the Dothraki crowd in a humiliating manner like throwing away garbage. The 3 heads rolled in the air, and there was an uproar among the Dothraki crowd. Angry shouts and curses were heard one after another, and the neat cavalry formation also showed a hint of disorder. Some Dothraki warriors had rage in their eyes, and they tightly grasped their scimitars, wishing to rush forward and tear Gavin and his army into pieces. Khal Drogo, riding on his warhorse, also saw all this, his eyes burning with anger. He gripped the reins tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. "How dare that ignorant fellow humiliate me like this?" he roared, his voice echoing across the grassland like thunder. His long braid swayed violently in the wind, and the bells on the braid made a rapid and chaotic sound, as if accompanying his anger. The Blood Riders Kotho, Hago, and Koholro were equally furious. Kaso's eyes widened and bloodshot, he waved the arak in his hand and shouted, "Blood of my blood, we will make them pay the price." Hago gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twisted with anger, his hand never left the scimitar at his waist, ready to rush at the enemy at any time. Koholro's face was terribly gloomy, he stared ahead, his eyes revealing a cold murderous intent, "We will chop off their heads and hang them in front of our tent." The entire Dothraki army was infected by the anger of Drogo and his Blood Riders. 40,000 roaring warriors roared and shook the earth. They brandished their weapons and their horses' hooves kept pawing the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The air was filled with tension and anger, and a bloody battle was about to break out. Gawain stood on the dais, watching the reaction of the Dothraki crowd grimly. Jalal, who was standing nearby, witnessed the Dothraki's reaction and instantly understood how Gavin was humiliating the other party. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that His Majesty's move was truly cruel. Beheading the enemy's envoy in front of the Dothraki army is undoubtedly the biggest provocation to them. Given the hot tempers of the Dothraki, if Drogo didn't take revenge today, he might not even be able to keep his position as Khal. This kind of humiliation is absolutely unbearable for the Dothraki, and they will inevitably take the initiative to attack. Just as Jalal was thinking, a thunderous shout broke out from the Dothraki crowd. The sound was just a few sporadic roars at first, and then quickly gathered into a wave of overwhelming sound, getting louder and louder, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Inspired by the shouts, countless cavalrymen began to charge like a surging tide. The sound of horses' hooves roared like thunder, and the ground shook violently under the trampling of horses' hooves. The Dothraki cavalry waved their araks, their eyes full of anger and murderous intent. The dust raised behind them formed a huge cloud of dust, covering the sky and the sun, as if it was a symbol of their anger. Jalal's heart tightened. He knew that this brutal battle was about to begin. As the sound of Dothraki horses' hooves got closer and closer, rumbling on the ground like thunder, Grey Worm slowly raised his spear high and shouted loudly, "Unsullied, hold your ground. Raise your spears and raise your shields for defense." Many Unsullied officers shouted orders. The Unsullied heard the order and quickly raised their spears in unison. Their movements were as precise as machines, and every move seemed to have been rigorously trained countless times. They were all dressed in black armor, which shone with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight, as if it was the cloak of the god of death. Each piece of armor fit tightly together without any gaps, just like their close-knit team spirit. Their eyes were cold, without the slightest fear, as if the Dothraki before them were just a group of vulnerable ants. At the same time, Khal led 2,000 archers of the 2nd Legion to the right position before the Dothraki charged. They bent their bows and drew their arrows. Every archer had a serious expression, and beads of sweat on their foreheads sparkled in the sunlight, which was proof of their nervousness and concentration. When the Dothraki entered the range, Kale's eyes suddenly became sharp. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Shoot!" His voice was like a sharp arrow piercing the sky, instantly breaking the brief silence on the battlefield. 2,000 arrows flew into the sky like raindrops, shining silver in the sunlight, like a shining meteor shower. The arrows drew graceful arcs in the air and then rained down on the Dothraki, with the feathers whistling softly in the air, like the whisper of death. The Dothraki had no armor to protect them. Under the rain of arrows, many of them fell off their horses and were trampled mercilessly by the cavalrymen behind them. They screamed in pain, and their bodies were instantly trampled into a bloody mess by the horses' hooves. Some horses fell to the ground and died, crushing their riders under them. The riders were unable to move and could only watch themselves being trampled by the cavalrymen behind them, and their lives disappeared under the horses' hooves. However, the casualties did not slow down their charge, but instead aroused their anger and murderous intent, like enraged beasts, who, even in the face of the threat of death, still rushed forward recklessly and quickly drew their bows and shot arrows on horseback, counterattacking the Unsullied Legion and the Second Legion. Since the Dothraki horse bows were less powerful, except for some arrows that accidentally hit the weak points of the armor, the rest of the arrows were blocked by the black armor of the Unsullied Legion. The arrows that hit the armor only left some shallow marks on the armor, like the slight ripples left by the breeze blowing across the calm lake, and did not cause any substantial damage to the Unsullied. The sound of horse hooves roared like thunder, and the Dothraki cavalry crashed into the Unsullied army like a surging tide. When the cavalry collided with the legion, a deafening roar erupted, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. With the powerful impact of the horses, some Dothraki cavalry successfully broke through the first line of defense of the Unsullied Legion. The Dothraki cavalry leaned forward, and the Arak scimitars in their hands made a sharp sound, slashing at the Unsullied fiercely. The Unsullied reacted quickly and immediately blocked with their shields. The shields and scimitars collided violently, making a dull sound, as if a heavy war drum was being struck. At the same time, some of the Dothraki cavalry relied on their agility to jump high, trying to break through the tight spear formation above. They waved their scimitars vigorously in the air, trying to cut off the spears or cleverly avoid the spears. The Unsullied kept their formation tightly, and the spearmen were quick to adjust the angle quickly, pointing their spears accurately at the enemies in the air. The spears and scimitars collided again, making a sharp sound, like a sharp arrow piercing the sky. In this fierce confrontation, some Dothraki were unfortunately stabbed by spears, their bodies twisted in pain in the air, and blood spurted out from the wounds like a fountain, falling on the battlefield like red raindrops. The roaring warriors who were lucky enough to rush into the battle formation, relying on the unique advantage of the Arak scimitar in close combat, were also ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the Unsullied. As more and more cavalry rushed into the battle formation, the two sides fell into a melee. The archers in the rear had to stop throwing arrows, and drew their weapons and joined the fierce battle. For a moment, the entire battlefield was completely plunged into a chaotic state of fighting, and blood splattered like blooming blood flowers, quickly dyeing the earth red. With the protection of their armor, the Unsullied managed to keep their formation intact in this close combat, making it impossible for the Dothraki to break through. Gavin stood on the platform, looking at the chaotic battlefield, but he could not find Drogo. Judging from the fact that the enemy did not leave any reserve troops in the charge, it meant that Khal Drogo must be among them. As soon as Gavin thought about it, the Blood Dragon Guards quickly divided into 3 teams and rushed into the melee battlefield like a black whirlwind. The long swords in their hands swung, bringing up black light and shadows, as if the scythe of the god of death was ruthlessly harvesting lives. Every swing of the sword could cleanly cut off the enemy in front of them. The unarmored Dothraki fell before them like fragile sheep. Soon, the Blood Dragon Guards tore several holes in the Dothraki army, and these holes continued to expand. Gavin's plan was successful, and the outstanding performance of the Blood Dragon Guard successfully attracted the attention of Khal Drogo. Khal Drogo was furious when he saw the Blood Dragon Guards easily suppressing his warriors in the crowd. He held the reins tightly and drove his horse towards the Blood Dragon Guards like an arrow. "Blood of my blood, follow me!" Drogo roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield like thunder. His blood riders responded immediately, following closely behind him without hesitation. At this time, the fighting on the battlefield became more intense. When the Dothraki saw Drogo personally rushing towards the Blood Dragon Guard, their morale was boosted, and they attacked the Unsullied army more frantically, like a flame ignited. The Unsullied army resisted tenaciously. Although their formation was shaken a little by the enemy's attack, it was still like a solid fortress that was not broken. The Blood Dragon guards met Khal Drogo and his Blood Riders, and a life and death struggle ensued. Khal Drogo was worthy of being the Horse King, and his strength was indeed extraordinary. Even a powerful warrior like a high-level Blood Dragon guard was easily suppressed by him. After only 5 or 6 moves, a high-level Blood Dragon guard was beheaded by Drogo. His Blood Guards were also very powerful, and the Blood Dragon guards that confronted them were quickly defeated. Khal Drogo! Khal Drogo! When the Dothraki cavalry saw the bravery of their Khal, their morale was boosted and they shouted his name, and their voices echoed throughout the battlefield. Chapter 225 Death of the Horse King. Just as Drogo excitedly raised the head of the Blood Dragon Guard, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky and was approaching him at an extremely fast speed. It was Gavin's dragon Blazing Shadow. Based on Drogo's powerful fighting ability and the Dothraki's shouting just now, Gavin was sure that this man was Drogo, so he released the Blazing Shadow without hesitation. Drogo instantly felt the huge threat from above. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The fear flashed through his eyes like lightning, but was quickly replaced by anger. The anger burned in his eyes like a burning flame. He threw the head of the Blood Dragon Guard hard to the ground, and the head made a dull sound when it landed, as if the death knell was ringing. Then he quickly raised his bow and arrow, the muscles in his arms were tense and veins were bulging because of the effort, and he shouted, "Warriors, join me in shooting down this dragon." His voice echoed on the battlefield like thunder, trying to arouse the courage of the Dothraki. His Blood Riders were the first to react. They moved quickly, drawing their bows and arrows, and shouted to others. Their eyes revealed a determination, as if fighting the dragon was their destiny. When the Dothraki saw the giant dragon in the sky, they were stunned at first, as if time had stopped at that moment. Then some of them began to flee in panic, and their horses were also frightened and ran wildly on the battlefield, and the dust raised by their hooves was like clouds of mist. But there were also some people, led bravely by Drogo, who tried to fight the dragon. They took out their bows and arrows and shot at the Blazing Shadow. For a moment, arrows rained down on the dragon in the sky, and the arrow feathers drew silver arcs in the air, as if a group of silver birds were flying into the sky. However, Jia Ying's dragon scales were extremely thick, and it was difficult to cause damage with just a bow and arrow. The arrows were blocked one after another, as if they hit a solid wall, and then fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Countless Dothraki were horrified when they saw this, and they began to realize that the dragon in front of them could not be harmed by their bows and arrows. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Even the usually confident Drogo was stunned when he saw this. He quickly tightened his grip on the reins, his knuckles turning white from exertion, and then he pulled the horse back hard, trying to flee into the distance. His Blood Riders followed closely, their figures standing out in the panicked crowd. However, no matter how fast a horse is, it cannot be faster than a flying dragon. Gavin swooped down on Blazing Shadow, and in just a moment he was above Drogo. Blazing Shadow spread its huge wings, blocking out the sun, and its wings shone with a metallic luster in the sun, as if they were 2 huge steel wings. Dracarys with Gavin's command, the Blazing Shadow opened its mouth and spewed a huge dragon flame towards Drogo and his Blood Guards. The dragon flame was like a raging red torrent, sweeping towards them. Drogo tried to dodge, but the dragon flame was too fast, and he and his Blood Riders were instantly swallowed by the dragon flame. They didn't even have time to scream before they were burned to charcoal in the dragon flame, their bodies curled up together, as if they were souls swallowed by darkness. The Dothraki witnessed their Khal being burned to death by the dragon. There was a dead silence among the crowd, followed by a panicked escape. Their courage completely collapsed in front of the dragon's flames, and they no longer had the will to fight. Their eyes were full of despair, like a ship that had lost its direction and drifted in the vast ocean. Several knights also noticed Drogo's death and witnessed the ineffectiveness of bows and arrows against dragons. They quickly called their men and began to retreat. Now they had no intention of fighting, and only wanted to retain their strength and then seize the Khalasar left by Drogo to become the new Khal. They shuttled through the panicked crowd, trying to leave this terrible battlefield as soon as possible. After burning Drogo to death, Gavin did not stop. He sprayed dragon flames at the Dothraki below crazily. The dragon flames fell towards the Dothraki like burning meteors, and the Dothraki were instantly in chaos. They fled everywhere, crowded each other, some were trampled to death, and some were burned. The Unsullied also took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. They reorganized their formation on the chaotic battlefield, with spears like a forest and shields like a wall, pressing forward step by step towards the Dothraki. The soldiers' eyes were firm and indifferent, as if the chaos before them had nothing to do with them. Their movements were uniform, like a precision machine operating. Kairos, who had been standing still, immediately led his cavalry to charge. He rode on his horse, his posture upright, his eyes revealing excitement. He led the cavalry to charge towards the Dothraki like a surging tide, and the sound of horse hooves roared like thunder, echoing on the battlefield. Under the combined attack of dragon flames, the Unsullied Legion, and the cavalry, the Dothraki fell into a great rout. The cavalry, which had been surging like a tide, now fled in all directions like a flood. The sound of horse hooves, shouts, and cries intertwined and resounded throughout the battlefield. However, the Dothraki were cavalry after all, and relying on the speed of their horses, most of them soon began to leave the battlefield. Only some of the Dothraki, whose horses were injured or who were hampered by the chaos of the battlefield, were unable to flee in time. They watched their companions go away and their hearts were filled with despair. The Dothraki realized that there was no hope of escape, so they surrendered. They cut off their braids, which once symbolized their pride and status, and threw them at their feet along with their weapons. On the battlefield, weapons and braids piled up like mountains, shining with a cold metallic luster in the afterglow of the setting sun. The surrender of the Dothraki did not stop the Unsullied Legion and cavalry. They remained vigilant and slowly surrounded the surrendered people. As night fell, darkness slowly enveloped the entire battlefield like a huge curtain. The last ray of afterglow in the sky also disappeared, leaving only dead silence and darkness. The shouting and killing on the battlefield gradually subsided, replaced by the groans of the wounded and the occasional neighing of horses. The brutal battle finally ended. The Unsullied began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the Dothraki weapons and sorting the wounded and dead. The surrendered Dothraki were gathered together, their heads lowered, their eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Without their braids, they seemed like bodies without souls, looking particularly lonely. Gavin rode Blazing Shadow and chased after the enemy, then returned to the battlefield. Blazing Shadow circled over the battlefield and slowly landed on the ground. Seeing this, Jalal hurried forward, saluted respectfully, and said, "Your Majesty, I did a quick count and found that we suffered about 2,000 casualties, mainly from the Unsullied Legion blocking the front. Fortunately, with the protection of armor, nearly half of the personnel only suffered varying degrees of injuries. They only need to recuperate for a period of time and should be able to recover as before." Gavin swiftly jumped off the dragon's back, nodded calmly, and then asked with a sharp gaze, "So what did we get this time?" Jalal heard this and quickly continued, "We haven't had time to do a detailed count of the bodies on the ground, but at present, there are about 3,000 captured Dothraki. According to the past practice of Essos, once these Dothraki are captured, it will be difficult for us to recruit them because they will refuse to fight on horseback. However, the good news is that we have also harvested 5,000 Dothraki war horses this time." Gavin nodded slightly. He had heard of this before. The Dothraki were always stubborn. Once the Howling Warriors were defeated and captured, they would usually just be slaves. Unless a Nukul appeared and asked them to follow, they would be able to mount their horses again and become Howling Warriors again. Gavin glanced at the battlefield, his eyes finally fixed on the group of dejected Dothraki captives. When chasing on a dragon just now, Gavin used the convenience of the air to roughly judge the Dothraki who were fleeing in panic. Most of the 40,000 roaring warriors had left the battlefield. Even with the help of the dragon in the air, it was still difficult for the infantry to annihilate the highly mobile cavalry. However, Gawain's main purpose in expelling the Dothraki had been achieved. With Khal Drogo dead, his once huge Khalasar would soon fall apart. Countless new Khals would return with their own Khalasars to Viz Dothrak, at the foot of the Mother of Mountains, across the Dothraki Sea. There the Nukul will be certified by the Dosh Kalim and predict a new war. In this process, these new tribes will inevitably plunder and annex other tribes. In this way, without the harassment of the Dothraki, Lhezalan will gain a short period of peace, which is crucial for Gavin's subsequent activities in Lhezalan. Gavin slowly said, "Let Kael take all the captives back to Mirian and try to make them work for us. I will leave Kairos and the 2,000 cavalrymen to you. During this time, you will be responsible for purchasing food here. At the same time, take a close look at the Lizaran area and find a suitable place with strategic terrain and rich resources. In the future, we will build a city here and completely control it." Jalal was uneasy when he heard this. He said with a worried look on his face, "Your Majesty, are you planning to withdraw to Mirian now? There are still a large number of Dothraki here." If they attack again, it will have an adverse effect on our subsequent plans. Garvin nodded confidently, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he chuckled, I guess the Dothraki will fall into a fierce internal struggle for power tonight, and they will soon decide the winner and leave here. When you return to Mirian, we will march to the disputed land. After hearing this, Jalal was still a little hesitant, but Gavin had never made a mistake in his decision-making. He instinctively chose to trust Gavin's judgment, nodded vigorously and said, Your Majesty, rest assured, I will complete the task as soon as possible and return to Mirian with enough food. In the following time, everyone was busy treating the wounded, carefully counting the number of prisoners, and rationally allocating various tasks. In this way, they were busy until the third day, when Gawain's army slowly set out and marched towards Mirian. After making all the arrangements, Gawain rode on the dragon and set out on the journey back to Mirian. After only 2 days of flying, Gavin, sitting on the dragon's back, saw the iconic pyramid of Mirian from afar. The entire pyramid was shining brightly under the bright sunlight, as if emitting a charming light. As Chiaying continued to lower its flight altitude, the clear outline of the city gradually appeared before its eyes like a picture scroll. Chiaying let out a loud roar at the right time, and the sound seemed to announce to the entire city the glorious return of its master. The people in the city stopped their busy work, raised their heads, and looked up at the sky with reverence. Some former slaves could not contain their excitement and cheered enthusiastically. The blazing shadow landed steadily on the wide square in front of the pyramid. As soon as Gavin jumped off the dragon's back, he saw Melisandre, dressed in a gorgeous red dress, walking towards him. Her figure was graceful, as if she had known that Gavin was coming back and had been waiting here respectfully in advance. Your Majesty, congratulations on winning this war. Not only did you successfully drive away the Dothraki, but you also cleverly solved the troubles you faced. Melisandre bowed slightly, her tone full of respect. After hearing this, Gavin's mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a somewhat playful smile, How can you be so sure that I won? What if I was defeated and fled back in a panic? Melisandre shook her head slightly, her eyes revealing great piety, and said slowly, I saw the glorious scene of your victory in the flames. That should be the sacred omen of the Lord of Light. After hearing this, Gavin shook his head slightly and said confidently, I have the help of dragons, and the other side is just a group of Dothraki with only bows and arrows. There is no reason for me to fail. Then, he looked at Melisandre and said jokingly, This is just a speculation based on established facts, not some mysterious prophecy. Can you see my future self in the flames? Melisandre didn't seem to notice Gavin's teasing. She maintained her elegant demeanor and said, Unless the Lord of Light grants it, ordinary flames can hardly see the foggy future. However, if you are willing to provide a little king's blood to the flame, the magical flame will surely help you clear the fog. Gavin couldn't help curling his lips after hearing this. He thought to himself that it was better to be direct when communicating with a charlatan. However, thinking of the various magical things Melisandre showed in the original play, Gavin couldn't help but have the idea of testing her. Now that Arhilla has taken the initiative to come to the door, it is not a long-term solution to always deliberately avoid her. Thinking of this, Gavin decisively pulled out the dagger he carried with him and gently cut his finger. However, his powerful self-healing ability made the wound heal quickly after just squeezing out a drop of blood. Chapter 226, Prophecy and Sons of the Harpy. Melisandre saw Gavin's actions and her eyes showed a hint of anticipation. She gently reminded him, Your Majesty, there is a brazier in the hall. Gavin chuckled and said, No need, this is fine. After that, a ball of blazing flame suddenly appeared in his hand, burning fiercely in his palm out of thin air. After Gavin put the blood into the flame, he looked at Melisandre and said, Tell me, what do you see in the fire? Melisandre did not answer immediately, but stared at the fire intently, her eyes revealing a look of both obsession and longing. After a long while, her slowly rising voice broke the silence, You will fall into a death trap. Even if you escape by chance, you will still be seriously injured and dying. You can only survive if you pull out the light messenger. Listening to Melisandre's words, Gavin couldn't help but frown secretly, and began to think about the credibility of the other party's words. The first thing Gavin thought of was the thousand-faced god whom he had provoked before. So far, this was the most powerful enemy Gavin had ever faced, and he had successfully caused damage to him. As for other enemies, Gavin was not worried, as the traps they set might collapse on him. Whether it's true or not, it won't hurt to be careful, Gavin thought to himself. Thinking of this, Gavin asked. The Lightbringer you mentioned is the sword in the prophecy. Melisandre nodded and said respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty, it is the burning sword, the red sword of heroes. After listening to this, Gavin nodded slightly. I remember you said last time that Lightbringer is not just a sword? Then what is it? Melisandre shook her head and said, I don't know either. Only when you pull it out yourself can you understand the mystery. After hearing this, Gavin became even more confused. Melisandre's words made him feel confused and at a loss. At this moment, Miss Sandai hurried out of the pyramid with hurried steps. Just now, she heard the loud roar of blazing shadow and guessed that it was Gavin's return, so she came here to greet him. She walked up to Gavin, bowed respectfully, and said softly, Your Majesty, welcome back. Her voice was gentle and steady, and her eyes were full of admiration and joy for Gavin. Gavin nodded slightly and said calmly, Notify everyone that the Unsullied and the Second Legion are expected to return to Mirian in a month, accompanied by 3,000 prisoners. Ask the officials to prepare the barracks. His tone was firm and decisive, as if everything was under his control. Miss Sandai bowed quickly and responded. Seeing this, Gavin asked casually, What is the situation in Mirian during this period? Miss Sandai's face flashed with hesitation after hearing this. She pursed her lips slightly and said slowly, Your Majesty, several captains of the fleet have compiled the information in the city and put it in your study. Gavin was keenly aware of Miss Sandai's abnormality, and he guessed that something big might have happened in Mirian during the time he was away. He turned to look at Melisandre, smiled slightly, and said, We'll talk about this next time. After that, he strode into the pyramid, and Miss Sandai hurriedly followed behind him. In the study, Gavin sat comfortably in a chair, concentrating on the record in his hand. The yellowed parchment in his hand seemed to carry the fate of the entire Mirian. With the departure of Gawain and the 2 legions, Mirian fell into turmoil, like a lake into which a stone had been thrown. An organization calling itself the Sons of the Harpy quickly rose up and openly opposed Gavin's rule. They carried out assassinations in the city and created panic. At first, only some ordinary people and lone soldiers were killed, but as time went on, the situation became more serious. The Sons of the Harpy became more and more daring, and they began to openly attack patrolling soldiers, and even poisoned the barracks and set fire to warships. Fortunately, the soldiers who stayed behind discovered the situation in time and barely avoided more serious consequences. But the series of assassinations carried out by the Sons of the Harpy in Mirian made the people in the city like frightened birds and fell into deep panic. This fear spread like a plague, even affecting the remaining troops. Now, it was the navy of Gavin's fleet who were responsible for patrolling and defending the city. Although Gavin left behind 5,000 soldiers, most of them were captives who had just surrendered, and some were mercenaries from the Golden Group. Compared with the navy's soldiers in Gavin's fleet, these defenders were far less loyal and less capable. After all, the navy's soldiers had followed Gavin the longest, and as his undisputed direct descendants, they were the most loyal to Gavin. Faced with the severe situation of people's unrest and the vile behavior of the Sons of the Harpy setting fire to warships, several experienced captains discussed and suppressed other officials with their seniority. They decisively closed the military camps and the navy took over the entire city. Although Mirian is still stable on the surface, the number of navy is limited after all, and the chaos in the city is becoming more and more serious. Gavin gently put down the parchment in his hand, frowned slightly, and instructed Miss Sandai, Go and invite several captains of the fleet. Miss Sandai bowed respectfully and said, Your Majesty, they are waiting for you in the hall. Hearing this, Gavin showed a relieved smile on his face, stood up and said, Let's go to the main hall. As he spoke, he walked out of the study with steady steps. A moment later, Gavin arrived at the hall. The captains who had been waiting there saluted respectfully. A captain spoke first, Your Majesty, something happened in Mirian while you were away. An organization called the Sons of the Harpy appeared in the city. Gavin smiled lightly, raised his hand to interrupt him and said, I already know the general situation. You have done a good job. Have you investigated the Sons of the Harpy? His eyes were deep and sharp, as if he could see through everything. Another captain stepped forward and answered respectfully, Your Majesty, after a period of investigation, we found some clues that seem to point to several wise lord families in the city. They are very likely the supporters behind the activities of the Sons of the Harpy, but we don't have any definite evidence yet. There was a hint of caution and worry in his eyes. A cold light flashed in Gavin's eyes, as if it could penetrate all the fog. Do you have a list? His voice was low and powerful. He was mentally prepared for this kind of situation. His rule undoubtedly changed the original interest structure of Mirian. The abolition of the slave trade caused great losses to the wise lords. They naturally worried that Gavin would further weaken their power and wealth. The captain immediately replied, "There is one, but there may be more than just these people." As he spoke, he carefully took out a piece of parchment from his arms and handed it to Gavin with both hands. Gavin took a quick glance at it and returned the parchment to the other party. He then said coldly, "Arrest the people according to the list and retrial them. All the wise lord families involved in the Sons of the Harpy will not be spared." His words were full of coldness and determination. Upon hearing this, one of the most senior captains stepped forward and said sincerely, "Your Majesty, we also encountered this situation when we just conquered Lis. At that time, you returned to the stepstones, and Commander Hassan also adopted the same method. Although armed purges can eliminate most opposition, they can never be eradicated. The situation in Mirian is similar to that in Lis. In addition to the wise lords, there are also many geese with citizenship in the city. These geese used to own a few slaves. We can get rid of all the wise lords, but we can't kill all the geese." Gavin frowned slightly when he heard this. He knew that the situation was indeed complicated, just as the captain said. It was much more difficult to rule than to conquer. He asked in a deep voice, "So what do you think we should do?" The captain thought for a moment and said slowly, "Your Majesty, if you ask me about the sea, I can answer, but I am really incapable of managing a city. However, the Governor Reese you appointed later did a good job in this regard. My advice to you is to find an excellent manager." Gavin nodded slightly and asked casually, "I have been away from Lis for some time. I am not very familiar with the current situation in Lis. Is Tyrion managing well there?" "Yes, Your Majesty. Before I set out, the confrontational situation in Reese has improved a lot," the captain replied immediately. Hearing the captain's reply, Gavin couldn't help but think to himself, "Bring Tyrion to Slaver's Bay, Boris can take care of Lis as well." After all, the stepstones are not far from Lis. There are 3 cities in Slaver's Bay, which are several times larger in area and population than Lis. Without a good manager, the bigger the place, the more trouble it will cause. Thinking of this, Gavin couldn't help but sigh. Although his power spanned both sides of the narrow sea, the only talents he could bring out for domestic affairs besides Boris were Tyrion, and perhaps Maester Qyburn could do it, but he had a more important task, otherwise after so long, Gavin would not have only had 3 regents. "I must hurry up to train talents, otherwise after I seize Tyrosh, Mir, and even Volantis, management talents will become increasingly scarce. Jalal is good, and I can train him well." Gavin thought secretly. He knew that if he wanted to truly rule this land, talents were the key. Only by training more outstanding managers could his power continue to grow and his rule become more stable. Gavin looked at the captain who had just given him advice, smiled sincerely, and said, "I really appreciate your advice." That smile was like the warm sunshine in spring, which made the captain feel warm in his heart. Then, he glanced at everyone again and said in a steady voice, "You have done a good job taking over Mirian in times of crisis, and everyone will be rewarded. Each captain can go to the treasury to claim property or gold dragons worth 1,000 gold dragons, and all soldiers will receive 5 times their salary during this time." When the captains heard such a generous reward, they immediately smiled brightly. They all straightened their bodies and saluted Gavin with the most respectful attitude. They said in unison with uniform and loud voices, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity. It is our honor to serve Your Majesty." Their words echoed in the hall. Gavin nodded slightly and said, "I will bring Tyrion here in a while, but Mirian still needs to be cleared up by force. No matter what, we must respond to the activities of the Sons of the Harpy, otherwise their behavior will become more rampant. You must immediately take over the barracks in my name and recruit more people from inside. Any soldier who disobeys orders will be executed directly." His words were as cold as the wind, making people feel his decisiveness and determination. "As you command, Your Majesty," the captains answered in unison. Their voices were like thunder, booming in the hall. Then, they turned and left the hall, ready to carry out Gavin's order. After the captains left the hall, they immediately took over the military camp in the name of Gavin. They were followed by their trusted followers and poured into the military camp in a mighty manner. As soon as they entered the barracks, they felt a tense and oppressive atmosphere. The captains quickly summoned all officers to read Gavin's orders. Your Majesty has ordered that from now on, the fleet will take over the military camp. Anyone who disobeys orders will be killed without mercy. A captain's eyes were as sharp as a hawk, and his sharp eyes swept across every officer present like lightning. That look seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts and make people shudder. The officers were a little upset when they heard this, but they soon calmed down. They knew the chaos in Mirian very well, and they were mentally prepared for such a situation. Moreover, the blazing shadows roar that resounded through the sky not long ago had already announced Gavin's return, so there was no doubt about the source of the order. So, they handed over the command without hesitation. The heavy gates of Mirian slowly closed, and a large-scale search for the sons of the Harpy swept across the city. The carved doors of several wise lord families were violently knocked open, making dull and frightening noises. Countless wise lords who were once high and mighty were arrested and interrogated like frightened birds. Under torture, these wise lords who lived in luxury could not even hold out for half a day, and confessed their crimes like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. Gavin was merciless. He ordered the punishment of these families, confiscated their property, and imprisoned some family members. And those wise leaders who participated in it were directly sentenced to death as a warning to others. Afterwards, Gavin's soldiers searched every corner of the city. They carefully checked every house, and those sons of the Harpy hiding in the dark were caught one by one. Some of them tried to resist stubbornly, but in the face of powerful force, their resistance was like an ant trying to shake a tree, and they seemed so vulnerable. After more than 10 days of brutal cleansing, the streets of Mirian were filled with a tense atmosphere as heavy as lead. Citizens were like frightened birds, keeping their doors shut and not daring to go out easily. Gavin also keenly realized that this tense atmosphere could not be allowed to shroud Mirian for long. Now that most of the sons of the Harpy had been captured, the remaining ones wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the short term, so he stopped the cleanup operation. Following Gavin's orders, Mirian's tense nerves finally began to relax. Chapter 227. Sea Monster. A month later, Jalal returned to Mirian successfully. His return was fruitful. Not only did he bring back a considerable amount of food, solving the imminent food crisis in the Bay of Dragons, but he also successfully established a stable trade route with Alhezalan. In the magnificent pyramid, Gavin summoned all the generals to discuss the plan of sending troops to the disputed area. Gavin glanced at the people in the field with a calm gaze and slowly said, "Everyone, next I plan to divide our troops into 2 groups to march into the disputed lands, one from the sea and one from the land. I have ordered the Stepstone Islands fleet and the Narrow Sea fleet to work together to capture Tyrosh. With the strength of our fleets, we will soon be able to capture that island city-state. After that, the fleet will continue to try to attack Mir and then seize the disputed lands. However, Volantis will definitely not sit idly by. Moreover, our 2 fleets are essentially naval forces. Once they land and fight, it will be difficult to compete with Volantis' Tiger Cloak army. So, we need to contain Volantis from the land. Since the current route is cut off, I plan to lead the army to the west to bypass Valeria and take the route taken by the Golden Group before. I estimate that it will take about 2 months for us to reach the disputed land. What do you think about this?" After hearing this, Kairos stood up first. He bowed slightly respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, how many troops do you plan to send out this time? How many troops do you plan to leave behind for defense? The 3 cities of Mirian, Yunkai and Astapur all need sufficient troops to garrison. At present, the sons of the Harpy are still secretly active in these 3 cities and the surrounding towns. I am worried that once the army leaves, these 3 cities are likely to start a rebellion. The 2nd Legion has always been responsible for the defense of the cities. We have just absorbed a large number of prisoners of war. Those Dothraki have not yet been fully absorbed by the Legion. I wonder if we should exclude them when arranging the soldiers left behind." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but prick up their ears, obviously taking this issue very seriously. Kel also stood up and said, "Your Majesty, all the prisoners of war belong to the 2nd Legion. Today, the 2nd Legion has nearly 20,000 men, most of whom are the defenders of the 3 cities, and more than 5,000 mercenaries from the original Golden Group, plus those Dothraki. However, the loyalty of these soldiers is not high, and they are even very likely to rebel. Just like the last time we sent troops to Alhezalan, the sons of the Harpy only carried out some assassinations, and they were scared to death from patrolling." After listening to this, Gavin nodded slightly to show his agreement and said, "I understand what you said. This time I plan to take away all these unstable factors. Kyle, Kairos, as the commanders of the 2nd Legion, how many reliable soldiers do you think there are in the Legion now? Kyle and Kairos looked at each other and then fell into a brief thought. After a moment, Kyle said, Your Majesty, including Kairos's 3,000 cavalry, the total number is less than 10,000. Gavin thought for a moment after hearing this, and then said, That's enough. Except for the cavalry, all these soldiers will stay and be dispersed to the 3 cities to serve as city defense troops. The cavalry, the Unsullied Legion, and the newly surrendered soldiers will all participate in the expedition. Jalal stood up, bowed respectfully and asked, Your Majesty, what arrangements should be made for the officials and generals who stayed behind? Gavin stood up after hearing this and said slowly, 3 months have passed since I conquered Slavers Bay. Today is a good opportunity to explain that from today on, Slavers Bay will be officially renamed Dragon's Bay, and the names of the 3 cities will remain unchanged. The capital of Dragon's Bay is Mirian, and its governor will be Tyrion Lannister, the former governor of Lys. Jalal is the deputy governor of Dragon's Bay and also serves as the chief of intelligence for Dragon's Bay. Kale is the garrison commander of Dragon's Bay, Kairos is promoted to the commander of the 2nd Legion, and Grey Worm remains the commander of the Unsullied Legion. Except Grey Worm and Kairos, all the above personnel will stay in Dragon's Bay. As for the new governor Tyrion, he is still in Lys. I will bring him here on a dragon. In the meantime, Jalal will be in charge of Dragon's Bay. When everyone heard Gavin's appointment, their expressions varied. Jalal's face was filled with uncontrollable joy and his eyes were shining with excitement. Just as Bachelor Coban said, as long as His Majesty sees talent, he will never be stingy with rewards. He bowed again and said, Your Majesty, thank you for your trust. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. I will manage the intelligence work of Dragon Bay in an orderly manner and help manage this land. Kairos was also very happy, and he was very happy to be promoted to the commander of the 2nd Legion. He straightened his back and said in a loud voice, Your Majesty, I will lead the 2nd Legion to fight bravely for Dragon Bay and protect the peace and glory of this land. His heart was full of fighting spirit, and he was eager to establish merit in his new position. Kairos was both happy about his promotion and worried about going to war. He knew that the 2nd Legion he led would play an important role in this war, but he also knew that the road ahead was full of challenges. He took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, I will live up to your trust and lead the 2nd Legion to fight for the glory of Dragon Bay. Kyle's mood was more complicated. On the one hand, he was glad that he could serve as the garrison commander of Dragon Bay, which meant that he could continue to practice his ideals on this land. However, he still felt a little disappointed when he lost his position as the commander of the 2nd Legion. He lowered his head slightly, then raised it again after a moment and said firmly, Your Majesty, I will do my best to protect Dragon Bay. Grey Worm still had no expression on his face, as if no appointment could stir up any waves in his heart. He sat there quietly, as taciturn as usual, but his eyes revealed loyalty, and he only knew to obey Gavin's orders. Gavin looked at the reactions of the crowd, especially Kyle, and he had an idea in his mind. After all, the other party was forced to surrender due to his intimidation. Now this position is a relatively ideal result for both parties. He cleared his throat and said, I believe that everyone can perform their duties for the future of Dragon Bay and your future. Now, let's start discussing the specific details of the troops. 2 days later, the dawn had just broken through the sky, casting a faint golden glow on the ancient and solid walls of Mirian. A light breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness in the morning. Garvin, wearing an exquisite and sturdy riding suit, walked towards the blazing shadow waiting for him in the square. The huge dragon's body shone in the morning light, and its ruby-like eyes flashed with majesty. Garvin jumped lightly onto the dragon's back, holding the reins tightly in his hands, as if there was an invisible tacit understanding between him and the dragon. Following Gavin's low command, the dragon spread its extremely broad wings, and a powerful airflow instantly swept around. The dragon suddenly jumped up and rushed into the blue sky. The sound of its wings flapping was like rolling thunder, echoing in every corner of Mirian. The people in the city stopped what they were doing, looked up at the sky, their eyes full of awe. At the same time, the huge and heavy gate of Mirian slowly opened, making a dull and distant sound. The 2nd Legion and the Unsullied Legion marched in unison, slowly walking out of the city gate. The 22,000-strong army was like a surging steel torrent, and began to march towards the disputed land in the distance. The soldiers were dressed in armor that shone with metallic luster, and the weapons in their hands gleamed coldly under the sunlight. The Unsullied Legion was like a silent mountain, their steps were in perfect unison, and their expressionless faces revealed an indestructible majesty. The sound of horse hooves rang out, like a war song played by the earth. Every step raised a small cloud of dust, and countless dust gradually gathered into a hazy dust mist behind the army, which looked like a layer of golden gauze under the penetration of sunlight. Gavin rode on the dragon's back, overlooking the army that was marching slowly like a long dragon. A feeling of grandeur welled up in his heart. He had conquered the Stepstone Islands, Rees, and Dragon Bay one after another. Now his army was heading towards the disputed land. Soon he would conquer it, connect all his territories, and completely form a huge empire. The blazing shadow was like a bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky, speeding across the horizon at an astonishing speed. Its agile figure shuttled through the wind, as if it had merged with the wind. The Gulf of Sorrow passed by it at high speed, and before the sun had risen completely, it had already passed through it, and before noon, it had arrived over the summer sea. Gavin rode on Jia Ying's back, feeling the lightning-fast speed. He stared into the distance and could already see the majestic grey fog in the distant sea of smoke, like a mysterious giant curtain standing between heaven and earth. Gavin narrowed his eyes slightly, and after simply identifying the direction, he directed Jia Ying to start circling the ruins. In the air, Gavin's sharp eyes noticed many broken wooden boards floating on the sea. The wooden boards were undulating under the beating of the waves, as if they were debris abandoned by the sea. There were also scattered wooden barrels and boxes among them, some of which were broken, and the items inside were scattered and floating on the sea. These were the wreckage of the ships that had crashed during this period and the goods they transported. The culprit for all this was the terrifying sea monster hidden in the deep sea. The wreckage of the wrecked ships seemed to silently tell of their despair and fear when they encountered the sea monster. The sides of the ship were torn apart by a huge force, and the traces of broken wooden boards were like hideous wounds. It is conceivable that the sea monster suddenly jumped out from the deep sea and crushed the ship with its huge and terrifying tentacles. Gavin gently patted Jia Ying's neck, signaling it to keep going. Jia Ying let out a low cry, as if responding to Gavin, and then sped up. Under its wings, the broken planks, barrels, and boxes gradually disappeared, and the grey fog in the distance was still like a mysterious shadow, shrouding this sea area. At this moment, Gavin's heart suddenly palpitated, as if an invisible hand was tightly grasping his heart. A strong sixth sense surged into his heart like a tide, making him instantly feel the approach of danger. He looked around anxiously, but as far as he could see, except for the surging sea and the smoke and grey fog in the distance, he did not find anything wrong. As if sensing Gavin's nervousness and vigilance, Blazing Shadow, who was in tune with him, couldn't help but let out a roar. The sound was full of vigilance and uneasiness, echoing in the empty sky. Gavin forced himself to suppress the strong throbbing in his heart, stretched out his hand and gently patted Blazing Shadow's neck, trying to calm its anxious mood. His eyes revealed caution, signaling Blazing Shadow to stay away from the mysterious and dangerous Valyrian ruins. Sensing Gavin's intention, Blazing Shadow spread its broad and powerful wings, began to climb higher, and flew in the opposite direction of the smoke screen. Its wings flapped the air, making a whirring sound, as if it was racing against the unknown danger. Suddenly, without any warning, a huge black shadow shot towards Qi Ying from the sea. The shadow was extremely fast, accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind, instantly breaking the tranquility of the sky. Gavin's eyes were attracted by the sudden black shadow. He looked down and saw that it was a broken and thick strange pole, shooting like a sharp arrow. Under the sunlight, the strange pole still had the luster of sea water, but it carried a deadly threat. Gavin yelled, "Dodge!" However, although the huge body of Jia Ying tried his best to dodge, he could only barely avoid the vulnerable wings, and there was no time to completely avoid this sudden attack. The strange pole hit Jia Ying's abdomen fiercely like a cannonball. With the addition of powerful kinetic energy, the wooden strange pole actually tore through Jia Ying's tough dragon scales, leaving a hideous wound. In an instant, countless dragon blood gushed out like a spring. The hot dragon blood fell on the sea, making a sizzling sound and rising up into clouds of white steam. The Jia Ying roared in pain, and the sound seemed to tear the sky apart. Its flying movements became somewhat unstable due to the sudden severe pain, and its body swayed in the air, like a leaf falling rapidly in the wind. Jia Ying flapped his wings hard, trying to keep his balance, and finally, he stabilized his body before approaching the sea. Its breathing became rapid and heavy, and each breath was accompanied by a painful tremor. Gavin could feel its pain, and his heart was filled with worry and anger. He held the reins of Jia Ying tightly and looked at the sea again. He saw that on the calm sea surface, there were 7 or 8 tentacles as thick as 2 adults, covered with suction cups and mucus. 3 of the tentacles were still wrapped around 3 broken poles, as if ready to attack again at any time. It was a sea monster, and it looked just as the captains had described, with most of its body hidden underwater, from which it extended its tentacles to attack. Chapter 228. Serious Injury. At this moment, an extremely thick tentacle tightly wrapped around a broken pole, and it looked like a huge javelin being wielded, rapidly shooting towards the blazing shadow in the air. Gavin saw this and hurriedly shouted, "Jiaying, be careful!" At this moment, he had no time to think about why the sea monster attacked Jiaying, and why it could throw the strange poles so skillfully. He was only thinking about letting Jiaying quickly avoid the second attack that followed. Jiaying also keenly felt the deadly threat from below, and it let out an extremely angry roar. The sound seemed to shatter the entire sky. It flapped its wings with all its might, trying to avoid the attack of the sea monster. However, due to the injury in its abdomen, its movements became obviously slow. Having just barely avoided the fatal blow from the first strange pole, it was staggering in the air and was now just struggling to maintain its flight. Seeing that he could no longer avoid the second attack, Jiaying's inner ferocity was completely aroused. It opened its bloody mouth and surging dragon flames gushed out instantly, as if it was going to burn the entire world to ashes. The intense, high-temperature flame sprayed onto the wet pole, but it was like a drop in the ocean, with no effect at all. However, the powerful impact of the dragon flame still managed to deflect the spooky pole. The spooky pole, which had lost some of its kinetic energy, only lightly hit the blazing shadow, and then slowly fell toward the sea with smoke. As the dragon flames gradually dissipated, Gavin's vision gradually recovered. However, the tentacles that had just stretched out of the sea had already disappeared without a trace. His heart was filled with alarm bells, and he hurriedly ordered Jiaying to climb up quickly. But at this moment, the sea surface below Jiaying suddenly became like boiling water, and countless tentacles suddenly sprang out like ghosts, attacking Jiaying fiercely. One tentacle tightly wrapped around the strange pole and swept towards Jiaying with the force of thunder. Seeing the danger coming, Jiaying swiftly deflected at the critical moment and narrowly avoided the fierce attack. But the 2 tentacles that followed quickly wrapped around its hind claws like lightning. In a flash, Gavin held the reins tightly with one hand to prevent himself from falling off the dragon's back, and with the other hand he decisively swung out a blazing flame at the 2 tentacles. Jiaying was also completely enraged. It madly sprayed dragon flames at the tentacles below. The intense high temperature made the tentacles make a sizzling sound, as if they were fat meat being roasted in flames. The dragon flame hit the sea surface, the sea water evaporated instantly, and a large amount of steam surged up, covering the entire scene in a white sea. The sea monster was burned by the dragon flames and let out a painful groan. The sound echoed on the sea, which was creepy. But it still did not loosen its tentacles. Instead, it pulled Jiaying even harder, trying to pull it into the endless darkness underwater. Jiaying flapped his wings desperately, using all his strength in each flap, trying to break free from the sea monster's control. The dragon blood in its abdomen continued to spill, and the pain and being trapped made the dragon flame in its mouth never stop, as if it wanted to burn the sea monster to ashes. But the sea monster under the water seemed to possess even more powerful strength. No matter how Jiaying struggled, he could not break free from the iron-like restraints. Instead, Jiaying's height kept decreasing. Then, several more tentacles with dragon flames rolled towards Jiaying's hind claws again. What was even worse was that a tentacle rolled up the strange pole and smashed into Jiaying's head with the force of a mountain. The controlled Jiaying had no way to dodge, and only avoided the head, which was hit hard on the neck. This sudden heavy blow caused Jiaying to roar in extreme pain. The sound was full of pain and unwillingness. The dragon flame it spewed was forced to stop, and even its body was violently dragged into the water by the sea monster, like a falling star, smashing under the turbulent sea. Gavin's eyes widened as he saw this, and it seemed as if fire was about to burst out of his eyes. He suddenly pulled out the dawnbreaker, and in an instant, the sword was instantly filled with flames. The hot flames jumped and flickered on the sword, as if they were going to burn everything around them. Without hesitation, he loosened the chains that bound his body and leaped towards the evil pole that was attacking him again with a resolute attitude. The sharp Valyrian steel sword with the flame blade burst into a dazzling light the moment it touched the pole. The light was like the scorching sun in the sky, instantly cutting off the pole and its tentacles. Gavin also fell to the sea with the impact. Desire. Gavin in the air shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice full of anxiety and determination. As Gavin gave the order, flames first surged out of Jia Ying's injured abdomen, and then the flames squeezed out from the gaps in the dragon scales, as if countless nimble fire snakes were moving through its body. As the fiery shadow was bathed in fire, the tentacles covering its body were rapidly tightened by the high temperature. The tentacles, which were originally as thick as two adults hugging together, shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye they were reduced to only half their thickness. When Gavin approached a tentacle, he instantly pulled out his dagger and thrust it into the tentacle, hanging on the sea monster. However, before he could stabilize his body, the tentacle began to shake violently, as if it was in great pain. The sea monster, which was hiding deep underwater, suddenly jumped out of the water, raising a huge wave. Its huge body, with unparalleled power, smashed Jia Ying, who had not yet finished his fire bath, and Gavin into the water. The moment before falling into the water, Gavin made a quick decision, let go of the dagger, kicked the tentacles with all his strength, and jumped towards the direction of Jia Ying. With a puff sound, Gavin, who was still in the air, only felt a chill on his back and chest. Then, severe pain came like a tide, and he couldn't help but cough up a pool of blood. Looking down, he saw a sword tip suddenly appeared in front of his chest. He was pierced through the chest by a long sword from behind. Fortunately, the sword did not injure his heart. Suddenly, a cold and evil voice sounded in Gavin's ears. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Gavin Bellaris." Euron Greyjoy. Gavin immediately recognized the owner of the voice. This guy was indeed not dead, and the sea monster was also under his control. Obviously, he got all these from the ruins of Valeria. And this sea area was also a trap he made for himself. In the face of the crisis, the dragon heart in his body automatically started to work frantically and began to heal his wounds with all his strength. Gavin clearly felt that the magic power in his body was being consumed rapidly. At this rate, the magic power would be exhausted before the wounds healed, not to mention that the sword had not been drawn yet and the threat behind him had not been resolved. Gavin's mind moved, and he used the magic power of the dragon heart to repair his body and launched a counterattack. In an instant, surging flames gushed out from the wounds on his back and chest, and the flames were like a violent torrent, sweeping towards the enemy behind him. Ah! Euron Greyjoy obviously didn't expect Gavin to attack from behind with the help of his wound. Under the sudden burning of the flames, he immediately burst into a shrill scream. It was obvious that his resistance to fire was far inferior to that of his terrifying sea monster. The violent flames further tore the wound, and Gavin endured the severe pain and kicked Euron Greyjoy behind him. With the help of this reverse force, he successfully pulled out the long sword and jumped towards the blazing shadow in the water without hesitation. The consumption of underwater fire bath was undoubtedly several times more than usual. Coupled with the constant attacks of the sea monster and the previous injuries, Jia Ying was forced to end the fire bath state after barely breaking free from the sea monster. In fact, its body had not yet fully recovered, and the moment Gavin landed on its back, it had already recovered into flesh and blood. Gavin hit Jia Ying's back hard, and the dawn in his hand fell into the vast sea under this violent collision. Enduring the extreme discomfort brought by the dizziness, Gavin immediately grabbed the dragon scales tightly, as if he had grabbed the last straw to save his life. Blazing Shadow understood and immediately flew into the air. Gavin turned his head to look at Euron Greyjoy, and what he saw was an extremely terrifying monster. His body was covered with dense scales, and his arms were long gone, replaced by several tentacles that made people's scalps tingle. There were several tentacles wrapped around a dagger in the right hand. These tentacles seemed to be able to firmly grasp the suction cups on the sea monster, allowing Euron Greyjoy to hang firmly on the sea monster. Euron Greyjoy was also staring at Gavin, his scaly face showing a sinister sneer. He slowly took out a horn from behind him. The horn was incomplete and even missing a piece. It was milky white and made of the bones of some mysterious animal. There were scarlet mysterious runes engraved on it. The dragon's horn. Gavin's heart tightened. Although he had never seen the real thing, but only heard the legend about it, but combined with the fact that the other party had been to the ruins of Valeria, the horn in Euron Greyjoy's hand was self-evident. There are rumors that the Dragon King of ancient Valeria used the dragon horn to summon dragons, and there are also rumors that blowing the dragon horn can control the dragons. But no matter what the dragon horn does, in all rumors, the price of blowing it is death, and every time the Dragon King blows it, several slaves will die. At this time, it was too late for Gavin to stop Euron. He could only watch him put the horn into his mouth and blew it hard. Woo! As Euron blew the horn, it was as if a thunderbolt broke through the silent sky. The majestic and deep sound was like the roar of an ancient beast, with a power that shook people's hearts. Gavin felt nothing, but the blazing shadow beneath him suddenly stopped moving and began to struggle violently in the air, flapping its wings hard, trying to keep its balance. Gavin also felt that the connection between him and Chia Ying was gradually weakening, and the Chia Ying's emotions that he could feel in his heart were disappearing. As the connection weakened, Gavin felt a splitting headache, and just when he was about to faint from the pain, the panel suddenly appeared in Gavin's eyes. Type: Demon Dragon, Fiery Shadow. Rank: High. Ability: Dragon Flame, breathes magical flames that have the effect of breaking magic. Fire Bath, body turns into flames, immune to fire and physical damage, can heal injuries when the body is restored, consumes a huge amount of magic power. Possession: the elemental flame is compressed and can be integrated into the host's body, enhancing the host's magic power and control over flames. The illusory words about blazing shadow on the panel began to flash wildly, as if a fierce storm was raging in it. It seemed that a thrilling and fierce battle had taken place between the panel and the dragon's horn. As the frequency of the flashing words continued to decrease, the connection between Gavin and blazing shadow began to slowly strengthen, and the unbearable headache gradually eased. Obviously, in this duel, the panel had an absolute advantage over the dragon's horn. After struggling violently, Chia Ying finally managed to steady himself despite the difficulty. Gavin, who suffered both mental and physical injuries, collapsed on the back of the Chia Ying dragon in an extremely weak state. His consciousness became increasingly blurred, and only one hand subconsciously grasped the dragon scales tightly. Chia Ying sensed Gavin's condition and let out several roars filled with worry and anger. The sound kept echoing in the sky, as if announcing its urgency to the whole world. At the same time, several sea monster tentacles stretched out of the water again, one of which was holding the last strange pole. Sensing the danger, Chia Ying immediately climbed higher and kept trying to communicate with Gavin mentally. Not getting a response from Gavin, the blazing shadow suddenly rushed towards the sea of smoke, and in the blink of an eye its huge body disappeared in the mist. Euron Greyjoy, who put down the dragon's horn, hunched over in pain. Obviously, blowing the dragon's horn was not without cost. Even though it had become tattered, the price still caused great damage to his monstrous body. After a moment, Euron, who had gradually recovered, stood up and looked at the blazing shadow flying towards the ruins. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. At this time, one of the sea monster's tentacles slowly emerged from the water. It had been burned by the dragon's flames and was covered with scars. Countless mucus kept oozing out of the wounds, as if telling of the pain it was suffering. The tentacle slowly approached Euron Greyjoy, and a Valyrian steel sword was seen stuck in the tentacle, which was Gawain's dawn. Euron Greyjoy stretched out several tentacles on his right arm, wrapped around the sword like flexible snakes, and pulled it out. After looking at the Valyrian steel sword in his hand, he snorted coldly, stretched out the tentacles of his left arm and tightly attached them to the sea monster, making a strange cry. The sea monster seemed to understand his command, and slowly sank into the sea with Euron Greyjoy, chasing after Gavin. The blazing shadow that entered the mist was like a stone thrown into the water, causing huge waves. Countless horrifying roars came from the depths of the Valyrian ruins. Those unknown monsters seemed to sense the giant dragon that had escaped from the ruins, and they were eager to share its flesh and blood. The Chia Ying seemed to sense the danger, but it still flew towards the depths of the ruins by instinct. The only safe place it could think of was its birthplace, the ruins of the Belaris family located deep in the volcano. Chapter 229. Above the sea of smoke, blazing shadow was flying with difficulty. Its huge body seemed extremely fragile in the wind, swaying on the verge of collapse, like a leaf that could be blown away by the wind at any time. Every time it flaps its wings, it is a huge torture for Chia Ying. The wound on its abdomen was torn and its scales were broken due to the previous attack by the sea monster. At this time, it was violently cracking with the flapping of its wings. The blood continued to gush out and could not be stopped. The wounds in other parts of the body were also unable to bear the heavy burden. Under the force generated by the flapping of the wings, they split open again and blood splattered out from the wounds. The blood gathered in the air to form a long blood stain, like a blood-colored ribbon that slowly floated in the wind, extending along the flight path of Chia Ying. Finally, blazing shadow flew over the continent and officially entered the Valyrian ruins area. The sky here seemed to be covered by a thick grey curtain, and the dense fog was even thicker, like a bunch of cotton candy piled up together, making it impossible to see the scenery in the distance. The dense fog was filled with an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, and it was also full of dangerous atmosphere, as if hiding countless unknown horrors. Suddenly, a terrifying roar was heard in the silent fog. The sound was like a thunder, breaking the original silence. Suddenly, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the fog on the right and attacked Jiaying. The shadow was moving extremely fast, like a streak of black lightning, leaving a blurry trail in the thick fog. The air currents it created stirred up the surrounding thick fog into chaos. As the black shadow approached, a strong sense of oppression came over him, making Jiaying feel greatly threatened. Although this monster was only half the size of Jiaying, it looked ferocious and terrifying. Its body was covered with a layer of black scales, and its head was similar to that of a crocodile, with sharp fangs, each as long as an arm. The surface of its wings was covered with a tough film, which was covered with intricate blood vessels that could be faintly seen in the weak light. When the monster stared at Jiaying, its eyes were filled with endless murderous intent and desire for prey. As the monster approached quickly, Jiaying's eyes, which had been a little dull due to pain, suddenly became sharp, and it keenly sensed the approaching danger. Without any hesitation, Jiaying immediately opened his bloody mouth and spewed dragon flames at the monster. The blazing dragon flame was like a surging pillar of fire, sweeping towards the monster with overwhelming force. The flames burned violently in the air, and wherever they went, the air became distorted as if it was ignited. The monster was instantly enveloped by the dragon flames. Its black scales began to turn red under the burning flames, making a sizzling sound, as if it were an iron plate being roasted over fire. The monster let out a strange cry of pain, and the sound echoed in the smoke-filled air, making people shudder. However, the pain from the high-temperature burning did not seem to make the monster retreat, but instead angered it even more. Its eyes became even more blood-red, revealing a kind of crazy ferocity, and regardless of the injuries it suffered from the dragon's flames, it still rushed towards Jiaying desperately. Jiaying endured the severe pain from the wound, and at the moment when the monster was about to pounce, Jiaying cleverly avoided the attack. At the moment of avoiding, Jiaying's powerful hind claws stretched out like lightning, accurately grasped the monster, and the sharp claws pierced deeply into the monster's body. The monster was caught by this sudden grab, and its body suddenly paused. Then, Jiaying stopped spitting dragon flames. It bit the monster's wings fiercely and tore them hard, tearing the monster's wings apart in an instant. The monster let out a shrill scream, its body lost balance, and after struggling for a few times in the air, it fell downwards and soon disappeared into the clouds. At the same time, more terrifying screams came from the fog, one after another. Jiaying immediately flew hard towards the direction of the dragon's lair. Suddenly, a monster rushed out from under Jiaying like a black lightning. Its target was clear, and it went straight towards the injured part of Jiaying's abdomen. At this time, the wound on his abdomen seriously affected Jiaying's ability to move, and he was unable to completely avoid the sudden impact. However, at the moment of impact, Jiaying showed a strong fighting instinct. Its powerful hind claws reacted quickly in the air, holding the monster tightly like a pair of pliers. During the fight between the two in the air, Jiaying did not bite the monster directly, but opened his mouth wide with flames surging in his mouth. Immediately afterwards, a stream of blazing dragon flame gushed out of its mouth again. The dragon flame swept towards the nearby monster like a roaring beast. The monster was wrapped in dragon flames, and its body was quickly burned in the high-temperature flames. It screamed miserably and struggled desperately in the flames, trying to break free. But the power of the dragon flames was too strong. After struggling for a while, the monster's body gradually lost strength and finally fell downwards. Hearing the terrifying screams getting closer, Jiaying didn't care about his weakness, and flapped his wings forcefully, flying towards the dragon's lair frantically. Finally, the outline of a volcano emerged faintly in the distance. Its huge mountain body was looming in the mist, like a sleeping giant, exuding an aura that was familiar to Jiaying. As they got closer to the volcano, the entrance to the dragon's lair became clearer, but the roar behind them was also approaching quickly. Just when Jiaying was about to be caught up by the monster, he successfully rushed into the crater. When the monsters followed him into the dragon's lair, the magic power left by Bellaris was like an invisible flame, burning the monsters that entered the dragon's lair. The burning pain made them roar miserably, and then a horrible breath came from the depths of the dragon's lair. The monsters quickly flew away from the dragon's lair in fear, wandering outside unwillingly, making bursts of roars. One of the monsters seemed to be enraged by the pain caused by the burning, or perhaps attracted by its own kind, and it immediately bit the monster next to it. A fight broke out between the two monsters in an instant, and they tore each other with their claws and teeth. Blood splattered, and a brutal fight took place outside the dragon's cave. Gavin on the dragon's back had already woken up from the violent turbulence of the battle. His consciousness gradually returned in the pain and chaos, but it was followed by a tearing pain. The wound seemed to be pierced by countless hot needles at the same time. Every vibration was accompanied by unbearable pain. It felt like the body was torn apart and pieced together again, but not completely healed. Breathing became rapid and difficult. Every breath was like pulling a rusty bellows. The tingling sensation in the lungs made it almost impossible for him to breathe smoothly. Although the heart of the dragon played a role at the critical moment, stopping the bleeding for him and preventing him from falling into a more dangerous situation due to excessive blood loss. However, the hideous wound was still shocking. Due to the exhaustion of magic power, the wound repair process came to a standstill. The skin and tissue that should have gradually healed under the nourishment of magic power could only helplessly remain in the injured state at this moment, as if time had solidified at the wound. What's more serious is that Gavin's spirit and magic power were extremely consumed. It seemed that there was a storm raging in his mind, and his mental power was overdrawn, making him feel a deep sense of emptiness. This sense of emptiness was like a bottomless black hole, constantly devouring his consciousness, making him dizzy and his vision blurred. Every time he tried to concentrate, he would have a severe headache, as if his head was about to be torn apart. At this moment, his body was extremely weak and he could only lie limply on the dragon's back. His body was swaying in the wind. If he had not held on to the dragon scales tightly, he would have fallen off the dragon's back. Soon, Jia Ying finally flew over the lava lake where Belarus's skull was. Below, the magma in the lava lake was rolling, and hot bubbles kept coming out, emitting suffocating high temperatures. Without any hesitation, Jia Ying dove into the lake like a falling meteor. The boiling magma instantly enveloped it. However, the magical thing was that the magma seemed to have a special healing effect on dragons. Jia Ying's originally rapid and heavy breathing gradually stabilized after contacting the magma. Its injured body seemed to slowly recover its strength under the nourishment of the magma. Jia Ying, go over there! Gavin shouted weakly. His voice seemed very weak in this hot environment, but Jia Ying still heard his command. Jia Ying supported his weak body and slowly moved in the magma, approaching the center of the magma. As he got close to Belarus's skull, Gavin endured the severe pain and used his last bit of strength to roll off the dragon's back. His body arced through the air and landed on Belarus's skull. As his body came into contact with the dragon bone, a gentle magic power slowly entered his body from the dragon bone. This magic power was like a clear spring, nourishing his dried-up magic power source. The dragon heart seemed to have been supplied and began to work hard to repair Gavin's injuries. Gavin could feel a warmth coming from his wounds. The wounds that were originally unrepairable began to heal slowly under the effect of this magic power. His spirit gradually recovered. Although his body was still weak, he was no longer on the verge of collapse as before. Half a day passed before Gavin managed to get up with the nourishment of dragon bone magic. He subconsciously touched the skin on his chest, where there used to be a hideous wound. Although it had now healed under the combined effects of the dragon heart and the dragon bone magic, he could still feel a dull pain in the wound. At this moment, he felt extremely weak, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. He immediately turned his gaze to the Jia Ying standing beside him, his heart filled with worry. He slowly walked towards the Jia Ying and checked its injuries, and the scene before him made his heart tighten. The dragon scales on Jia Ying's abdomen were broken into pieces, and the flesh and blood were all over the place. In some places, even white bones could be seen. Feeling Gavin approaching, Jia Ying slowly raised his head and looked at him, making a few low noises in his throat, as if responding to Gavin. Gavin gently put his head close to its dragon kiss, trying to comfort it in this way. He could feel Jia Ying's pain and weakness, just like himself. Gavin smiled helplessly. He knew that even with the help of magma, it would be difficult for Jia Ying to recover to his original state in a short time. However, Jia Ying could easily deal with the monsters outside now, so he should not have to worry about food. But he himself is in some trouble. He is extremely weak now and does not have enough food to replenish his strength. He might really have to eat monsters with Jia Ying in order to survive. Gavin took 2 steps back and slowly lay down on the dragon bone. The warm magic power from the dragon bone was like a trickle, constantly flowing into his body, giving his tired body and mind some comfort. At this rate, he would be able to fully recover in one day. Gavin closed his eyes and began to think about his current situation. The prophecy that Melisandre had spoken involuntarily emerged in his mind. Originally, he had always thought that the threat would come from the thousand-faced god. After all, the two sides had been fighting to the death. Gavin had destroyed 2 temples of the thousand-faced god, and the thousand-faced god had never stopped killing Gavin. However, he never expected that the real threat was actually Euron Greyjoy. Euron Greyjoy, just like his nickname the Evil Eye, is evil in every way. Not only did he miraculously survive the ruins of Valyria, he also obtained the terrifying sea monster and the dragon horn, and even transformed himself into a horrifying half-human, half-monster. There is no doubt that the dragon horn was obtained from the ruins of Valyria. But what about the sea monster? Where does it come from? Gavin frowned, deep in thought. Suddenly, he remembered Euron Greyjoy's crazy words before the sinking of the silence. At that time, he just thought it was the crazy ravings of a dying man in despair, but now it seems that things may not be that simple. Perhaps Euron really saw the drowned god. If the drowned god really exists and is related to sea monsters. Thinking of this, Gavin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Inertial thinking is really killing people. He has always focused on the red god Arhiller, who showed great power in the original plot. The other party's prophecies, plans, and various miracles displayed by resurrection made him dare not underestimate this god in the slightest. In addition, there are the Green Prophet and the Thousand-Faced God, both of which keep him alert at all times. However, he ignored those gods who seemed to do nothing in the original plot, such as the Drowned God, the Seven Gods, and many other gods. They never showed strong power in the original plot, which made Gavin never take them seriously in his subconscious. But now, the appearance of Euron Greyjoy and the possible connection he showed with the Drowned God made Gavin realize what a serious mistake he had made. He can no longer use the original plot as a reference standard, and must be cautious of all the mysterious forces in this world, with the White Walkers being the first to bear the brunt. Chapter 230. Hatching and the Red Comet. Crack, a crisp and sudden shattering sound suddenly broke Gavin's meditation. The sound clearly came from the Drogon dragon egg he always carried with him. Gavin was startled and hurriedly reached out to carefully take the dragon egg out of the bag. At this time, clearly visible cracks had appeared on the shell of the dragon egg, as if it had been quietly drawn by an invisible hand, and there were even faint signs of hatching. Seeing this scene, Gavin's mind suddenly flashed with the contents recorded on the stone tablet at the entrance of the ruins. The reason why the Belleris family built the dragon cave here is largely because this magical magma lake has the unique effect of nurturing dragon eggs. As long as the dragon egg is placed on this magma lake, it will never become a lifeless fossil. It seems that this effect also applies to this dragon egg. Gavin thought to himself. Then, he immediately concentrated his mind, mobilized the little magic power in his body, and slowly input it into the dragon egg. At the same time, he habitually opened the panel and checked it carefully. Gavin immediately mobilized the little magic power in his body and input it into the dragon egg, and opened the panel to check. Host, Gavin Belleris. Age, 18, bloodline blood and fire dragonborn, developed 89% blood of the Dragon King, possesses the ability to control dragons and flames, has fire resistance, and has the heart of the dragon. Domination. 85-89ths, your slaves can be upgraded via the panel. 53 primary blood dragon guards, blood witch puppets made with dragon blood, can be advanced twice. 20 high-level blood dragon guards, can no longer be upgraded. 1 adult dragons, magical creatures made of blood and fire that cannot be advanced. 6 baby dragons, magical creatures made of blood and fire, unable to advance in infancy. 5 dragon eggs, unhatched baby dragons, hatchable. Skill Fire Mastery, Legend Sword Art, Legend Sunblade, Legend Bow, Legend Lance, Legend Energy Points, 360, obtained by automatically absorbing the magic power floating around, or actively absorbing magic power. Suddenly, Gavin's eyes were attracted by a change on the panel. He was surprised to find that the number of dragon eggs had increased from 5 to 6, which undoubtedly meant that he had successfully established a connection with the dragon egg in his hand. As he continued to input magic power into the dragon egg, the cracks on the dragon egg became more and more numerous, just like cracks on dry land spreading under the scorching sun. Finally, a small black head broke the eggshell with force and slowly drilled out. The baby dragon did not immediately break free from the dragon egg, but opened its black gemstone eyes and looked at Gavin curiously. The man and the dragon just stared at each other quietly. A gentle smile appeared on Gavin's face, and then he gently squeezed the dragon egg, and the remaining eggshell completely broke apart. A baby dragon covered with black scales and with blood-red wing membranes appeared intact in front of him. Gavin carefully observed the howling little creature in his hand and found that its image was slightly different from the Drogon he knew. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, the things in the original plot can only be used as a reference and cannot be completely relied upon. Suddenly, Gavin keenly sensed that the magic in the surrounding environment, which was originally as calm as a sleeping beast, began to surge like an enraged beast. It felt like the calm surface of the water a second ago was suddenly swept by a violent storm, and the waves were turbulent. The magical magma lake seemed to be driven by some powerful force and began to roll violently. Hot magma bubbles emerged frantically, making a gurgling sound, as if it was roaring in pain. Even the skull of Bellerus on which he stood began to sway slowly, as if shaken by an invisible hand. Feeling this sudden change in magical power, Gavin was shocked. He made a prompt decision and jumped onto the back of Jiaying as fast as possible with the young dragon in his hand. He knew very well that no place was as safe as the dragon's back. The young dragon seemed to have sensed the drastic change in magic power. It twisted its body restlessly and roared continuously. Jiaying also felt the approaching danger, and it slowly crawled towards the shore. What happened? Why did the magic suddenly surge? Was it the dragon's lair or the ruins? Gavin was confused, like a tangled mess, and couldn't figure it out. He looked around anxiously and checked carefully. The dragon cave where he was filled with the magic left by Bellerus. This magic merged with the magma, like a vast and boundless magic lake, with a staggering amount and extremely strong power, as if an invincible magic emperor ruled this area. Because of the existence of this magic power, the dragon's lair and the Valyrian ruins outside seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier, becoming two completely different worlds. The magical environment here still retains the mysterious and powerful state of the ancient Valyria period, like a magical treasure house forgotten by time. Any magic power cast here will not be weakened in the slightest, just like the mysterious land of Asai in the legend. Gavin quickly scanned the dragon's lair. However, he did not find anything of value. He could only watch as the surge of magic power became more and more intense, like a sea about to be hit by a storm. The magma lake was like being stirred by an invisible giant hand, rolling up turbulent waves. The hot magma rolled and surged in the waves, emitting a suffocating high temperature. Could this volcano erupt? Such a thought suddenly flashed through Gavin's mind. Then, he slowly shook his head and denied his guess. According to the records on the stone tablet, this volcano has never erupted since the Bellerus family discovered this place. It is like a sleeping giant, quietly guarding this mysterious land, and has never shown any violent side. Suddenly, Gavin had an idea and he looked at the screaming dragon in his hand. Could it be because of its birth? Gavin guessed secretly. This possibility seems very high. After all, the surge of magic power began from the moment the young dragon appeared. Just like a stone was thrown into a calm lake, ripples appeared instantly, and the magic power of the entire environment was stirred up. The word magic tide suddenly appeared in Gavin's mind without warning. He remembered that in the original plot, Daenerys brought about the magic tide at the moment of hatching the dragon egg, and a red comet appeared in the sky, representing the return of magic. The baby dragon in front of him was the most special one among the 3 dragon eggs owned by Daenerys. Jiaying, stay here and watch it. I'll go outside and take a look. Gavin whispered to Jiaying. Then, he carefully placed the young dragon on the ground and walked quickly out of the dragon cave. He was secretly thinking in his heart, intending to verify his guess. Although the sky of the Valyrian ruins is always dark and gloomy, it is not necessarily impossible to see the legendary red comet. After hearing Gavin's order, Jiaying responded to Gavin with a low roar. Its 2 eyes, like huge lanterns, stared closely at the young dragon in front of it. Surprisingly, facing such a powerful gaze from the blazing shadow, the black young dragon did not seem to be afraid. Instead, it straightened its chest and let out a provocative roar, which was in stark contrast to the other young dragons that trembled at the sight of the blazing shadow. Considering Jiaying's injuries, it was obviously unrealistic to go to the crater. Gavin quickly planned the route in his mind. He thought of the artificial passage he had taken when he first came here, and remembered that there was a section in the middle that could reach the bottom of the volcano. There was a huge crack there, through which he could see the grey sky outside. Perhaps he could find the answer he wanted there. After a while, Gavin walked to the bottom of the empty volcano. Above, the huge crater was like the open mouth of a giant beast. He slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky over the Valyrian ruins was as dark and gloomy as always. The heavy haze seemed like a veil that could never be dispelled, covering this mysterious and dangerous land. However, the scenery today was not as peaceful as usual. At the entrance of the cave, several monsters were engaged in a brutal fight. They were madly baring their teeth and claws, and their sharp teeth and claws collided with each other, making a creepy crackling sound. Blood splashed in the air, like a blooming evil flower, and fell on the ground, forming patches of dark red blood. They roared, and the sound echoed in the empty cave, as if it was a roar from hell. Gavin knew in his heart that these monsters could not enter here. He took a deep breath, suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, and then ignored the monsters. Instead, he stood there quietly, staring at the grey sky intently, as if the answer he was looking for was hidden above the gloomy sky. After a moment, Gavin's brows slightly frowned, and his eyes revealed a hint of helplessness. Looking up at the sky from this angle, his vision was greatly restricted, just like a frog trapped at the bottom of a well, only able to see a small circular piece of sky at the mouth of the well, and the range of the sky that could be seen was extremely limited. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and a look of hesitation flashed across his face. Going out meant facing unknown dangers, and it seemed unwise to take such a risk just to verify a guess. He was well aware of his current situation. Once he left Jia Ying's protection, his own strength would be unable to deal with even the smallest of those monsters. After a brief thought, he decided to stay in a relatively safe place. Suddenly, Gavin's eyes were attracted by the sky on one side of the crater, where a faint red light was glowing. He was startled, and without thinking too much, he quickly climbed up a distance with his hands and feet. During the climbing process, he tried to adjust his angle so that he could see the source of the red light more clearly. Finally, he saw a slowly falling red meteor. The meteor was like a burning gem, with a long red tail, like a blazing flame cutting through the grey and gloomy sky. Its light was particularly dazzling in this dim environment, and it was very similar to the red comet that appeared in the original plot in Gavin's memory, both in color and in the shocking momentum. Gavin's heart suddenly tightened, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. He knew that this meant that the birth of the dragon had triggered a tide of magic, just like when Daenerys hatched the dragon egg. No wonder this dragon egg was different. This explained why it was the most difficult to hatch. He stood there quietly for a while, his eyes following the red meteor all the time. He slowly withdrew his gaze until the red meteor gradually disappeared in the grey sky and was no longer visible. Then he let out a breath, turned around and returned to the dragon's lair along the same path he came. When he returned to the dragon's lair, he found Jia Ying lying on the ground staring at the baby dragon, while the baby dragon was crawling around curiously on the ground, seemingly full of interest in everything around it. The lava lake in the distance was still surging and rolling, and it would probably be difficult to calm down in a short time. Gavin walked over and gently picked up the baby dragon. The baby dragon twisted its body slightly in his arms, as if it was not used to this new environment. Gavin closed his eyes and concentrated his mind. He found that the young dragon could accurately follow his simple commands. However, since it was still so young, it was difficult for it to respond to him on a psychic level like the blazing shadow. Gavin then opened the panel to check the status of the young dragon. The panel clearly showed type, dragon, unnamed, rank, young dragon, advanced, ability. Dragon flame, breathes magical flames that have the effect of breaking magic. Soon, Gavin discovered something unusual while checking the panel. This newly born dragon had the ability to advance, which had never happened to any dragon before. Could it be related to the place where it was born? Gavin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He repeatedly thought about various possibilities in his mind, but after thinking for a while, he still couldn't come up with a reasonable reason. He carefully checked the information about the baby dragon's advancement on the panel again and found that 200 energy points were needed for advancement. This number really surprised him because it was twice the energy required for the Blazing Shadow's advancement. The Blazing Shadow could be bathed in fire and possessed once it advanced. Gavin was very curious about what abilities the baby dragon could gain with 200 energy points. Since his bloodline had not been able to be upgraded, Gavin had accumulated a full 360 energy points, so it was not a difficult task for him to advance this young dragon. Chapter 231. Bail Ryan. Gavin lightly clicked on the advancement button, and at that moment, the young dragon suddenly roared. The sound was sharp and loud, as if it was a response to some unknown power. It began to struggle violently, trying to break free from Gavin's control. Seeing this, Gavin let go of his hand, and the dragonfly flew into the air after being freed. Jiaying also noticed the abnormality immediately, and its huge eyes stared at the young dragon, revealing doubt in its eyes. The young dragon kept flying and roaring in the dragon cave. Its figure was like a black lightning, quickly shuttling in the narrow space, bringing up a whistling wind. Suddenly, the dragonfly seemed to be driven by some powerful force and rushed towards the boiling magma lake. Gavin didn't even have time to make any movement to stop it, and could only watch the dragonfly fall straight into the magma lake. As the dragonlet fell straight into the lava lake, something magical happened. The magma lake that was originally rolling and boiling, as if an invisible big hand pressed the stop button, began to slowly stop rolling and gradually fell into calm. The hot magma bubbles no longer emerged crazily, and the entire magma lake seemed to be tamed in an instant, returning to its former tranquility. Watching the young dragon disappear into the lava lake, Gavin's heart instantly rose to his throat. He stared at the lake without blinking, revealing a trace of worry in his eyes. After all, the young dragon's resistance to high temperatures was not very high. He just stood there quietly, and time seemed to become extremely long at this moment, passing by every second. However, there was no sign of the baby dragon coming out, and apart from a few ripples caused by the baby dragon falling into the lake, there was no other movement. Gavin couldn't help but frown, his worry growing stronger. If the panel hadn't shown that the young dragon was still advancing, Gavin would have worried that something had happened to it. At the same time, Gavin keenly noticed that the concentration of magic power that originally filled the dragon's cave began to decrease. This decline is extremely subtle, just like the fine sand in an hourglass, leaking out slowly one grain at a time. A trace of doubt arose in his heart, wondering whether the decrease in magic concentration was related to the young dragon entering the magma lake. Seeing that the lava lake had calmed down, the fiery shadow raised its huge head and let out a low roar. The sound echoed in the dragon's lair, conveying to Gavin that it was eager to return to the lava to continue healing. Gavin walked gently to Jiaying and stroked its neck gently. He nodded slightly. Seeing this, Jiaying slowly walked towards the lava lake until the hot lava gradually submerged its body, leaving only half of its body still soaking on the lake, like an island standing in the lava lake. Gavin found a place to sit on the side of the dragon's lair, waiting for the young dragon to advance and blazing shadow to recover. His thoughts gradually turned to the problem that had been bothering him before, the inability to increase the strength of his bloodline. Now, a magical tide has erupted in the world, magic has begun to return, and the dragon cave environment where he is will not restrict his improvement. Gavin's eyes were fixed on the part about bloodline improvement on the panel. Before, no matter how hard he tried, the improvement of bloodline always stagnated and could not reach 90%. But now seemed to be a rare opportunity. The next day, Gavin finally increased his bloodline strength to 95% after he had used up all his energy points. At this time, Gavin was forced to sit back on Belarus's dragon bone. While trying hard to absorb the magic power emanating from the dragon bone, he tried to continue to increase the strength of his bloodline. However, the speed of absorbing magic power was too slow, far less than the speed of consumption, which made him feel helpless. Gavin slowly opened the panel and checked the bloodline column. Bloodline blood and fire dragonborn, developed 95% blood of the Dragon King, possesses the ability to control dragons and flames, has fire resistance, and has the heart of the dragon. He found that up to now, apart from a certain improvement in his physical fitness, no new abilities had emerged. Gavin couldn't help but guess that perhaps new abilities would only emerge after the bloodline was raised to 100%. Suddenly, Gavin felt the keel he was sitting on began to shake violently. He was startled and stood up to check the situation. He saw that the magma lake also began to fluctuate significantly, the lake water continued to boil and roll, and the hot magma bubbles emerged crazily, making a gurgling sound. Gavin did not dare to delay at all. He quickly came to the shore and stared at the lava lake. He secretly guessed that the young dragon should have completed its advancement and would soon come out of the lava. At this time, the magic power in the dragon cave was less than half of its original strength. As Belarus's magic power weakened, its deterrent effect on monsters continued to decline. Gavin could even clearly hear the roars of monsters outside. Those monsters had already entered the volcano, but because there was still some breath left in the dragon's lair, they did not dare to approach here easily. Suddenly, the surface of the lava lake seemed to be pressed down by an invisible giant hand, and the surface of the lake sank suddenly. Then, a black dragon emerged from the lake like a flash of black lightning. It was the dragon that Gavin had hatched before. Its appearance had changed dramatically. It was now more than 10 meters long, a world of difference compared to before. Its scales were as black as ink, gleaming with a mysterious luster in the dim dragon's lair, as if condensed from the deepest darkness. Its wing membranes were even more blood-red, and that bright color was like burning blood, which was terrifying. After it emerged from the lava lake, it let out a huge roar towards the top of the dragon cave. The sound was like a thunder, echoing in the dragon cave, shaking the surrounding air slightly. Then, a stream of black dragon flames spurted out from its mouth. The black dragon flames were like a roaring black beast, with unparalleled high temperature and powerful force. Wherever it went, it seemed that even the space was distorted. Seeing this, Jia Ying slowly moved his huge body and circled around it. He looked at the black dragon with doubts in his eyes. He could clearly feel that this was the little guy from yesterday, but he didn't expect that the other party would suddenly become so big. "Come here!" Gavin ordered loudly, his voice echoing in the dragon cave, drowning out the roar of the black dragon. The sound startled the black dragon, which was venting its emotions, and it immediately stopped spraying dragon flames, and then slowly crouched towards Gavin in obedience. Although its movements were huge, they seemed very well behaved. When the black dragon approached, Gavin gently stroked its dragon snout with his hand. At that moment, a familiar connection appeared in his heart. This connection was different from the tacit understanding between him and Jia Ying, but a new and vibrant connection, as if there was a special bond between him and the black dragon. Gavin's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a relieved smile. He quickly opened the panel and eagerly checked the status of the black dragon. Type: Dragon, Unnamed, Level, Intermediate, Advanced, Ability. Black Flame, extremely hot dragon flame that can fuse steel and rock. Gluttony, eating can speed up body growth. Black Scale, Dragon Scale Defense Enhanced. Looking at these abilities on the panel, Gavin couldn't help but sigh at the black dragon's power after its advancement. Although it doesn't have the ability to bathe in fire and possess like the Blazing Shadow, its enhanced abilities are more inclined towards combat. Stronger dragon flames, a larger body, and stronger defense all give it a great advantage in combat. Gavin speculated that when it reaches the size of Blazing Shadow, even the dragon hunting crossbow would not be able to penetrate its scales, and it could continue to advance, so its future potential would be limitless. The black dragon flame reminded Gavin of the Black Death Balryan in the records. The appearance of the black dragon was very similar to the former Black Death Balryan, whether it was the black scales or the huge body, it seemed like the reincarnation of the Black Death Balryan. After thinking for a moment, Gavin said with a firm look, "From today on, I will call you Balryan." "Hiss." Balryan responded to Gawain with a deep roar that evidently accepted the name, and the sound echoed through the dragon's lair, as if announcing its new name to the entire dragon's lair. Suddenly, a strange cry was heard from a cave. The sound was sharp and piercing, echoing in the cave, making people feel nervous. "Those monsters are coming in." Before Gavin could react, Blazing Shadow and Balryan responded with roars. Blazing Shadow's roar was low and powerful, like thunder coming from the depths of the earth, with an irresistible majesty. Balryan's roar was more immature, but full of wildness and fighting spirit, like a fledgling but unafraid little beast. Then, a monster slowly crawled out of the shadow of the cave and entered the dragon cave. This monster was the same as the one that attacked Jia Ying before, but it was less than half the size of Jia Ying, but it still looked very ferocious. As soon as it entered the dragon's lair, it pounced on Jia Ying without hesitation, obviously considering the injured Jia Ying as its primary target. It crawled very fast, raising a cloud of dust on the ground. Seeing this, Jia Ying was about to spit out dragon flames, but saw Balryan pounce on him like a black lightning. It mistook this monster, which was twice its size, as its prey. After all, it had not eaten anything since it hatched from its shell yesterday, and it was extremely hungry at the moment. Balryan's movements were swift and decisive. He opened his huge mouth and bit the monster's neck, his sharp teeth deeply embedded in the monster's flesh. His teeth were like black steel needles, tightly locking the monster's vital parts, making it impossible for the monster to break free. The monster let out a scream of pain that echoed through the dragon's lair, making people's blood run cold as it struggled desperately to break free from Balryan's grasp. It swung its claws and grabbed Balryan's body. Its claws flashed cold light in the air, and with great force, it scratched several bloody marks on Balryan's black scales. Although these bloodstains did not cause any substantial harm to Balryan, they also showed the monster's ferocity. Balryan was not afraid at all. He shook his head vigorously and threw away the monster, which was twice his size. The monster fell heavily to the ground. The moment it landed, the ground shook slightly and raised a cloud of dust. Before it could stand up, Bale Ryan pounced on it again, and his claws grabbed the monster's back fiercely, crushing the monster's scales. Its claws were like sharp blades, easily piercing through the monster's scales and piercing into its flesh. The monster roared in pain again, its body trembling under Bale Ryan's attack, blood flowing from the wound, forming a small pool of blood on the ground. At this time, Gavin saw that although Bale Ryan was brave, he was still young and might be injured. "Jia Ying, go and help!" He immediately ordered Jia Ying to help. After receiving the order, Jia Ying quickly moved to the side of the monster. It opened its bloody mouth and a stream of hot dragon flames gushed out. The dragon flames were like a roaring beast, sweeping towards the monster. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, and the air was distorted wherever it went. The monster was instantly wrapped in the dragon flames, and its body was quickly burned in the high-temperature flames, and it let out a shrill scream. Its body kept moving in the flames, trying to escape from the terrible flames. But the dragon flames covered too much, and it could not get rid of the shackles of the flames, and could only suffer in the flames. Bale Ryan took the opportunity to attack again. He bit the monster's abdomen and tore it hard. His teeth bit the monster's flesh tightly and pulled it hard to both sides. Bale Ryan tore a big hole in the monster's abdomen, and internal organs and blood flowed out of the wound. Under the joint attack of Blazing Shadow and Bale Ryan, the monster quickly lost its ability to resist and fell to the ground and stopped moving. Bale Ryan immediately tore off the monster's flesh and began to devour it. It ate with relish, its eyes sparkling with satisfaction, and it was completely immersed in the joy of eating. Gavin felt the magic power around him, which was still slowly decreasing, like sand in an hourglass, flowing away unstoppably. He knew in his heart that he might not be able to stay in the dragon cave for long. Moreover, he did not bring much food with him. If he continued to stay here, he would not only face the danger of running out of magic power, but also the possibility of starvation. Jia Ying seemed to sense Gavin's intention to leave, and it slowly crouched towards Gavin, its huge body lying on the ground, motioning Gavin to go up. Gavin walked over, gently hugged Jia Ying's dragon kiss, closed his eyes, and carefully felt its state. He found that although Jia Ying's injuries had not recovered much, the magic power in his body had recovered a lot, and he could barely take a bath in fire. Gavin's heart immediately settled down. He knew that as long as Jia Ying could take a bath in fire, all his injuries could be healed in an instant. He immediately ordered Jia Ying to bathe in fire without hesitation. After a while, Jia Ying finished bathing in fire, and the broken scales and wounds on its abdomen disappeared. Its breathing became steady and powerful, but it seemed to be a little exhausted, so it could not bathe in fire again for a short time. Chapter 232. Euron's death. Gavin quickly turned over and rode on the back of Blazing Shadow. He shouted to Bale Ryan, who was still eating, and ordered him to follow him out of the dragon's lair. At this time, Bale Ryan had already stuffed a quarter of the monster into his stomach, but his round eyes still flickered with desire for food, as if he was not full yet. He raised his head and glanced at the remaining monster corpse on the ground reluctantly, as if he was saying goodbye to the delicious food. Then, it slowly spread its wings, trying to make it easier to take off. Following Gavin's order, Blazing Shadow's extremely broad wings suddenly spread out, like two huge sails. Then, it flapped its wings vigorously a few times, each time bringing up a strong airflow, which whizzed through the dragon's lair, making a whirring sound, as if the dragon's lair was seeing them off. The two dragons shuttled quickly in the cave of the dragon cave. Their figures were like two lightning bolts, streaking light and shadows in the dim cave. Soon, they reached the skylight at the bottom of the volcano. The place was filled with a pungent smell of blood. A monster was seen lying on the ground, madly biting the corpse of its own kind. Its hideous appearance was horrifying. Seeing the sudden appearance of one man and two dragons, it suddenly raised its head, let out a roar, and then rushed towards Gavin and the others desperately. Bale Ryan saw the monster rushing towards him and took the lead in attacking. It opened its bloody mouth and spurted out a mouthful of black dragon flame. The dragon flame was extremely hot, like a black torrent, instantly covering the monster. The monster was hit by the dragon flame and roared in pain, but it did not retreat, instead it rushed towards Bale Ryan even more frantically. Seeing this, Blazing Shadow quickly flew above Bale Ryan to provide him with cover. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide and a stream of blazing dragon flame poured down towards the monster. The two streams of dragon flame intertwined to form a sea of fire that completely submerged the monster. Under the burning of the dragon flame, the monster's body gradually became fragile. Jia Ying saw the opportunity and pounced on it. It grabbed the monster's body with its sharp claws and tore it apart vigorously. The monster's body was torn apart easily by Jia Ying, and blood and internal organs splattered in the air. "Let's go," Gavin said. After receiving the order, the two dragons immediately flapped their wings and flew towards the crater. Their figures quickly shuttled through the crater and soon passed through the crater and arrived at the Valyrian ruins outside. The sky was still extremely dark, as if a huge grey curtain covered the entire world. From time to time, eerie and terrifying screams could be heard from all around. The sounds came one after another, and it seemed that many monsters had been attracted to this area, which made people feel cold. Gavin keenly felt that the magic power in the air suddenly became active. The feeling was very obvious, completely different from the previous deadness. It was like a calm lake suddenly had a stone thrown into it, causing ripples. The magic power surged and jumped in the air, full of vitality and energy. "Is this the magic tide?" He couldn't help but mutter to himself, with a hint of doubt and thought in his eyes. However, at this moment, he had no time to seriously explore the mystery of the magic tide. He decisively ordered the two dragons to fly out of the ruins. Balerion immediately understood his intention and followed closely behind Blazing Shadow. The two dragons flew side by side in the sky. It was the first time for Balerion to soar in such a vast sky. He was so excited that he couldn't help but roar. The roar echoed in the silent sky, and it was likely to attract more monsters. Gavin saw this and quickly stopped it through telepathy. He knew that in this dangerous place, he had to keep a low profile. If more monsters were attracted, it would be troublesome. The two dragons were extremely fast, like a flash of lightning that cut through the sky. Before long, they flew over the sea of smoke. Suddenly, Jia Ying let out a low and angry roar, and clearly conveyed its emotions to Gavin. Gavin immediately understood what Jia Ying meant. He knew that Jia Ying had smelled the scent of the sea monster, and it was hiding its huge body in the mist of the sea of smoke below. "Go, Blazing Shadow, Balerion, tear it to pieces." Gavin hesitated for only a moment before making a decisive decision. He knew that Blazing Shadow was injured because of a sneak attack by the sea monster. If he had been prepared in advance, the sea monster would not be a match for Blazing Shadow. Moreover, he now had two dragons. He would never let go of the huge threat of Euron Greyjoy and must eliminate this potential danger. The two dragons swooped down like arrows from a bow. They were so fast that the wind whistled past his ears. In just a moment, the sea monster appeared clearly in Gavin's sight. Half of its body was exposed above the sea, and its huge body rose and fell with the waves. It seemed that it had heard the dragon's roar and deliberately surfaced to check the situation. Balerion showed the courage of a newborn calf and took the lead in attacking. He suddenly opened his bloody mouth and sprayed a stream of black dragon flame towards the sea monster. The black dragon flame was extremely hot, like a black torrent, instantly evaporating all the sea water around the sea monster, forming a vast expanse of white water vapor. The water vapor quickly rose and formed a cloud of fog above the sea. Sensing the approaching danger, the sea monster's body sank rapidly, trying to avoid the attack of dragon flame. At the same time, its several thick tentacles danced rapidly, like several black pythons, trying to resist the attack of dragon flame. Some tentacles were instantly burnt by the dragon flame, emitting a pungent smell that filled the air and was nauseating. But the sea monster was not seriously hurt. It continued to wave its remaining tentacles and pounced on Balerion, as if trying to buy time to dive underwater and escape the dragon's attack. Balerion was very agile in the face of the sea monster's counterattack. He dodged quickly to the left and right, his body drawing graceful arcs in the air. At the same time, he kept fighting back with dragon flames. The black dragon flames were like a roaring beast, rushing towards the sea monster's tentacles. The high temperature of the black flames made it impossible for the sea monster's tentacles to get close for a while. Whenever the tentacles got close, they would retreat quickly due to the high temperature. Under Balerion's attack, the sea monster looked a little embarrassed and could not do anything to Balerion. The Blazing Shadow was not to be outdone. It found the right moment next to Balerion and pounced on the side of the sea monster like a flash of lightning. Its huge hind claws quickly grabbed one of the sea monster's tentacles. The sharp claws were like steel blades, easily tearing open the sea monster's skin, piercing deeply into the flesh, and firmly controlling it. Then, Jia Ying flapped its wings frantically, and the powerful force drove its body upwards, determined to prevent the sea monster from diving any further. The sea monster's momentum of diving was stopped by Jia Ying's powerful force. Even due to Jia Ying's upward pull, its huge body was still slowly rising, gradually exposing more and more of it to the sea surface. The sea monster was in great pain, and in desperation, its tentacles wrapped around Jia Ying, trying to control Jia Ying's swings to get out of trouble. Gavin sat on Jia Ying's back, his eyes sharp as torches, watching the battle situation closely. He acted decisively and immediately ordered Bale Ryan to go and help. At the same time, he concentrated his mind, mobilized the magic power in his body, and continuously created blazing flames to attack the oncoming tentacles. In the wrestling between the two giants, it was clear that Jia Ying was the better one. It relied on its powerful strength to tightly control the sea monster's tentacles, not to mention the assistance of Gavin and Bale Ryan. With their joint efforts, most of the sea monster's body was pulled out of the sea, completely exposed to the attack range of the two dragons. Facing the fierce attack of one man and two dragons, the sea monster lost nearly half of its tentacles in just a few moments. Scarlet blood flowed continuously from the sea monster's wound, like a red river, quickly dyeing the nearby sea surface red, and the sea water was also dyed a strange red. Woo! Suddenly, a horn sounded from the sea monster. This sound seemed to have some mysterious power, and the two dragons paused in an instant, and the dragon flames also stopped. The sea monster took this opportunity and stretched out all its remaining tentacles, like a group of black pythons, attacking the two dragons. Dragon horn! Gavin immediately turned his gaze towards the location where the sound came from. He saw Euron Greyjoy clinging to the sea monster with his tentacles, blowing the horn desperately, his body shaking violently as he blew hard. His body became even more bizarre, and there seemed to be more tentacles than before, densely distributed around his body. There was a ferocious expression on his scaly face, and his eyes revealed madness and ferocity. Gavin's dawn sword was hanging on his waist, flashing coldly in the sunlight. From the beginning of the battle, Gavin had been searching carefully for Euron Greyjoy, but unfortunately he had not been able to find him. Obviously, he had been hiding in the water, using the sea monster's body as a cover. Now in this critical situation, he finally couldn't hold it back and exposed himself. When Gavin saw the attacking tentacles and the two dragons that remained indifferent because of the dragon horn, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew that the dragon horn had to be dealt with quickly. He concentrated his mind, jumped off the dragon's back, and rushed towards Euron Greyjoy like a meteor. Euron Greyjoy looked at Gavin who was attacking him, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but when he saw Gavin unarmed, he threw away the dragon horn without hesitation. Then, he grabbed Dawnbreaker tightly with his tentacles and pulled out the sword, with a ferocious smile on his face, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. Gavin fell at an extremely fast speed, and under the influence of gravity, he quickly approached Euron Greyjoy. The moment he got close to Euron Greyjoy, he suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed Euron Greyjoy in the body. Euron Greyjoy immediately used several tentacles to resist. His tentacles were like a group of black pythons, quickly entwined together to form a barrier. The dagger was extremely sharp and easily cut off two tentacles, but there were so many tentacles that they successfully blocked Gavin's attack by relying on the advantage of numbers. Gavin, who failed to hit the target, had no support in the air for a moment and his body paused slightly in the air. Euron Greyjoy took this opportunity, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes, he swung Dawnbreaker and slashed at Gavin. The blade flashed a cold light in the air and whizzed towards Gavin's body. Boom! Just as the sword was about to strike Gavin, a blazing fireball suddenly appeared between the two. The fireball was released by Gavin at the critical moment by mobilizing his magic power. Its temperature was so high that it instantly distorted the surrounding air. The high temperature caused Euron Greyjoy's tentacles to shrink a lot, and some of them were even scorched, emitting a pungent smell. Gavin took the opportunity to reach out for Dawnbreaker. His hand tightly grasped the blade, and regardless of the possible injuries the sharpness of the blade might cause him, he pulled himself towards Euron Greyjoy. Euron Greyjoy, who had come to his senses, was unwilling to lose his weapon. He pulled the sword with all his strength, his body shaking violently from the effort. However, Euron Greyjoy staggered suddenly. It turned out that Gavin suddenly let go of the sword and did not fight with him at all. Instead, he took advantage of the close proximity and stabbed Euron Greyjoy with the dagger in his hand. Euron Greyjoy had no time to block with his sword, so he used his old trick again, trying to use several tentacles to block the dagger's attack. But Gavin's dagger suddenly ignited with flames, and the damage of the dagger, which was already extremely sharp, instantly doubled under the blessing of the flames. The red dagger was like a red-hot iron, cutting off all the tentacles like cutting cheese, and then stabbed into Euron Greyjoy's chest fiercely. "This time, you have no chance to escape." Gavin's cold words rang in Euron Greyjoy's ears. The voice was full of chillness, as if it was a verdict from hell. Euron Greyjoy looked at the dagger that pierced his chest in disbelief, a trace of despair and resentment flashed in his eyes. Instinctively, he swung the sword at Gavin, but Gavin easily grabbed the hilt with his other hand. Euron Greyjoy pulled the sword with all his strength, however, Gavin's strength was obviously superior, and he exerted force suddenly and snatched Dawn from Euron Greyjoy's hand. Euron Greyjoy, who was at his wit's end, had a flash of resentment in his eyes. He let go of the tentacles that were holding the sea monster and planned to take Gavin with him into the sea. Boom! The moment he released his tentacles, the blazing flames appeared again. This time, the flames were released by Gavin with more magic power, and they completely enveloped the bodies of the two men. With Euron Greyjoy's screams, the huge ball of fire fell into the sea. The temperature of the flame is extremely high. When it approaches the sea surface, it evaporates the surrounding sea water, forming a white water vapor. At the same time, Gavin wielded Dawnbreaker and cut off Euron Greyjoy's head the moment he fell into the water. Euron Greyjoy's head splashed on the sea surface and then slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. His body quickly turned into ashes under the burning flames and completely disappeared from this world. Chapter 233. Return to Rhys. On the sea, Balerion and Seraph, who had recovered, were already engaged in a fierce battle with the sea monster. Although Balerion was small in size, he was extremely flexible. He kept dodging the attacks of the sea monster's tentacles and quickly approached the sea monster's head. Balerion saw an opportunity and sprayed dragon flames at the sea monster again, and this time the dragon flames hit the sea monster's head directly. The sea monster's head was hit by the dragon flame, and it roared in pain. Its body began to shake violently, and its tentacles became chaotic. Jiaying took the opportunity to attack, and it used its huge claws to tightly grasp one of the sea monster's tentacles, and then used force to lift the sea monster into the air. The sea monster's body was pulled out of the water, and it completely lost the ability to fight back. Balerion and Blazing Shadow in the air did not give the sea monster a chance to breathe. They continued to attack. Balerion attacked the sea monster's body with his claws and teeth, while Blazing Shadow attacked the sea monster's tentacles with dragon flames and teeth. Under the joint attack of the two dragons, the sea monster's body gradually became broken, and the tentacle attacks became weaker and weaker. The sea monster's body was torn into pieces by the attacks of the two dragons. Blood and flesh continued to flow out from the wounds, scattering on the sea surface and dyeing the sea area red. Finally, the sea monster could no longer withstand the attacks of the two dragons. Its tattered body was torn to pieces in the air, ending its life completely. Gawain struggled to climb out of the sea. His body was exhausted from fighting the sea monster and Euron Greyjoy, but his eyes revealed a gleam of victory. He successfully eliminated a huge threat. He held Dawn tightly in his hand and swung it continuously on the sea. The blood and ashes on the sword had long been washed away. Seraph and Balerion also noticed his movements and quickly lowered their altitude towards the sea surface. Gavin grabbed the claw that Jiaying stretched out, and with the help of the two dragons, he climbed onto the dragon's back with difficulty. Once back on the dragon's back, Gavin collapsed, gasping for breath, and said, "Let's go." He knew that he couldn't stay here for too long. After all, this place was still part of the Balerion ruins, and this bloody scene would inevitably bring danger. Blazing Shadow and Balerion immediately flew into the sky and left the sea of smoke in just a moment. 3 days later, the city of Rhys was bathed in warm sunshine. The ancient city-state seemed to be shrouded in a layer of golden light, exuding a unique charm accumulated over the years. The port's docks were bustling with people moving back and forth like busy ants, carrying all kinds of goods and conducting busy transactions. The waves gently hit the shore, making a rhythmic sound, and the ships swayed slightly with the waves, as leisurely as babies in cradles. Hiss! Suddenly, 2 heart-shaking roars came from the sky. The sound seemed to be a call from ancient times, instantly breaking the hustle and bustle of the port. Everyone looked up and saw 2 giant dragons, one gold and one black, appearing above the city of Rhys. The golden dragon still covered the sky like a giant screen, emitting an incomparable sense of oppression that made people afraid to approach. Although the black dragon flying beside it was much smaller, barely a quarter of the size of the golden dragon, it looked more ferocious than the golden dragon. Its sharp scales and eyes flashing with cold light all revealed a wild aura. The people at the port opened their mouths in amazement, their eyes filled with shock, as if time had frozen at this moment. The guard on the watchtower pointed at the black dragon and said in confusion, "I remember that Her Majesty's dragon was red." Another guard responded, "Her Majesty's dragon is indeed red, and it is not this big. This should be yours. Your Majesty has obtained another dragon." 2 giant dragons flew over the port, casting huge shadows that swept through the city like a dark cloud, causing the residents to marvel. People sighed and discussed Gavin's return. A merchant dressed in expensive silk clothes said in surprise, "I heard that Your Majesty has conquered Slave Bay, and now the kingdom is planning to attack the disputed land." Obviously, he was a wealthy shipping businessman who was well informed. Another elderly man nodded slightly and sighed, "Ancient Valeria is about to reappear. Once His Majesty takes over the disputed lands, it will be equivalent to taking back half of Valeria. And don't forget that our queen is still the Queen of West Eros." The merchant responded, "Yes, and in this way, the kingdom now covers much more territory than Valeria once did. However, I heard that the queen does not actually control West Eros." The old man smiled, with wisdom shining in his eyes, and said, "It's only a matter of time. The Belaris family already has 3 dragons, and there may be more in the future. No army can stop the Dragon King's conquest." As they spoke, it seemed as if a new era had arrived, full of hope and challenges. Tyrion Lannister stood quietly in the square in front of the governor's mansion. He was dressed in exquisite clothes, the gorgeous fabric gleaming with a delicate luster under the slanting sunlight. Although his short stature was inconspicuous in the crowd, he exuded a calm and unique aura. The sunlight gently falls on the stone pavement of the square, casting a slight luster, as if covering the area with a layer of golden gauze. People around him came and went, and their busy figures intertwined into a noisy picture full of life, but Tyrion's attention was not at all in this daily hustle and bustle. The 2 roars of the dragon just now echoed in his ears like thunder, and the shocking sound seemed to still vibrate in the air, lingering for a long time. The familiar voice made him instantly determine that it was the blazing shadow of His Majesty Gawain. As for the other dragon, he initially thought it must be Viceroy of Queen Daenerys. However, when he raised his head slightly and looked towards the sky, his eyes suddenly widened and he looked at the black dragon flying with the blazing shadow in shock. "I wondered in my heart, how come His Majesty has another dragon? And it's so big. Aren't dragons said to be extinct? Where did His Majesty get the dragon? Did he go to the ruins of Valeria again?" Just as Tyrion was stunned, 2 giant dragons appeared in the sky like huge black shadows, flapping their wings and causing a howling wind. The powerful wind waves swept over like surging waves, making people's clothes rustle and their hair flutter wildly in the wind, as if telling of the majesty and power of the dragons. Gavin jumped off the dragon's back with a nimble and free-spirited posture. Tyrion stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Majesty, welcome back to Lys." Gavin nodded slightly, a warm smile on his face. That smile seemed to contain endless confidence and glory. The last time he left Rhys, he was preparing to conquer Slaver's Bay. Now that he is back again, he has taken over a vast territory. That achievement is amazing. "I heard you were doing well in Lys, Tyrion," he said. "And now the people of Lys are all with you." Tyrion immediately responded, "You are too kind, Your Majesty." This was achieved with the support of many officials. He looked at the black dragon and asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, I have never seen this dragon before." Upon hearing this, Gavin glanced at Balerion and introduced him with a smile, "Its name is Balerion, and I brought it back from the ruins of Valeria." Hearing Gavin calling his name, obviously introducing himself, Balerion stretched out his head and slowly approached Tyrion, his huge eyes staring at the dwarf curiously. Tyrion looked at the dragon head that suddenly approached, and his body tensed up involuntarily. He didn't care whether the black dragon could understand him or not, and greeted him awkwardly, "Hello, Balerion." At the same time, he was extremely shocked. How come Gavin felt like he was home when he went to the Valerian ruins that everyone feared? Last time he brought back Blazing Shadow, and this time it was Balerion. How many dragons were there? He couldn't imagine how many dragons would go there desperately to explore if the news got out. Gawain reached out and gently stroked Balerion's dragon's mouth, fearing that it might frighten the Lord, and the gentle movement was like soothing a naughty child. "Where's Yora? Why don't I see him?" Gavin's question brought Tyrion back to his senses. Tyrion bowed his head slightly and answered respectfully, "Your Majesty, not long ago, Commander Hassan transferred Lord Yora and most of the army in the name of the Royal Council and the Queen, saying that they were going to attack Tyrosh. They should still be in Tyrosh now. I heard that Her Majesty the Queen went there in person. Then, Tyrion bowed again and continued, Your Majesty, lunch has been prepared for you. Please go to the governor's mansion and rest first. I happen to have a lot to report to you. Gavin nodded slightly and walked towards the governor's mansion under the guidance of Tyrion. As he walked, he ordered, send a message to Slavers Bay, informing them of my arrival in Lys, and also announcing to the outside world that the route around Valyria has been restored. Tyrion nodded and immediately ordered the maester beside him to write a letter. He then asked curiously, Your Majesty, I heard from the sailors who escaped that there is a sea monster wreaking havoc in that waterway, and all the ships passing through will be shredded to pieces. Gavin nodded slightly and said calmly, Don't worry about the sea monster. It has been torn into pieces by Blazing Shadow and Bael Ryan. Hearing this, Tyrion felt relieved and couldn't help but sigh. As expected, with dragons around, no sea monsters are a concern. It's rumored that the Valyrian Dragon King used his dragon to burn the Rhoyne River dry, and the old man of the river believed in by the Rhoyne people was burned to death. A sea monster is just food for the dragon. After a while, they arrived at the restaurant. A table full of delicious food was placed on the table, and several waiters were standing respectfully beside the table. After seeing Gavin, they all bowed respectfully. Gavin washed his hands in the basin brought by the maid, then sat down to eat. He had not brought much food with him when he returned to Lys, and after being trapped in the Valyrian ruins for 2 days, he was already starving. A waiter hurried into the dining room and handed Tyrion a letter. Tyrion took it and walked up to Gawain and said, Your Majesty, this is the letter Commander Hassan sent yesterday. After the fleet surrounded Tyrosh, Lord Theron of Tyrosh chose to surrender, and no battle broke out. Gavin took the letter and read it while eating his food. After a moment, he put the letter down and said, Write a reply to Hassan, gather all the troops in Tyrosh and take them to the disputed lands, and let Yora take over the defense of Tyrosh. Your Majesty, this move can indeed speed up the stabilization of the situation in Tyrosh. Without their armies, those merchant governors will lose the capital for rebellion, Tyrion complimented. Gavin nodded slightly and said, Tyrion, after I conquered Slavers Bay, I changed its name. From now on, it will be called the Bay of Dragons. Mirian will be the capital and a governor will be appointed to manage the 3 cities of Mirian, Yunkai and Astapor, as well as all the land there. After hearing this, Tyrion looked at Gavin with an uneasy look, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. The uneasiness enveloped him like a dark cloud, making him feel even more depressed. Did you guess it? Gavin asked with a smile when he saw Tyrion's expression. Tyrion asked helplessly, You're going to let me go? Gavin nodded slightly, but didn't say anything, and continued to eat. His calm posture seemed to be under control of everything. Alas! Tyrion couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ever since he went to Dragonstone, he seemed to be trapped in the whirlpool of fate, unable to control himself. Although he didn't have much freedom before, the current situation made him even more helpless. Gavin didn't let him become a prisoner, and even promised him a high position and generous salary. Now the governor of Dragon's Bay has a higher status and power, but he is getting farther and farther away from home. Well, Your Majesty, then when should I leave and who should Lys take over from? Tyrion said helplessly. Gavin thought for a moment and said slowly, I came back this time mainly to pick you up. But the route is open, you can make a handover within 10 days and take the ship. Boris will send someone to take over, I have already written to him. As you command, Your Grace, said Tyrion. Seeing that Tyrion was a little disappointed, Gavin smiled and said, After you go to the Bay of Dragons, your salary will double. I think you will be happier there than Lys. Do you remember our bet, Tyrion? Tyrion nodded disappointedly and said, Remember, Your Majesty, you won. I heard that my brother was dismissed from the King's Guard, or the so-called King's Pardon. Gavin nodded slightly and said seriously, Govern the Bay of Dragons. I have appointed a deputy for you there, his name is Jalal. Train him well, and when Daenerys and I return to Westeros in the future, I can give you Casterly Rock. After hearing this, Tyrion looked at Gavin in shock and asked nervously, Your Majesty, what are you going to do with my father and Jaime, as well as my sister Cersei and her children? Gavin put down the cutlery in his hand, leaned back in his chair, looked deeply at Tyrion, and said, You love your family very much, Tyrion. You should know your family better than I do, and you are also very clear about the crimes they have committed. If you are guilty, you will be tried. This is a fact. If you want to protect your nephews and nieces in the future, you'd better work hard to maintain a higher status and voice in the kingdom. You are a smart man, I think you can understand what I mean. Tyrion lowered his head and said, "Yes, my lord. I understand." Gavin took out a folded letter from his pocket, handed it to Tyrion and said, "Send it to Dragonstone and tell Brienne to make enough dragon glass weapons as required. If there are not enough craftsmen, ask Boris to find a solution." After Tyrion took the letter, he was puzzled but not in the mood for curiosity. He said, "As you command, your majesty." Chapter 234. 3 Dragons in the Sky. 3 days later, the sun shone on the sparkling sea, and the breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of salty scent. Gawain personally escorted Tyrion to the warship bound for the Bay of Dragons. Then he rode on Blazing Shadow and flew towards Myr, with Balerion following closely. The huge bodies of the 2 dragons passed through the air and soon disappeared from the sight of everyone in Lys. The latest raven to arrive brings news that Daenerys and Hassan are besieging Myr. Although Myr lost the Golden Group, it was still difficult to capture because of its strong city defenses. Faced with the threat of the dragon hunting crossbow, Viceroy couldn't even get close to the city wall. In desperation, Hassan had no choice but to choose siege. After flying for a long time over the disputed land, Gavin took advantage of his aerial advantage to get a good look at the disputed land. The land was ravaged by the Dothraki and is now desolate. Many villages have been deserted, with only broken walls and ruins left, as if telling of the suffering they once experienced. Except for some important towns with complete defenses, most areas appear dilapidated. Due to years of war and strife, this land has not been fully developed, and arable land accounts for less than 1/3 of the total area. Even so, the food produced here feeds 4 city-states, which shows its great potential. Gavin in the air kept thinking about how to use this land after taking it. He imagined reclaiming more arable land to make it a rich granary, building a solid defense system to ensure the security of the land, and developing commercial trade to make the disputed area an important hub connecting the east and the west. Soon, the city of Myr gradually came into view. At this moment, this ancient city-state was completely besieged, and densely packed tents stood outside the city, like a white ocean. There are countless warships on the sea, with sails fluttering in the wind, as if showing the impending victory. Hiss! As Gavin approached, a red figure suddenly flew out of the military camp. It was Viceroy. It seemed to sense Jia Ying's presence and flew out excitedly to greet him. Blazing Shadow immediately roared in response, his voice shaking heaven and earth, as if telling Viceroy the joy of reunion. Balerion accelerated and circled around Viceroy curiously, his huge body drawing graceful arcs in the air. The dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and the soldiers in the barracks looked up when they heard the sound. When they saw the huge golden figure in the sky, they all shouted, their voices filled with excitement and awe. They knew that with the participation of His Majesty's dragon, victory in this battle would surely belong to them. On the other hand, the defenders in Mill City looked as if they had lost their parents. Their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with despair. Facing such a powerful enemy, they knew that their fate was sealed. 3 dragons flew towards the open space in the middle of the military camp and landed steadily there. As soon as Gavin jumped off the dragon's back, he saw Daenerys running towards him. Her long hair fluttered in the wind and her eyes were full of joy and excitement. The two hugged each other. For Daenerys, this period of separation seemed like a long time. She hugged Gavin tightly, feeling his warmth and strength, and her heart was filled with a sense of security. "Gavin, you're back? What's the matter with this dragon?" Daenerys looked at Balerion and asked curiously. "It's Balerion." Then, Gavin slowly narrated what had happened during this period. His words unfolded like a scroll, describing the dangers in the ruins of Valyria. "Your Majesty, welcome back. The Stepstone Islands fleet awaits your orders." Hassan's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the brief silence. Gavin turned around and looked at his most trusted subordinate. He smiled slightly, stepped forward to hug him, and said, "Well done, Hassan. What's the situation in Myr now?" Hassan lowered his head slightly, thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, we have completely controlled the sea and the port, and cut off all of Myr's external channels. We have previously contacted a governor who was willing to surrender, but there is news that he was executed by the Governor's Council, and then we fell into a stalemate." Gavin nodded slightly and asked, "Can the soldiers attack the city now?" "Anytime, Your Majesty. All the siege equipment has been prepared, but we have not taken any action because we are worried about the heavy casualties. Hassan straightened up and answered respectfully. Then prepare to attack the city now. The 2nd Legion and the Unsullied Legion have already set out from Dragon's Bay and are heading towards Volantis. I want to quickly deal with Mir and join them. Gavin said without hesitation. Yes, Your Majesty. Hassan took the order and left. His voice was firm and decisive, as if carrying endless power. Gavin took Daenerys's hand, his eyes full of tenderness. He said, when we take Volantis, I will take back the Iron Throne for you and build an empire spanning 2 continents. You are far better than Aegon the Conqueror, Gavin. Daenerys leaned her head on Gavin's arms, her voice soft and trusting. Then she seemed to remember something and looked up and said, there is news that Illyrio took a ship to Slaver's Bay some time ago, and then the Golden Group left Mir. Gavin was stunned after hearing this. He realized that Illyrio was most likely dead. He said, I didn't see him in the Bay of Dragons. I think he probably met a sea monster. But the Golden Company did come to Mirian. I did meet your father's former Prime Minister John Crington and the fake Aegon. I don't know what their plans were, but I have executed them both. Daenerys nodded when she heard this, and was about to say something when an exciting horn sounded from the military camp. The horn sounded like a call to battle, resounding throughout the camp. Along with the horn sound, countless soldiers began to gather, and their figures quickly shuttled through the military camp, preparing for the upcoming battle. Gavin looked at Daenerys and said, you are not allowed to get close to the city wall unless I destroy all the dragon-hunting crossbows. Daenerys opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but when she saw Gavin's serious look, she finally said Gavin rubbed her head gently, then turned and walked towards Jiaying. The tall figure looked particularly determined under the sunlight. Not much time had passed since Gavin appeared and the siege began. The mill defenders, still immersed in fear, had just reported the situation to the Governor's Council, and even at this moment many governors had not yet arrived at the council hall. This ancient city was about to face a battle that would determine its fate. Gavin jumped lightly onto Blazing Shadow's back. The huge golden dragon seemed to sense the battle that its master was about to start, and raised its head slightly, roaring. This roar was like a battle horn, majestic and exciting, echoing between heaven and earth. The other 2 dragons also roared excitedly, and their roars intertwined to form a powerful sound wave that seemed to shake the whole world. Accompanied by the huge gust of wind brought by takeoff, the 3 dragons have already flown into the air. Below, countless soldiers had quickly assembled. They were wearing solid armor, holding sharp weapons, and their eyes were burning with the flame of battle, which was a firm belief and confidence in victory, as if no force could stop their progress. Hassan stood at the front of the team, holding high the sword in his hand. The sword shone brightly in the sun, as if it was a symbol of victory. He shouted loudly, soldiers, the king has come here in person and will lead us to obtain supreme honor and victory. For your majesty. For victory. Attack. The soldiers responded in unison, and the sound was like thunder, echoing in the air. Gawain rode on Blazing Shadow's back and slowly ascended into the sky, followed closely by Balerion and Vice-Ryan. The 3 dragons circled in the sky like 3 invincible gods of war. Their shadows blocked out the sky and brought tremendous pressure to the Mere defenders. The defenders on the Mere wall saw this scene, and their fear became stronger. Especially when they saw the huge blazing shadow, they were filled with worry, wondering whether their dragon-hunting crossbows could withstand the attack of this behemoth. Gavin looked down at the city of Mill. This ancient city seemed so small at the moment. He could see the panicked expressions of the defenders on the city wall, their eyes full of fear and despair. He could see the fearful eyes of the people in the city. They trembled under the pressure of the dragon, as if waiting for the judgment of fate. Gavin patted Blazing Shadow's back gently, and Blazing Shadow immediately understood what his master meant. It flapped its huge wings and flew towards the wall of Mir. Balerion and Vice-Ryan did not follow, but still circled in the air, forming a powerful pressure. When the giant dragon approached the city wall, the dragon-hunting crossbows on the wall fired one after another, and the crossbow arrows shot towards Jiaying like raindrops, trying to stop it from approaching. But their efforts were in vain. Although Jiaying was huge, it was very flexible. It circled and rolled in the air, dodging the crossbow arrows. The crossbow arrows that it could not avoid were forcibly caught by the dragon scales on its chest. The hard dragon scales seemed to be an indestructible shield, which bounced off the crossbow arrows one after another. In just a moment, Jiaying flew to the top of the city. Dracarys. Gavin gave an order, and the blazing shadow opened his mouth and spewed out a stream of blazing dragon flame. The dragon flame was like a huge fire snake, instantly devouring everything on the city wall. The flames burned fiercely, burning the defenders, defense facilities, and all obstacles on the city wall to ashes. Then, Jia Ying continued to fly, the dragon flame in his mouth continued to plow the entire city wall. The defenders on the city wall fell down screaming under the attack of the dragon flame. Their armor and weapons melted instantly under the high temperature of the dragon flame, and their bodies were burned to ashes. The defensive facilities such as the catapult and the dragon hunting crossbow were also destroyed. After just one circle, all the defensive facilities on the city wall had been destroyed. Gavin ordered Blazing Shadow to spray a section of the city wall with dragon flames. Seeing this, Bail Ryan and Vice Ryan were not to be outdone, and they also sprayed dragon flames. The dragon flames of the three dragons plus the powerful impact caused cracks and collapse in the city wall. The huge impact was like an earthquake, causing the city wall to tremble violently. In just a moment, this section of the city wall completely collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Gavin immediately ordered Blazing Shadow to fly into the city, followed by Bail Ryan and Vice Ryan. The three dragons formed an unstoppable momentum in the air. When the dragons flew into the city, the residents of the city fled in fear. Facing these three dragons, they had no ability to resist. Gavin did not let the dragons attack the residents, he just let them hover in the city, creating a strong pressure. Outside the city, Hassan saw that the city wall had been destroyed, and immediately ordered his soldiers to charge. The soldiers rushed to Mir City like a tide, and their shouts were deafening. The surviving defenders on the city wall had lost their will to resist under the attack of the dragon. Without any resistance, they laid down their weapons and surrendered to the soldiers. The soldiers rushed into the city quickly, occupied various important locations, seized the weapons of the defenders, and controlled nearly half of the streets in the city. Hassan even led an army and rushed quickly towards the Parliament Hall. Without encountering any resistance, they surrounded the Parliament Hall. After the chaos, the city of Mill gradually returned to peace in the evening. Gavin rode on Jia Ying's back, looking at the scene in the city, his heart filled with emotion. In the governor's council hall in the city, the officials and governors were now in despair. They knew their fate was sealed from the moment the council chamber was surrounded. Gavin led Daenerys and Hassan into the council chamber. When the governors saw Gavin and Daenerys, they all lowered their heads in submission. Gavin looked at these governors without any mercy in his heart. He knew that these people were once their enemies. But now, they had no choice. Gawain sat at the head of the council chamber, with Daenerys sitting beside him. Hassan stood behind them, holding a long sword in his hand, looking warily at the governors around him. "You once chose to be my enemy. Do you have anything to say now?" Gavin's voice was cold and majestic. The governors looked at each other, no one dared to speak, they knew that any resistance at this moment would be futile. "I can give you a chance. Anyone who is willing to kneel down can be spared. But if you continue to resist, I will kill you without hesitation." Gavin's eyes were full of murderous intent. The governors hesitated for a moment, and finally expressed their willingness to surrender. At this time, saving their own lives was the most important thing. Gavin looked at these governors without any joy in his heart. He knew that these people only chose to surrender due to the situation, and they might still have the idea of resistance in their hearts. But he didn't care, because he had enough power to control these people. "From now on, Mill City will become my territory. You will serve me. If there is any act of disloyalty, I will execute you without hesitation." Gavin's voice was cold and majestic. The governors nodded one after another, indicating their willingness to obey. At this time, they had no choice. Chapter 235, Basil. The defeated Mill governors, with dejected faces and heavy steps, slowly left the Parliament Hall under the escort of soldiers. As they left, the hall fell into a brief silence. Daenerys walked towards Gavin slowly, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, and asked softly, "Gavin, they were your enemies before, I thought you would kill them, why did you let them go this time?" Gavin frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a trace of solemnity, and he slowly said, "We are about to go to war with Volantis. If all the governors of Mir are executed at this time, the news will spread to Volantis, and the nobles there will definitely fight to the death. Volantis is the overlord of the southwest of Essos. They have a tiger cloak army of up to 20,000. And unlike other city-states, these soldiers are trained professional soldiers. With the addition of mercenaries, Volantis is far superior to any city-state we have encountered before. After hearing this, Daenerys nodded slightly to show her understanding. Gavin patted Daenerys's hand gently and continued, I will leave some troops in Myr and take all the garrisons away. Just like Tyrosh, without the army, they can't make any waves. After hearing this, Daenerys nodded slightly. She knew that Gavin had his own plans and she believed that Gavin could handle these things. At this time, Hassan, who had been standing aside, stepped forward and said respectfully, Your Majesty, I suggest that you confiscate the property of all governors. After hearing this, Gavin did not answer directly, but asked back, What do you think? Hassan frowned, a trace of worry on his face, and slowly said, Your Majesty, with the continuous expansion of our fleet, coupled with the mercenaries I hired after the war began, military expenditures have gradually become tight. The maintenance of the fleet requires a lot of money. In order to prepare for war, all warships are kept fully staffed, which undoubtedly adds a lot of expenses. In addition, the salary of mercenaries is also quite high. The situation is relatively good in normal times, but the shipping trade has been sluggish recently. It is difficult for the Stone Steppes Islands to be self-sufficient just by relying on trade and taxation. After hearing this, Gavin nodded slightly. He was well aware of the seriousness of the military expenditure issue. After thinking for a moment, he said calmly, just confiscate a part of it and leave some for them. This will not only relieve some of the military expenditure pressure, but also prevent them from completely losing hope and causing trouble. After that, Gavin gently patted Hassan on the shoulder and asked, What is the situation of the Narrow Sea Fleet? Hassan thought for a moment and answered seriously, Davos stayed at Dragonstone with half of the warships, responsible for controlling the trade routes and collecting taxes in the Narrow Sea to ensure our interests in this regard. The rest of the warships are with me. They are in good condition at the moment, and no major problems have occurred. After hearing this, Gavin fell into deep thought. He knew that the cost of the navy was always very high. Most of the soldiers who followed him first were from the Stepstone's fleet, and paying them wages every month was a huge expense. Moreover, his fleet was so large that even the wealthy Bravos only had one fleet, and it was not fully staffed. Moreover, it won't be long before the 2nd Legion of Dragon Bay and the Unsullied Legion will arrive at the disputed area. By then, Gavin's troops will reach 60,000, of which 20,000 will be newly captured soldiers. Unlike the conscription system in Westeros and the slavery in Essos, Gavin's soldiers all have to be paid. At present, relying on the wealth of several city-states, it can be maintained in the short term, but in the long run it will not be able to maintain such a large army, and it must be disarmed, otherwise it will seriously affect the combat effectiveness of the army and subsequent war plans. Thinking of this, Gavin slowly said, The wealth of Slaver Bay has not yet arrived, and the gold of those slave owners is enough to support us for a long time. After conquering Volantis, I will appropriately disarm and reorganize the army. For now, this is the only way to maintain the status quo. As for those mercenaries, their contracts will all be terminated after the war to reduce military expenses. After hearing this, Hassan nodded to show that he understood. He continued to ask, Your Majesty, how many troops will Myr need to leave behind when we march into Volantis? Gavin paced back and forth in the council hall, his steps were steady and powerful, and every step seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. After thinking for a while, he stopped and said, Leaving 2,000 soldiers is enough, mainly to maintain order in the city. After all, Mill has just experienced war and people are in panic. We just need to ensure the stability of the city. Hassan bowed respectfully and said, Your Majesty, I will go down and make the arrangements. Gavin nodded slightly, and then Hassan turned and walked out of the council hall. His figure gradually disappeared behind the door, and the sound of his footsteps gradually faded away. Daenerys seemed to suddenly remember something important, her eyes lit up, and she quickly said, By the way, Gavin, Maester Qyburn found out that there is also a temple dedicated to the thousand-faced god in Myr. After hearing this, Gavin's face turned cold instantly, and a hint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. He remembered the information about the temple that Jalal had given him before. There was indeed one in Myr, but he had been so busy thinking about the war with Volantis that he had forgotten about it. Is there a specific location? Gavin asked coldly with a hint of chill in his voice. Daenerys shook her head helplessly. I don't know, but Maester Bartol who is with the army should have intelligence records. Gavin nodded slightly, with a hint of urgency in his eyes. He took Daenerys's hand and said, Let's go check it out now. The two of them moved quickly and soon left the council hall. After a little questioning, he learned that the military scholar was counting the prisoners of war outside the city. Gavin was extremely anxious. He was worried that if it was too late, the monks in the temple would move away and he would not have time to call people here, so he decided to go directly to the military scholar. At this time, there were only 2 dragons, Baal Ryan and Vice Ryan, lying outside the council hall. Their huge bodies took up a lot of space, and their tails swung boredly, making slight sounds. After a long journey, Jia Ying directly participated in the siege and was already exhausted and hungry. As soon as the war ended, he couldn't wait to go to the sea to find food. Daenerys, you stay here, I'm going to go out of the city. Gavin said in a calm tone. I'll go with you. Daenerys held Gavin's hand tightly, her eyes firm, and her tone unquestionable, as if she must be involved in this matter of going out of the city. Hearing this, Gavin's mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled and gently rubbed her hair. Okay, let's go together. After saying that, the 2 of them walked towards the direction of the dragon in tacit understanding. Baal Ryan seemed to understand, for Gawain had never ridden him since he was hatched. At this moment, it climbed up excitedly, turned its huge head towards Gavin, and its eyes flashed with anticipation. Sensing Baal Ryan's excitement, Gavin couldn't help but laugh. He didn't ride the dragon before because Baal Ryan didn't have a dragon saddle. He slowly walked forward, gently stroked its hard dragon mouth, his eyes full of pampering, and whispered, "Little guy, fly steadily later." Hiss! Baal Ryan let out a low and powerful cry, as if responding to Gavin's instructions. The sound echoed in the air with a different kind of majesty. I've heard Viserys talk about the Black Death before, and I've also read records about the Black Death. It really looks like the Black Death, even the dragon flames are black. Daenerys, who had already climbed onto the dragon's back, said with a hint of amazement in her eyes and a tone full of admiration. Gavin responded, "That's what I thought when I first saw it, so I named it Baal Ryan. Maybe it's the reincarnation of the Black Death." As he said that, Gavin flipped over and jumped onto the dragon's back with a nimble posture. After holding on firmly, he shouted, "Let's go, Baal Ryan." Hearing Gavin's command, Baal Ryan immediately spread his huge, blood-red wings and flapped them vigorously. At the same time, his thick hind paws immediately ran on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. In just a moment, he flew into the air like an arrow. Seeing this, Daenerys immediately ordered Vice Ryan to follow without hesitation. The 2 dragons drew 2 graceful arcs in the air and flew out of the city. Their huge figures gradually became smaller in the sunlight and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. In the open space outside the city, the captured mere defenders either sat dejectedly or stared into the distance with empty eyes, completely losing their former majesty. They were guarded by fully armed soldiers, and there was an oppressive atmosphere around them. Several scholars and officials were busy moving among the crowd, recording various information about the captives with pens in their hands. Suddenly, there was a roar in the sky, and the silhouettes of 2 giant dragons gradually became clear. The captives raised their heads in fear, their eyes full of shock and fear. "Dragon! A dragon is coming!" Someone shouted in panic. The crowd instantly fell into chaos and the prisoners began to whisper to each other. "Is the Dragon King going to execute us?" A captive said in a trembling voice with despair on his face. "Maybe not, we have already surrendered." Another prisoner held on to a glimmer of hope and tried to comfort himself and those around him. "But the Dragon King has always been cruel. Who knows what he will do?" someone else objected, and fear quickly spread among the crowd. "I heard that the Dragon King had executed all those who were his enemies before. I'm afraid we can't escape this disaster either." An elderly prisoner said worriedly. "But we surrender, maybe he will let us go." A young prisoner was still trying to find a glimmer of hope for himself. Just as the prisoners were talking louder and more excited, several soldiers came in with whips. They shouted and swung the whips in the air, making crisp sounds. "Be quiet! Sit down!" the soldiers ordered loudly. The whips were mercilessly whipped on the prisoners who stood up, and the prisoners groaned in pain. Under the intimidation of the soldiers, the prisoners' emotions were gradually suppressed. They dared not make any more sounds and could only sit there silently, their eyes still full of fear and anxiety. The 2 dragons landed steadily outside the crowd, and the huge impact force caused the ground to vibrate slightly. The scholars and officials who were registering information also stopped their work and walked out of the crowd to greet His Majesty. One of the scholars stopped writing, looked up at the flying dragon, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly, as if something was exactly what he wanted. His eyes narrowed slightly, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and his gaze was fixed on Gavin and Daenerys on the dragon's back, revealing an elusive look in his eyes. The captives felt a little relieved when they saw that the dragon did not attack, but just slowly fell to the side with its huge body. However, many people were still shaking uncontrollably, with deep fear still in their eyes, but they dared not speak out because of the situation around them. Gavin jumped off the dragon's back lightly, then walked quickly to Vice Ryan, and then reached out and steadily caught Daenerys from the dragon's back. The two of them skillfully tidied up their slightly messy clothes, and then walked calmly towards the welcoming maesters. "Good day, Your Majesty, Queen," the scholars said in unison, bowing respectfully with a humble and respectful attitude. Gavin raised his head slightly, nodded gently, and slowly scanned the crowd. He said gently, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. I wonder who is the Basil scholar accompanying the army." One of the maesters walked out of the crowd quickly, his steps steady. When he came in front of Gawain and Daenerys, he bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I am Maester Barthu." Gavin nodded when he saw this, and then said loudly to everyone, "Okay, you guys continue working. Master Bashu, come with me." After hearing the order, Bachelor Bashu immediately walked quickly to Gavin, bowed respectfully again and said, "Your Majesty, Queen, I wonder if there is anything I can do for you." Daenerys smiled and said, "I remember you were in charge of keeping the intelligence records." Basil nodded quickly and said, "Yes, I am in charge of this matter." "Where is the record?" Gavin asked immediately. "In my tent, Your Majesty," Maester Basher replied quickly. "Take us there and find me all the information about the Temple of the Thousand Faces of the God," Gavin ordered seriously. "Yes, Your Majesty." Maester Barsha bowed very respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, Queen, please follow me." Then he respectfully led Gavin and Daenerys to the tent not far away. When the other scholars saw this, they quietly dispersed and continued their previous work in an orderly manner. The captives still sat obediently where they were, looking cautiously in the direction where Gavin and the others had left from time to time. Their hearts were filled with curiosity and uneasiness, not knowing what unknown things would happen next. The soldiers guarding the prisoners remained highly vigilant, their eyes moving back and forth over the prisoners, their weapons tightly held in their hands, ready to deal with any possible emergencies at any time. Chapter 236, Another Faceless Assassination. Bachelor Bashu's tent is inconspicuous in the camp. It was originally a tent that could accommodate 8 soldiers. For a bachelor accompanying the army, it was a generous treatment to have such a private space. The tent was made of ordinary canvas, the color of which had faded slightly due to long-term exposure to wind and sun. It was fixed with several wooden stakes around it. The curtain at the tent door was a little worn and swayed gently in the breeze. From the outside, the tent is of moderate size. Although it can accommodate multiple people, the interior space is also spacious enough for a single person. Bachelor Bashu walked to the front of the tent, gently lifted the tent curtain, made an invitation gesture, and said apologetically, "Your Majesty, Queen, it's a little messy inside, please don't mind." Gavin shook his head indifferently and said, "It's okay, go find it, we'll wait for you here." The bachelor's eyes flashed with something strange, and he bowed and said, "Your Majesty, there are a lot of intelligence records. Why don't you and the Queen come in and wait?" Gawain and Daenerys didn't think much about it and followed Maester Barth into the tent. The space inside the tent is larger than it looks from the outside. In the middle of the room was a simple desk, the top of which was somewhat worn, showing signs of use. Beside the desk were several boxes of documents neatly stacked. In the corner of the tent, there was a simple blanket with some personal belongings on it. Although the space was relatively spacious, it looked a bit messy due to the large number of items piled up. Bachelor Bashu walked to the box next to the desk, squatted down with his back to Gavin, opened the box, took out the recorded books and documents one by one, and put them aside. At this moment, Gavin suddenly felt a strange fluctuation of magical power and became alert in an instant. He remained calm on the surface and continued chatting with Daenerys, but his eyes glanced around the tent calmly. Then he fixed his eyes on the box that Maester Basil was rummaging through. Gavin slowly placed his hand on the hilt of Dawn, his fingers like nimble snakes, tightly gripping the hilt. His eyes revealed a tangible light of vigilance, like 2 sharp cold rays that could penetrate all disguises. He leaned forward slightly with his muscles tense, just like a cheetah lurking in the grass, ready to pounce, staring intently at the prey in front of him, ready to respond to possible danger with the fastest speed and the most fierce attack. His eyes were fixed on Bachelor Bashu, who was busy searching through documents. He asked in a low and hoarse voice, "How long have you been a bachelor?" Bachelor Basho was immersed in searching for documents. He did not turn around, still concentrating on searching in the box. He just answered slowly while flipping through the boxes, "Your Majesty, including the time as an apprentice, it was less than 2 years. I once studied with Bachelor Koban and served as his assistant for a year. It was not until this year that I officially became a bachelor." After hearing this, Gavin raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sneer, and his eyes instantly became even colder, like an ice lake in the cold winter, deep and cold. He said coldly, "Why do I feel that you have been a bachelor for only a short time, but have been a faceless man for a long time?" As Gavin finished his words, Basil's body stiffened as if he had been struck by lightning. The movement of searching for documents in his hands stopped instantly, and the whole person stood still as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization. He turned his head slowly, his movements slow and stiff, his face full of disbelief, and looked at Gavin with wide eyes and asked, "Your Majesty, what are you talking about?" There was deep surprise in his tone. Gavin did not answer his question. Instead, with a grim expression, he slowly pulled the Dawnbreaker sword out of its scabbard. The cold light reflected from the sword flickered in the tent and then locked onto Bachelor Basho. Daenerys was still confused at first and didn't react. When she heard Gavin's questioning, she suddenly realized. Her eyes widened instantly, like a frightened deer, and a nervous expression appeared on her face. Without thinking, she quickly took 2 steps back and hid behind Gavin, as if Gavin's back was her only safe haven. When Bachelor Basho saw this, the panic on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by calmness. He stood up slowly, his posture was straight and calm, and there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes, as if he was very interested in how Gavin discovered his identity. He asked, "Can you tell me how you discovered someone's identity?" Gavin stared at Basil, his eyes full of disgust and disdain. He did not intend to answer his question, but said coldly, "Although I know that the faceless men are unlikely to surrender, I still want to give it a try. If you are willing to tell me how you sneaked in? When did you become Basil? How many other faceless men are lurking here? I can spare your life." After hearing this, Maester Basho shook his head, a mocking smile appeared on his face, and he looked at Gavin and said, "Gavin Belleris, can the great Dragon King of Valyria lie? Do you think my lord doesn't know that you are investigating his residence? Do you think you will be safe after blaspheming the gods? Why do you think someone came here on purpose?" Seeing this, Gavin stopped talking nonsense. He did not look back, but patted Daenerys lightly with his left hand, his eyes revealed a hint of determination, and said in a deep voice, "Get out." Daenerys looked at Gavin worriedly, her eyes full of concern and reluctance. She knew very well that she couldn't cause trouble for Gavin at this time, and if she stayed here, it might hinder Gavin and affect his performance. She gritted her teeth, turned around quickly, and hurried out of the tent. The moment Daenerys left the tent, Maester Basho rushed towards Gavin like a flash of black lightning. Gavin reacted quickly and immediately swung his sword at the opponent's throat. The blade cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, intending to cut off his head with one blow. However, Bachelor Basho's body made an extremely strange movement. He leaned back, and his body bent into an incredible angle as if he had no bones, and he easily avoided the fatal blow. Then, regardless of the possible injury to his left hand, he quickly grabbed the Sword of Dawn and pulled it hard, trying to stop Gavin from retreating so as to create a better opportunity for himself to attack. At the same time, a sharp dagger suddenly slipped from his sleeve to his right hand and stabbed at Gavin without hesitation. Gavin did not retreat, his eyes revealed calmness. His right arm holding the sword shook violently, and a powerful force was transmitted along the sword. The fingers of Basho's left hand were cut off instantly. Several broken fingers flew into the air and blood gushed out. Just as the dagger was about to get close to Gavin, a silver light flashed, and Gavin skillfully knocked the dagger away with the blade of his sword. Blood gushed out from the severed finger, and piercing pain came from his left hand. Basil, who had lost his weapon, had no intention of retreating, and he approached Gavin with unabated momentum, with a triumphant smile on his face. He knew very well that the faceless man's strength lies in his unexpected assassination. From the very beginning, he had never thought of killing Gavin through a head-on confrontation. His goal was only to get close to him, and now he had achieved this goal. Gavin could not escape from this distance. He bit the poison in his mouth hard and prepared to open his mouth to spit out the killer weapon. However, as early as when Bachelor Bashu approached, Gavin felt the fluctuations of magic power contained in his mouth and was prepared. Just as Basil was about to open his mouth, a ball of fire suddenly appeared in front of him. With a loud bang, Basil was blasted away. Flames poured into his open mouth, and the poison that had not yet been sprayed out was instantly forced back by the heat wave. Gavin took 2 steps forward and swung the sword in his hand again. With a flash of cold light, he chopped off Bachelor Bashu's head cleanly. The head rolled to the ground, and blood gushed out from the broken neck, staining the ground red. At this moment, the ground shook violently, and with a whoosh, the entire tent was pulled up from the ground by a powerful force. Gavin looked up and saw that it was Viceroy. Apparently, Daenerys had brought the dragon with her as soon as she left. Daenerys looked at Maester Barthu, whose head was separated from his body, and Gawain, who was safe and sound, and her tense mood finally relaxed. She quickly jumped off the dragon's back, ran towards Gavin, hugged Gavin, and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Gavin smiled and shook his head and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." Then he gently held Daenerys's little head and kissed her forehead. He thought on the panel and searched for intelligence, although his guess was useless. He found the exact location and found the building was empty. He ordered it to be demolished and all the believers and monks to be arrested. He had a heart-to-heart talk with Daenerys at night. In another tent, Gavin and Daenerys were sitting at the table waiting quietly. This was the place where an officer usually rested and worked, and it was temporarily requisitioned by Gavin. The space inside the tent was not very spacious. In the middle of the tent was a crude wooden table with uneven surfaces, which had obviously been used for a long time. A few worn-out chairs were placed around the table, and in the corner were some sundries used in marching and fighting randomly piled up. Host, Gavin Bellaris. Age, 18. Bloodline Blood and Fire Dragonborn, developed 95% blood of the Dragon King, possesses the ability to control dragons and flames, has fire resistance, and has the heart of the dragon. Domination. 85/89. Your slaves can be upgraded via the panel. 53 Primary Blood Dragon Guards, blood witch puppets made with dragon blood, can be advanced twice. 20 High-level Blood Dragon Guards, can no longer be upgraded. 2 Adult Dragons, magical creatures made of blood and fire that cannot be advanced. 6 Baby Dragons, magical creatures made of blood and fire, unable to advance in infancy. 5 Dragon Eggs, unhatched baby dragons, hatchable. Skill Fire Mastery, Legend Sword Art, Legend Sunblade, Legend Bow, Legend Lance, Legend Energy Points, 0, obtained by automatically absorbing the magic power floating around, or actively absorbing magic power. Gavin's eyes were fixed on the content displayed on the panel, his eyes revealing concentration and contemplation. If he had not sensed the unusual fluctuation of magic power this time, he would not have discovered the invisible improvement of his bloodline. As his bloodline development climbed to over 90%, although no specific abilities emerged, his perception was greatly enhanced, making him extremely sensitive to the subtle fluctuations of magic power around him, as if he suddenly had eyes that could see through everything in the dark. Gavin guessed that the subsequent abilities were most likely related to perception. At this moment, the curtain inside the tent was gently lifted, and a military scholar walked in respectfully. He was dressed in a plain robe, and his steps were anxious. As soon as he entered the tent, he bowed to Gavin and Daenerys, who was sitting beside him, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Queen, this is the information I just found from Maester Barthal's tent as you requested." As he spoke, the scholar took 2 steps forward, carefully holding a piece of parchment in his hands, and handed it to Gavin. Gavin took the parchment, glanced at it quickly, and then frowned slightly, as if he noticed something strange from this brief information. Daenerys, who was standing aside, looked at Gavin's expression with a trace of worry on her face. She couldn't help but said, "Gavin, could this information also be false? Is it a trap? Just like that Maester Barshu?" There was a hint of uneasiness in her voice. After all, she had experienced a thrilling assassination at the hands of Maester Barshu before. Gavin shook his head slightly after hearing this, and after handing the document back to the scholar, he said, "It doesn't matter whether it's true or not now. Even if there really is a temple of the thousand-faced god, it should have been emptied out." After that, he raised his head again, looked at the scholar with a stern expression, and ordered in a serious tone, "Notify Hassan and send soldiers to search this address. If there is no one inside, demolish the building and issue a city-wide wanted notice to hunt down all believers and monks of the thousand-faced god. Anyone who provides clues will be rewarded with 100 gold dragons." The scholar bowed again and replied, "Yes, your majesty." Then he hurried out of the tent. As the tent curtain fell, the tent returned to its previous silence. Daenerys frowned, her eyes full of worry. She looked at Gavin uneasily and said anxiously, "Gavin, I'm really worried. I always feel that there are other faceless men hiding among us. We have only caught Maester Barsha this time. I wonder how many more faceless men are watching us in the dark." After hearing this, Gavin's expression became more solemn. He lowered his head slightly, pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Yes, I'm afraid there are still many faceless men hiding around us, but don't worry, the faceless men's main target is me, and they generally don't hurt people other than their target." Then he raised his head and told Daenerys with concern, "But you have to be more careful during this period. It's best to bring the blood dragon guards I gave you. This way I can feel more at ease." After hearing this, Daenerys looked at Gavin with a worried look on her face and said anxiously, "Gavin, you should have been protected by the blood dragon guards during this period. The thousand-faced god's target is obviously you. If the thousand-faced god wanted to kill me, Maester Barch would have had countless opportunities to do it during this long period of time, but he never did anything to me. Doesn't this mean that they are mainly targeting you?" After hearing this, Gavin smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry about me. The faceless man alone can't hurt me right now. But for your safety, you must take precautions even if the possibility is small." Daenerys nodded heavily and said, "Don't worry, Gavin, I will pay attention." After a pause, she looked at Gavin again and asked, "How long will we stay in Myr?" Gavin thought for a moment and replied, "It should be in the next 2 days. After all, this place has just been conquered, so it is better to stay here for a while and wait for Hassan to arrange things before marching to Volantis." Chapter 237. Volantis. The summer sun shines on the city of Myr, making the largest and most magnificent palace in the city, the Summer Palace, shine brightly. The tall gate tower stands majestically, with magnificent momentum, and exquisite carvings decorate every corner in great detail, as if telling the luxury of the past. A unique fountain in the courtyard is particularly eye-catching. Clear spring water gushes out from the mouth of the lifelike stone dolphin happily. Under the sunlight, it instantly turns into gorgeous rainbows and falls into the marble pool below. The splashing water is like fine crystals, jumping and flashing in the air, making a crisp and pleasant sound, just like playing a beautiful piece of music. This palace, which once served as the residence of Governor Mill, has now become Gawain's temporary palace. On the terrace, Gavin and Daenerys sat lazily on comfortable lounge chairs, enjoying the caress of the sea breeze. The sea breeze blows gently, carrying a hint of salty and humid air, making people feel relaxed and happy. Looking far into the distance, the blue and boundless sea is in full view, and the waves come one after another, hitting the coast vigorously, making a rhythmic roar, as if adding a different background sound to this leisurely picture of summer. At this time, Hassan came to Gavin and reported the situation in detail. "Your Majesty, that address is indeed the temple of the thousand-faced god. But when we rushed over, we found that it had been vacant for a long time. I have ordered the soldiers to demolish the building, and no secret passages or dark rooms were found." After hearing this, Gavin just nodded slightly. He had expected this in his heart. Then he asked casually, "Any news about the believers and monks wanted by the whole city?" Hassan shook his head helplessly and responded, "Your Majesty, the results of the city-wide wanted notice over the past 2 days are not ideal. Only a few believers have been captured, and no monks from the temple have been found. I have interrogated those believers, but they refused to confess anything and spoke wildly, cursing and insulting Your Majesty. I suggest that they be executed and hung on the city wall as a warning to others. Your Majesty, what should we do with those believers? I have interrogated them, but they refused to confess anything. They even cursed and insulted Your Majesty. I suggest that they be executed." Hassan's tone was filled with helplessness and anger, as if he was stating a difficult matter that had to be dealt with. Gavin frowned slightly, and after a brief thought, he ordered in a stern tone, "Then do as you say. If we catch such people again, we will deal with them in the same way." After that, he raised his head and looked directly at Hassan, his eyes revealing concern and seriousness, and then asked, "How are the arrangements for the army's expedition going?" Hassan quickly gathered his thoughts and replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, the vanguard has already set out. The garrisons from Tyrosh and Myr have also been reorganized and are ready to march to Volantis at any time. Since most of the soldiers are surrendered soldiers, to ensure the safety of the march, I have arranged the march route to advance along the coastline. In this way, with the fleet by our side, there shouldn't be any trouble. Gavin heard this and nodded slightly to show his approval. Then he asked, where is the official sent by Boris? After hearing this, Hassan showed a bit of embarrassment on his face and responded, Your Majesty, it has not been sent out yet. Gavin couldn't help but look at Hassan in confusion and asked, Did something happen? What happened? Hassan explained, Your Majesty, the speed at which officials are trained in the stepstones is far slower than the speed at which you conquer. In less than a year, you have conquered Lis, Astapor, Yunkai and Mirian, then Tyrosh and Mir, and now you are going to conquer Volantis. 80% of the officials in the stepstones have been drawn down. Gavin looked helpless after hearing this, and he rubbed his forehead with a headache. Seeing this, Daenerys suggested, Gavin, do you think we can choose a few of these governors to manage temporarily? No, Gavin rejected it immediately, his tone firm, the original rulers can no longer hold power, especially these governors. At most, they can keep their property. After saying that, Gavin looked at Hassan and asked, what about the fleet? If there are injured soldiers, they can stay in Mir and serve as officials directly. In addition, if you have any suitable candidates, you can also recommend them. After hearing this, Hassan scratched his head and said helplessly, Your Majesty, there are some candidates, and the number of them is not small, but most of them are not good at these management matters except sailing. Gavin waved his hand indifferently, shook his head and said, That's okay. If you don't know how to do it, you can learn on the job. The key is to be loyal. Upon hearing this, Hassan straightened up immediately and said confidently, Your Majesty, you can rest assured about this. The soldiers of the Stone Steps Islands fleet are not lacking in loyalty. After hearing this, Gavin looked at Hassan, smiled slightly, and said in a relaxed tone, Of course, I believe you. Okay, Hassan, go and make the arrangements. Also notify the army to set out tomorrow morning and march to Volantis. Hassan quickly stood up and said respectfully, Yes, Your Majesty. Then he turned and left in a hurry. After Hassan left, Gavin gently held Daenerys's fresh, soft, slender, smooth hand, looked at her tenderly, and said, You will follow Hassan and lead the army when the army sets out tomorrow morning. I plan to go to Volantis ahead of time to scout the situation and meet the 2 legions coming from the Bay of Dragons. After hearing this, Daenerys' bright eyes flashed with worry. She frowned slightly and said anxiously, I'd better go with you, Gavin. Gavin smiled and shook his head, saying in a relaxed tone, Don't worry, I'll ride on Blazing Shadow to scout in the air and check out the defense situation of Volantis. You know, too many troops surrendered this time, and the loyalty of the soldiers is hard to guarantee. I'm worried that there will inevitably be deserters on the march, which will easily affect morale. You stay in the army, and with Viceroy and the others, you can deter them. Even if some soldiers have other ideas, they won't dare to act rashly. Daenerys was still reluctant and worried when she heard this, but she also knew that Gavin's decision made sense. After hesitating for a moment, she finally nodded slowly and said softly, Okay, Gavin, I will listen to you. But you must be careful when you go to Volantis alone. You must not take any action when the army does not arrive. Gavin looked at her obedient and worried appearance, and his heart was full of love. Then he approached Daenerys, with a wicked smile on his face, and said teasingly, Now that we have obtained nearly half of Valeria's land, you should hurry up and give birth to an heir for me, otherwise, your rule will be unstable after a long time. Hearing this, Daenerys leaned closer to Gavin's arms and whispered, I thought so too. Gavin laughed, then picked up Daenerys and walked into the house with brisk steps. The next day, when the dawn just broke through the night sky and cast the first glimmer of light, Gavin and Daenerys said goodbye reluctantly. Then, he walked towards Blazing Shadow with a firm step, and in the blink of an eye, he jumped onto Blazing Shadow's broad dragon back. In an instant, a loud and extremely loud dragon roar that seemed to penetrate the sky sounded, and Blazing Shadow suddenly flapped his wings and flew high. The huge wings flapped vigorously, bringing a gust of wind, and rushed straight towards Volantis like a gust of lightning. When Balerion, who was standing by, saw this scene, he immediately flashed his huge wings and flapped them vigorously, following closely behind Jiaying, wanting to fly with Jiaying in the air. You know, the distance between Mir and Volantis is not short. Even if he is flying in the sky on a dragon, the journey is still long. What kind of scene will be waiting for Gavin ahead? Even Gavin rode a dragon and flew in the sky for a whole day before he reached Volantis. Along the way, Gavin was fully focused, his eyes sharp as an eagle, constantly scanning the ground below. The frequent movements of the tiger robe army were clearly visible on the ground below. Obviously, Volantis received the news and felt threatened, so he decisively abandoned all the towns in the disputed areas. Those places where there were many disputes in the past no longer had the atmosphere of fireworks in the past. Only a slightly bleak silence remained, as if silently telling the tense situation. When the still bright afterglow of dusk shone on the land, Gavin finally arrived over Volantis on his blazing shadow. He did not approach immediately, but let blazing shadow hover at a certain distance so that he could observe the situation of the city comprehensively. Looking down from the air, Volantis is like a majestic beast squatting on the earth. The city is large in scale, and its architectural style is unique and distinctive. Most of the buildings in the city are built with thick stones. After years of baptism, the walls are covered with mottled moss, as if telling the long history of the city. The most eye-catching thing is the black wall surrounding the city. The black wall is tall and solid, like a black dragon winding around, tightly guarding the entire Volantis. It is built of huge black stones, each of which seems to carry the weight of the city and the memory of history. From the air, the surface of the black wall is not flat and smooth, but has some traces of erosion left by years. Those potholes and cracks are like scars on its body after years of vicissitudes. The buildings in the city are arranged in an orderly manner, and the streets are crisscrossed like a chessboard. In the central area of the city, there are several particularly tall and magnificent buildings, perhaps palaces or important temples, their roofs shining with golden or silver light, which are particularly dazzling in the evening. Looking at the city walls, the scene of preparation for war was even more eye-catching. Countless crossbows were neatly arranged between the battlements, and their number was far greater than that of other castles Gavin had seen. These crossbows were well made, with the crossbows made of solid dark wood and inlaid with metal parts, shining coldly in the afterglow of the setting sun. The crossbow arrows were thick and sharp, with a chilling black color, as if they could penetrate all obstacles with just a light shot. There were soldiers busy and nervous beside each crossbow. Some of them were stringing arrows on the crossbows, while others were adjusting the aiming angle of the crossbows. Their eyes were fixed on the air, ready for battle. Gavin hovered in the air, observing everything carefully, not missing any details. The blazing shadow seemed to sense the master's concentration, flying steadily in the air, occasionally making a low dragon roar, as if protesting to this heavily guarded city. However, the appearance of the two dragons naturally attracted the attention of the Volantis defenders. There was chaos in the city for a while, with bells and trumpets ringing one after another. Countless tiger-robe soldiers were quickly gathered on the city wall. They were wearing heavy armor, marching hurriedly, and the sweat on their foreheads revealed their nervousness. The dragon-hunting crossbows that were already in a state of readiness were all strung, and the soldiers quickly adjusted their aiming angles, aiming the sharp crossbow arrows at Gavin and Chiaying in the air. Seeing this, Gavin continued to hover steadily in the air. He calmly observed the reaction and deployment of the defenders below, silently calculating in his mind. After circling for a while, Gavin decided to leave after observing the situation thoroughly. If he acted rashly at this moment, he might be able to take advantage of the opportunity to consume a wave of tiger-robe soldiers, but Chiaying and Bale Ryan had already been flying for a whole day and had consumed a lot of physical strength. It was not appropriate for them to get involved in a battle that might last a long time. So he patted Chiaying's neck gently and gave the order. Chiaying understood what he meant, flapped his wings violently, and flew away into the distance, soon disappearing from the sight of the Volantis defenders. After Gavin left, the atmosphere in Volantis became heavy. The three archons gathered together and held an emergency meeting concerning the fate of Volantis. Nasus Ovisima of the Elephant Party frowned, as if there was an unsolvable knot between his brows, and his face was full of melancholy. He said in a heavy tone, "I guess Mir has been breached." Otherwise, that Gavin would not have been able to fly over Volantis and spy on the situation. He must have succeeded in Mir and had no worries, so he turned his attention to our Volantis. After saying that, he sighed deeply, and his worried expression became more and more intense. Another archon, Dafaz Panimayan, who was also a member of the Elephant Party, also sighed and continued, "If we march from Mir to Volantis by land, it will only take half a month to reach the city of Volantis. If we take the sea route, the time will be several times shorter, and we don't know how many people this army has." Malajo Megaya of the Tiger Party saw this and slammed the table angrily and stood up and asked, "What do you two mean? Are you going to surrender?" Chapter 238. Premeditation and borrowing troops. As soon as Malakarmegaya said this, the already solemn scene suddenly became quiet, as if the air had solidified, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. After a while, Narcisovizima of the elephant party slowly spoke, "The problem now is not whether we surrender or not, the key is that we can't stop the enemy's attack at all. According to previous intelligence, Gawain's wife Daenerys has another dragon. Count the 2 he brought over Volantis today, that's 3 dragons. Even if we don't consider these 3 dragons, it will be difficult to defend Volantis with Gawain's army and fleet alone." Defaspanamian scratched his head and tried to smooth things over. "How about we try to negotiate with Gavin? Maybe we can find a compromise, which is better than going to war directly." When Malakarmeja heard this, his face turned red, and he slammed the table again, shouting, "Negotiation? What kind of negotiation? I will never surrender, and I will never hand over Volantis to that guy Gavin. Even if he can finally take over Volantis, I will make him pay a huge price." Defaspanamian sighed helplessly, spread his hands, and said no more. And so, this meeting concerning the fate of Volantis ended in a fierce dispute. Narcisovizima of the elephant party left the meeting room with a heavy heart and helplessness, intending to return to his residence. He sat on the elephant's back with a heavy heart and slowly walked towards the mansion. Along the way, his mind kept circling around the various situations in the meeting just now. He knew very well that the current situation in Volantis was simply untenable. Perhaps surrender was the only way to save the family. He knew very well that Malajomegayana's tough resistance would only lead everyone to the abyss of death. Malakar's impulsive behavior will inevitably bring down Gavin's wrath, and then the entire Volantis, including all the nobles, will be destroyed in this war, and his own family will naturally not be spared. Unfortunately, under the current consul system, important decisions like surrender must be unanimously agreed upon by the 3 consuls to take effect. Moreover, Malakar still holds the command of the Tiger Cloak army, so it is not easy to convince him. While I was thinking in this confusion, the elephant had already stopped steadily outside the mansion. Seeing this, the slaves who served him hurried over with a stool for him to get on and off the elephant. Several slaves came out of the mansion and considerately laid a carpet on the ground. Narcisovizima was about to stand up, but he seemed to be pressed down by something and sat down slowly. He knew that he could not just watch his family go to ruin, and he had to find a feasible way out for his family. After a long silence, Narcisovizima suddenly raised his head, his eyes showing a hint of determination, and loudly ordered, "Go to the Defaz mansion." Although the slaves were full of doubts and did not understand why their master wanted to go back to his house one moment and go to another house the next, they did not dare to ask too much. They just obediently put away the stools, led the elephant and slowly turned around, walking towards the direction of Defaz's mansion. The distance between the 2 mansions was indeed not far, and the elephant carrying the Narcisovizima horse soon arrived at the door of Defaz mansion. Coincidentally, I ran into Defaz who had just returned. When Defaz saw Narciso suddenly appear, he immediately realized that Narciso must have something to discuss with him. After the 2 men got off the elephant, Defaz made a warm gesture of invitation, inviting Narciso to go to the palace with him. Along the way, the 2 tacitly did not say much, but just walked slowly towards the house. Soon, they arrived at a reception room. This living room was decorated extremely luxuriously. The floor was paved with marble tiles of a warm color. It was so shiny that it reflected everything in the hall, like a mirror. The hall is filled with sets of well-made carved tables and chairs. The delicate carving craftsmanship is amazing, as if every pattern contains the hard work and ingenuity of the craftsman. After a while, several beautiful female slaves came in with exquisite trays. After the female slaves respectfully placed the fruits and snacks neatly, Defaz waved his hand gently, and the female slaves bowed slightly, then slowly retreated and gently closed the door. As the slaves quietly left, Narciso and Defaz were the only ones left in the huge house. For a moment, the quiet atmosphere seemed to have substance, weighing heavily on the 2 people's hearts. Defaz was the first to break the silence. He frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt and worry in his eyes. He asked, "You didn't really want to surrender when you were in the meeting today?" Narciso was silent for a moment after hearing this. His expression seemed a little solemn, as if covered by a lingering haze. He slowly raised his head and his eyes met with Defaz's. His eyes were filled with helplessness, and he slowly said, "Under the current situation, do you think we can win?" After hearing this, Defaz's expression became complicated. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something in rebuttal, but swallowed it back. After waiting for a long time, he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth, as if he had used up all his strength. Once we surrender, we will really become lambs to be slaughtered. Think about the good lord of Astapur, the wise lords of Yunkai and Mirian, what kind of fate have they had now? As he spoke, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Narciso listened and just shook his head slowly, his expression still serious. His eyes were firm and steady. He said, those 3 city-states have all tried to resist. If we offer Volantis to Gavin as a condition to preserve our power, I think there is no problem. Gavin can take the city without losing a single soldier. This is a good deal for him, and it can also preserve the foundation of our family for us. After hearing this, Dafaz curled his lips slightly, revealing a look of disdain. He reached out and picked up the red wine glass on the table, shook it gently, and the red wine swirled in the glass. Then he took a sip, as if he wanted to use the spiciness of the wine to dispel the boredom in his heart. After putting down the glass, he said, how can we surrender the city? Volantis has 3 archons, and the Tiger Cloak army is not under our control. Can you convince Malakar? Narciso's expression instantly turned serious after hearing this. He stared at Dafaz closely. I can't convince him, but do you want to take your family and Malakar with you to be buried together? Dafaz was stunned by this sudden question. He looked at Narciso with a little surprise and confusion in his eyes. Then he calmed down and said, just tell me what you think. Narciso looked at him coldly, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, kill Malakar and control the Tiger Robe army. Dafaz's eyes widened immediately, his face full of shock. He looked straight at Narciso and said with a trembling voice, killing the consul? This is an act of rebellion. Absolutely not. Narciso just smiled indifferently, and that smile revealed a ruthlessness after being forced into a desperate situation. He responded in a cold tone, if he doesn't die, you and my family will die. Volantis is almost lost, how can we still rebel? Hearing this, Dafaz's breathing became heavier in an instant. He fell into deep inner entanglement. After a moment, he spoke with difficulty, no, the 2,000 Tiger Robe soldiers in the inner city are all under the control of Malakar. Unless we send more troops into the city, Malakar will definitely be alert. I am afraid that by then, if he is not dead, our 2 families will be the first to suffer. Narciso listened, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, it's not like there are only Tiger Robe soldiers in the inner city, Dafaz. Dafaz asked in confusion, what else? It's just you and my unsullied guards. There are only a few hundred eunuchs left. Are you planning to use them to kill Malakar and rebel to seize power? Seeing Dafaz's surprised expression, Narciso continued, I'm not talking about them. Don't forget that the Red Temple is also in the inner city. Hearing this, Dafaz frowned. He stood up straight, stared at Narciso, and asked, are you talking about the hand of holy fire of the Red Temple? Narciso nodded, his eyes showing a hint of determination, and said, yes, there are 1,000 monks in the temple. Moreover, the Red Temple is closer to Malakar's mansion, so we can surround his mansion by surprise. By then, the Tiger Robe army in the inner city will not have time to react. When Dafaz heard this, he stood up suddenly and asked with a worried look on his face, will Kinvara agree? What if she is unwilling to lend the troops? Narciso waved his hand and said calmly, leave this matter to me. I will go and convince the high priest. Dafaz frowned, still worriedly saying, there are still nearly 20,000 tiger cloaks in the outer city, and many tigers serve as officers among them. If they knew that Malakar was killed by us, they would probably riot at any time. Especially the members of the Meja family, they are a considerable force in the military. Narciso narrowed his eyes slightly and snorted coldly, as long as we act quickly and control the situation before they can react, I don't believe those people will dare to rebel easily. Malakar is dead, and you and I are the only remaining archons. When the time comes, issue an order in the name of the archons to arrest all members of the Meja family. Don't forget that the army is not entirely made up of tigers. We have a lot of elephants as well. After hearing this, Dafaz was still a little hesitant. He paced back and forth in the room, frowning and lost in thought. After a moment, he finally said, I need to think about it. Seeing his hesitation, Narciso stopped talking and stood up, saying firmly, if you don't want to get involved in this, I will do it myself. But after Malakar dies, you need to help me control the tiger and leopard army. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Dafaz. He pushed open the door of the conference room and walked straight outside. He still had to go to the Red Temple to find Genuela to discuss borrowing troops. The Red Temple of Volantis is located within the Black Wall and is the largest Red Temple in the world. The followers of Arhillar, the Lord of Light, built this religious building with red stone and perfectly connected its beams, steps, walls, vaults, towers and air corridors between towers, as if the entire building was hollowed out of a huge stone. The servants of the temple are all slaves. They were bought when they were young and became priests, prostitutes or warriors after strict training. These servants have flame tattoos on their faces to represent their loyalty to the Lord of Light, Arhillar. The warriors are called the Hands of the Holy Fire. They guard the temple and their number is always kept at 1,000, no more and no less. When Narciso rode his elephant slowly to the gate of the Red Temple, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw that the Red God priests had lined up neatly at the gate of the temple as if they had predicted the future, and seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. When the priests saw Narciso, they immediately bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Archon Narciso." One of the priests, whose face showed a bit of vicissitudes and who was obviously more experienced, took a step forward steadily, and said in a tone full of respect, "Mr. Archon, the High Priest has been waiting for you for a long time, please follow me." Narciso was full of doubts, secretly wondering how the Red Temple knew his whereabouts, but he tried his best to remain calm. He did not say a word, just nodded slightly, and followed the priest into the Red Temple. As they walked into the temple, they saw the tall and mysterious statue of Arhillar, the Lord of Light, in front of them. The High Priest Kinvara was kneeling devoutly before the statue. As Narciso entered, Kinvara slowly stood up and turned around to bow slightly to Narciso in respect. "All men are mortal. Everyone needs to be served." After greeting each other, Genuela said with a smile on his face, "I have been waiting for you for a long time, Governor Narciso." After that, the other priests and servants in the hall seemed to have received silent instructions, and they all consciously retreated quietly. At this point, Narciso could no longer suppress his doubts and asked, "You seem to know I was coming." Genuela's smile did not fade. He walked slowly towards him with a smile and said, "Not only do I know you are coming, I also know the purpose of your coming." When Narciso heard this, he couldn't help but look incredulous and said, "How is that possible?" The High Priest calmly made a gesture for silence, interrupted him, then reached out and gently pulled him up, leading him to the brazier in the center of the temple. The blazing flames danced in the brazier, as if hiding endless mysteries. The blazing firelight reflected on their faces, making the whole atmosphere seem particularly solemn. Genuela said slowly, "The flames told me your purpose." Narciso stared at the brazier quietly, listening to what the High Priest had just said, and a feeling of awe welled up in his heart. He asked nervously, "Do you agree to borrow the troops?" Chapter 239, Volantis Rebellion. Genuela nodded slightly and said solemnly, "You can mobilize 1,000 holy fire hands at any time. The believers of the Red God are willing to serve you." Narciso bowed respectfully and said earnestly, "Thank you for your generous help, High Priest. The survival of Volantis may depend on these 1,000 holy fire hands." The High Priest still looked calm. She no longer looked at him, slowly turned around and walked away into the depths of the hall. After a moment, her voice came from the depths of the temple. "This is all Arhillar's will, not Volantis's." The night fell like a huge piece of black silk, gently covering the city of Volantis. After leaving the Red Temple, Narciso hurried back to his mansion. As soon as he entered the mansion, he immediately summoned his most trusted confidant and whispered, "You, quickly deliver this letter to Governor Defaz." After receiving the order, the confidant quickly disappeared into the night like a black shadow. That night, the moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the quiet streets, as if coating every stone slab with a layer of silver frost. Defaz quietly came to Narciso's mansion with only a few guards. After the guard at the gate quietly announced, Defaz walked quickly into the mansion, passed through the winding corridor, and came to Narciso's study. In the study, the candle light flickered, casting the figures of the two people on the wall, appearing a little distorted. Defaz and Narciso sat opposite each other, their eyes meeting in the candle light. Defaz spoke first, his voice deep and powerful, "I will contact the officers of the Tiger Cloak Army and persuade them personally. We must ensure that we can firmly control the army from the first moment of the operation. At the same time, we must capture Malakhar's confidants and cut off his arms. We must not leave Malakhar any chance to fight back. After the matter is accomplished, I will inform you as soon as possible." Narciso nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. He clenched his fists and said, "Okay, I will lead the monks to attack Malakar's mansion, and then use our 2 unsullied guards to control the council and ensure that Volantis is under our control." The 2 of them gathered around the candlelight and discussed in detail various possible situations and countermeasures. After careful consideration, they finally carefully set the time of action as tomorrow night. Time quickly came to the next night. Outside the Red Temple, the moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the ancient buildings, outlining a mysterious and hazy outline. Narciso, wearing armor that shone with cold light, waited solemnly for news from Defas. Behind him was a group of neatly arranged monks, all of them wearing red leather armor, with sturdy bodies and taut muscles, holding sharp weapons in their hands, which gleamed coldly in the moonlight. At this moment, the sound of flapping wings suddenly came from the silent night sky. A carrier pigeon flapped its wings like a ghost and landed accurately on Narciso's shoulder. Narciso's eyes were stern, and he quickly and gently untied the paper on the pigeon's leg. His eyes quickly swept over the paper, and a hint of excitement and nervousness flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Let's go!" At the gate of Malakar's mansion, the slaves guarding the gate were originally guarding the gate out of boredom. The night breeze blew gently, some of them yawned slightly, some looked ahead with empty eyes, as if they were thinking about something, or maybe they were not thinking about anything and were just mechanically completing their guard duties. Suddenly, a dull sound of footsteps broke the silence, and a huge elephant appeared in sight, slowly walking towards the mansion. Behind the elephant, there was a team of Red Temple Holy Fire Hands. They were dressed in unique costumes, and the weapons in their hands flashed coldly in the moonlight, exuding a chilling aura. The slaves were shocked by this and immediately stopped their lazy posture. They quickly straightened their bodies, put on respectful expressions, hurriedly sorted out their clothes, and then trotted to both sides of the road, stood in a neat line, and prepared to welcome the guests. After all, in Volantis, only archons would ride elephants when traveling, which was a symbol of status and power. An experienced steward quickly stepped forward and took a closer look in the moonlight. He immediately identified the elephant's owner as the governor, Narciso V. Sama. His heart tightened involuntarily, and he quickly straightened his clothes and bowed his head respectfully, waiting for Narciso's arrival. At the same time, he was secretly guessing the purpose of this important man's visit at this time. Narciso rode on the elephant's back, looking down at the slaves with cold and sharp eyes. The slaves were still unguarded, their faces were full of habitual respect. They quickly opened the door, then bent down deeply, their bodies almost parallel to the ground, welcoming Narciso's arrival with the most humble attitude. The steward had sharp eyes, and he noticed at a glance that Narciso was unusual today. The consul was wearing armor today. This was very different from the consul's usual attire when he came to visit, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. He plucked up his courage, stepped forward quickly, and asked respectfully but cautiously, "Mr. Archon, what are you doing?" However, Narciso did not bother to answer his question. He just sneered in his heart. These stupid slaves had no idea what disaster they were about to face. Then, Narciso no longer hesitated. He waved his arms violently and shouted, "Attack!" As his orders were given, the monk soldiers who had been ready for battle rushed into the mansion like a tide. The defenseless slaves were so shocked by this sudden change that they stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. At this time in the study, Malakar was sitting around a huge oak table with several Tiger Cloak army officers, discussing the defense of Volantis. Suddenly, there was a faint noise outside, breaking the silence. Malakar frowned, a trace of doubt and impatience flashed in his eyes. He immediately stopped what he was doing and shouted to the slave standing at the door, "Go and see what happened outside." The slave was about to obey the order and leave, but at this moment, a slave ran in panic, his eyes full of fear, and said in a trembling voice, "My lord, it's bad." Archon Narciso suddenly rushed into the mansion with the holy fire hand of the Red Temple, killing everyone he saw. Malakar was immediately filled with rage when he heard this. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, the first of which was a feeling of anger at being betrayed. He and Narciso were both consuls, and although they were not in the same party, they often fought for power, but he had never thought that such a fierce conflict would break out in his own mansion. How dare Narciso start a rebellion? He shouted in his heart. He thought of yesterday's meeting and his heart tightened. He immediately guessed the purpose of Narciso's action. He wants to seize power, intends to surrender Gavin and offer up Volantis. Does Dofas know this? No, he must know. Narciso cannot decide this matter on his own. Malachar frowned, thinking about various possibilities. If Tafaz is also in collusion with him, then wouldn't I be in a desperate situation today? Malachar thought to himself, his anxiety growing stronger. However, his years of political career and military experience allowed him to calm down quickly. The shouts and screams outside were getting closer and closer, as if the footsteps of death were approaching step by step. He knew that he could not panic at this moment and had to take action. Narciso came prepared, and he had to leave now, otherwise he could not hold on. Notify the unsullied guards, ignore them and escort me away immediately. Malachar ordered loudly. A head-on conflict would lead to a desperate situation, but looking for an opportunity to break out through the back door might still offer a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, he didn't care about anything else and immediately ran towards the back door. However, when he hurried to the back door, the scene in front of him made Malachar's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. He saw a flickering fire at the back door, and a group of monks stood there like ghosts. The weapons in their hands flashed coldly under the firelight, and the breath seemed to freeze the air. The monks were on high alert, their eyes revealing coldness and determination, as if they were an insurmountable wall, ruthlessly blocking the retreat of Malachar and others. Malachar thought to himself that something was wrong, and had no choice but to hastily command everyone to retreat. But as soon as they turned around, they heard the initial shouting and killing coming closer and closer, like a surging tide, shaking their eardrums. At this moment, several red-robed holy fire hands suddenly rushed out from the corner. Their eyes were sharp and full of cold murderous intent. When they saw Malachar, they immediately rushed towards him like hungry wolves. For a moment, the corridor was in chaos. Swords shone and shadows crisscrossed, shouts and screams were heard one after another. Malachar waved his weapon vigorously, trying to fight his way out, but there were too many enemies and they were coming at him fiercely. In this melee, Malachar saw that the situation was not good, and could only fight and retreat with the few remaining unsullied beside him, frantically looking for a place to hide temporarily. Finally, they retreated into a room, and Malachar slammed the door shut, leaning against the door and breathing heavily, his eyes full of anxiety and unwillingness, while the shouting and killing outside continued, as if it would break through the door at any time and swallow them up completely. The room was filled with tension and despair, and everyone's breathing seemed heavy and rapid. Malachar's face was as gloomy as the sky before a storm, and his eyes revealed deep anxiety and unwillingness. The situation became extremely critical. The shouting and footsteps outside were getting quieter and quieter, but he still couldn't leave. Malachar could feel the shadow of death looming over him little by little. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and every second was filled with endless torment. His heart was filled with anger and helplessness. He hated Narciso's betrayal and regretted why he had not noticed the conspiracy in advance. The room was filled with blood and despair. The groans of the wounded echoed in this small space, as if it was the prelude to death. Malachar leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. His body was covered with blood, both from the enemy and his own people. His eyes revealed fatigue and unwillingness, but the flame of anger was still burning. At this time, Narciso came out of the room, his figure was a little blurred in the light of the fire. Narciso shouted loudly, "Malachar, you have no way to escape, surrender." Malachar stood up suddenly when he heard Narciso's voice. He rushed to the window, his eyes red, and asked angrily, "You traitor! What qualifications do you have to make me surrender? You started this rebellion and betrayed Voluntas. You will be punished." Malachar's voice trembled with anger. He continued to insult, "You are obviously planning to surrender, give Voluntas to Gavin, and become his dog." Narciso stood outside the house with a gloomy face. He was silent for a moment and then said, "Everything I did was to protect my family. Look at the current situation. What can we use to fight? Gavin has 3 dragons, tens of thousands of troops, and an invincible fleet. We can't resist him. I have no choice but to do this. This is the only way for us to survive." Malachar sneered and said mockingly, "You coward! Stop making excuses for yourself." Narciso stopped arguing with him. He waved his hand and ordered, "Monks, attack!" The monks rushed into the room like a tide, and the shouts of killing were deafening. Malachar looked at the approaching enemy, his heart filled with despair and anger. He knew that he had no way to escape today, but he would never be willing to die like this. In the last moments of his life, he cursed with all his strength, "Narciso, you and Tafaz will not die well. You will be punished." As the monks rushed in, a final fight to the death began in the room. Malachar fought hard, but he was outnumbered. In the fierce battle, he was hit by the monk's weapons. His body shook a few times and slowly fell down, his eyes still full of resentment towards Narciso and unwillingness to accept his fate. After Malachar was killed, a dead silence fell over the room. Narciso walked into the room and looked at Malachar's body with mixed feelings. At the same time, chaos broke out in the Tiger Robe army camp in the inner city. Several Elephant Party officers assassinated several unsuspecting Tiger Party officers in succession. After succeeding, the Elephant Party officers took the opportunity to control the troops led by those Tiger Party officers. After the remaining Tiger Party officers learned of this, they angrily gathered the Tiger Robe army under their control and formed a confrontation with the army controlled by the Elephant Party officers. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Although there were no shouts of killing in the Tiger Robe army camp, the tense atmosphere was almost frozen, as if the war would be completely ignited in the next second. At this critical moment, Archon de Faz arrived hurriedly and used his status as Archon to forcibly suppress the conflict and successfully control the army. Chapter 240. Volantis surrenders. To the east of Volantis, on the vast land, a huge army is marching. It was Gavin's 2nd Legion and the Unsullied Legion. At this time, this combined army had already entered the disputed land and was only 2 days away from Volantis. During the march, the sounds of horse hooves and footsteps intertwined. Suddenly, 2 deafening roars were heard from the sky. The soldiers subconsciously looked up at the sky. In the far horizon, 2 huge black shadows gradually emerged. The shadows kept approaching, revealing 2 majestic dragons. They spread their wings that covered the sky and circled in the air, and the dragon scales flashed dazzlingly under the sunlight. When the marching commander Kylos and the commander of the Unsullied Legion Grey Worm heard the noise, they were startled at first, but then they immediately reacted, hurriedly straightened their clothes and armor, and prepared to welcome them with serious expressions and a bit of expectation. Not long after, one of the largest dragons swooped down first, like a flash of golden lightning, and landed steadily on the open space on one side of the army. Gawain jumped off the dragon's back swiftly, and Balryan also landed slowly. Upon seeing this, Kairos and Grey Worm hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Kairos said, "Your Majesty. Welcome. The 2nd Legion is at your service." Grey Worm nodded as usual. Gavin smiled and nodded slightly, his eyes full of concern and encouragement, and said loudly, "You 2 have worked hard on the march." Kairos' face was full of excitement, and he quickly responded, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. It is my honor to serve Your Majesty." Grey Worm finally said, "I am willing to serve you." Gavin nodded, then looked at Kairos and asked, "Kairos, how is the logistics supply for this march? Can it guarantee that the army can reach Volantis?" Kairos immediately straightened his expression and replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, rest assured, the supplies we brought with us are enough to support the army for 10 days, and more supplies will be delivered later." Just then, the sound of horse hooves came from far away. Gavin looked in the direction of the voice and saw Melisandre, dressed in a bright red robe, riding on a snow-white horse, slowly approaching where Gavin was. Seeing Melisandre suddenly appear, Gavin frowned slightly, then cast a puzzled look at Kairos and asked with a somewhat puzzled tone, "Why is she here?" Kairos quickly responded, "Your Majesty, this Red God priest asked to return to Volantis with the army. I did not refuse her request because she was your guest." After listening to Kairos' explanation, Gavin understood the reason and nodded slightly. Then, he turned his gaze back to Melisandre, who was gradually approaching, with a look of scrutiny and inquiry in his eyes. Melisandre came to Gavin on a white horse, bowed slightly on the horse, and saluted Gavin. Her manners were very considerate, but also revealed her unique mysterious charm. Her eyes slowly shifted to the majestic Balryan beside her. A burning light instantly ignited in her eyes, and her voice sounded faintly, "It seems that your Majesty has drawn the Sword of Light." Gavin couldn't help but think deeply when he heard this. Melisandre's prophecy flashed through his mind. He frowned slightly and asked, "The Sword of Light you mentioned is a dragon?" Melisandre looked at Gavin, nodded calmly, and said firmly, "I said at the beginning that the hero's sword is not necessarily a real sword." Gavin did not want to delve too deeply into this obscure question, so he changed the subject and asked, "Melisandre, what are you going to do in Volantis?" Melisandre raised her chin slightly, her eyes revealing a kind of piety and fanaticism, and slowly said, "Volantis has the residence of my lord. I saw the revelation of the Red God in the flames, asking me to come to Volantis to present a gift to you." When Gavin heard this, his doubts grew stronger, and at the same time, he began to feel alert. His expression darkened slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, "What gift are you talking about?" Melisandre's expression remained calm, and she spoke calmly, "Volantis, the Lord of Light wants to give Volantis to you. You can ride your dragon to Volantis now, and as soon as you arrive, the city will open its doors to you." After hearing this, Gavin thought to himself, Melisandre would not say these words for no reason, but how could Volantis be obtained so easily? How could those nobles of Volantis agree to such an arrangement? Could it be that the Red God has already mastered reality to such an extent? Although his mind was full of thoughts, Gavin remained calm, with a faint smile on his face, and said, "Thank you for the gift, Lord of Light. I will lead the army to take over Volantis in 2 days." Gavin looked at Kairos and gave an order with a serious look, "Continue marching, I will wait for you in Volantis." "As you command, Your Majesty," Kairos responded. Gavin nodded slightly, then he ignored everyone, turned over and jumped lightly onto the back of the fiery shadow dragon. He decided to go to Volantis to investigate the situation first. He wanted to find out in person what kind of mystery was hidden behind this sudden so-called gift. Jiaying spread his huge golden wings and flew into the sky. His body was agile and swift, like a golden lightning piercing the sky. Balryan tilted his head slightly, with confusion in his huge eyes, and looked quietly at the red-robed woman Melisandre, not understanding why she kept staring at him with such a fiery and mysterious look. But seeing that Jiaying had already flown away, it flapped its wings without hesitation, and its huge body brought up a strong wind as it followed closely behind Jiaying. Soon, Gavin rode on Blaze Shadow and flew over Volantis with Balryan. Gavin rode on the dragon's back, looking down with a cold gaze. The tense atmosphere in Volantis had disappeared. The dragon hunting crossbows that were ready on the city walls were gone, and all the city gates were wide open. The whole city was filled with an indescribable strange atmosphere, and it didn't look like a city about to face a war. 2 dragons were circling and dancing in the sky above Volantis. Such a huge figure naturally couldn't hide from the sight of everyone in the city. Upon seeing this, the 2 consuls Narciso and Afaz immediately ordered the Tiger Robe army to raise the white flag that had been prepared long ago, and then each of them rode on an elephant and led a large group of followers to walk out of the city. They were well aware of the power of the dragon that Gavin rode, but after all, they had removed all of Volantis' anti-aircraft defense dragon hunting crossbows. If Gavin misunderstood and suddenly launched an attack, the consequences would be more than the gain. Gavin in the air also keenly noticed the series of events in the city, especially the 2 elephants and the large group of followers behind them. Even though they were holding white chess pieces, he was still alert and kept his eyes on the group, not relaxing for a moment until the group left Volantis. Then, the 2 elephants left the team behind them and walked alone to an open space. Seeing this, Gavin immediately commanded Jiaying to fly down. Jiaying was wrapped in a strong airflow and dived towards the ground. As it landed, it stirred up a gust of wind that whistled past, rustling the grass and trees around. Even the 2 elephants were frightened and could not help but take a few steps back with horror in their eyes. The 2 consuls, Narciso and Afaz, who were sitting on the elephant's back, were facing this huge beast up close at this moment, and their fear was beyond words. Their faces were pale, their bodies were trembling slightly, and they nervously lowered the ladder on the elephant. Usually, these things were done by slaves, but now the situation was special, and there were only 2 of them, so they had to do it themselves. They climbed down the divine ladder tremblingly, and Gavin sat quietly on the dragon's back and watched. He did not jump off, nor did he speak. He just coldly watched their every move. After seeing the 2 trembling people walk up to Jiaying and kneel down respectfully, Gavin slowly turned over and jumped off the dragon's back. Narciso and Afaz first introduced themselves respectfully, stating their identities as consuls, and then said sincerely, "Your Majesty, as the consuls of Volantis, we are willing to offer this city to you. We hope that Your Majesty can forgive our previous actions." Gavin frowned slightly, his eyes filled with doubt and scrutiny, and asked coldly, "Aren't there 3 archons in Volantis? Can you 2 make the decision? What about the other one? I remember his name is Malakarmeja, and he once threatened me." Narciso hastily replied, "Your Majesty, it was Malakarmeja who provoked the Dragon King without authorization and caused the war. He has been executed. We had no choice but to do this for the sake of the peace of Volantis." Gavin looked at the 2 men in front of him with a stern expression. He snorted and said, "As far as I know, Volantis has a 3-arch system. As Archons, you should not have the right to execute another Archon. This behavior means rebellion. Tell me, how can I trust 2 people who once rebelled? When the 2 heard this, they kowtowed repeatedly and promised solemnly, Your Majesty, we can send hostages. You can rest assured that we can definitely be trusted. After hearing the responses from the 2, Gavin lowered his head slightly and fell into deep thought. His eyes were deep, and he quickly analyzed and judged the truthfulness of the other party's words in his mind, trying to find out the real intention behind them from a few words. After a moment, Gavin slowly raised his head and said in a cold and serious manner, In 2 days, my army will come to take over this city. At that time, you must hand over the heir as a hostage to the Stone Steps Islands to ensure that what you said is true. After hearing this, Narciso and Dofus hurriedly nodded their heads and kept saying, Don't worry, Your Majesty, there will be absolutely no problem. We will do it. Gavin saw this and continued slowly, As a reward for your surrender of Volantis, your Waisama and Ponimayan families can retain their status and wealth. You 2 will also be responsible for managing the daily affairs of Volantis for the time being, but you must hand over the command of the Tiger Cloak Army. In the future, I will arrange other duties for you according to the situation, and you must obey. When the 2 heard this, they were immediately surprised and kowtowed to the ground, thanking him profusely, Thank you for your kindness and wisdom, we will certainly obey you. Gavin frowned slightly, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and then asked, Tell me, in this matter, is the Red Temple involved? And how is it involved? After hearing this, the 2 did not dare to hide anything and immediately told Gavin everything that had happened before. After listening to their story, Gavin couldn't help but become alert. If the power of our healer, the Lord of Light, was secretly manipulating this, then there must be something fishy going on behind the scenes. He thought for a moment and said calmly, Well said. Please convey to the High Priest Jinwala that I thank them for their help. The Red Temple can continue to have monks and soldiers, and the faith of the Red God can also be spread in the Stone Step Islands. Upon hearing this, Narciso hurriedly said, Your Majesty, the High Priest wants to see Your Majesty and invites you to visit the Red Temple. Gavin shook his head without hesitation and said in a cold tone, I have something else to do. Let's talk next time. If he wants to see me, he can go to the Stone Steps Islands to find me. Narciso nodded and said, I will convey Your Majesty's intention to the High Priest. Gavin nodded slightly, then looked at the 2 and asked, I heard there is a temple of the thousand-faced god in Volantis. Hearing Gavin's question, the 2 consuls looked at each other, as if they both wanted to ask the other party. It was obvious that they did not know much about the matter. Gavin understood what was happening and said in a cold voice, Go check it out. If you find any temples of the thousand-faced god, tear them down immediately and arrest all the believers and monks and transfer them to the Stone Steps Islands. After hearing this, the 2 men felt nervous. Although they didn't know Gavin's intention, they still nodded obediently. Dofus said, Please rest assured, Your Majesty, we will handle it within 2 days. When your army arrives in Volantis, we will hand over all the captured believers and monks to them. Gavin nodded slightly, then easily climbed onto the dragon's back and patted Jia Ying's back. Jia Ying sensed his master's intention and immediately flapped its wings and took off. Since Volantis has surrendered, there is no need for Daenerys, Hassan, and others to continue marching here. Gavin planned to set off immediately to inform Daenerys and the others so that they could know the situation here. As for Kinvara, the High Priestess of the Red Temple, Gavin had no intention of meeting her at the moment. He didn't know what our healer's purpose was and why he helped him like this, but Gavin absolutely did not believe in the so-called prophecy. After all, the Lord of Light was a true god who could display his power. It would be dangerous to rashly go to his temple. The only way he could deal with it was to take the cold approach. If it was not necessary, Gavin would not even enter Volantis, let alone the Red Temple. Chapter 241, Sending Troops to West Eros. With the surrender of Volantis a month ago, Gavin's sphere of influence has expanded unprecedentedly. The territory extends to Dragonstone in the east, the Bay of Dragons in the west, the Setting Sun Sea in the south, and Pentos in the north. This force spans 2 continents, like a solid bond, tightly connecting the entire southeastern part of Essos and West Eros. Its area has reached half the size of Valeria in its heyday. In terms of military power, it has a terrifying deterrent effect on the outside world. 3 giant dragons conquered the city of Mil in one day, and they were the most terrifying monsters that were beyond comprehension. The scale of the two fleets has surpassed the invincible armada of Bravus. Moreover, the ships are sturdy, well equipped, and the soldiers on board are well trained. They can blockade the world's trade routes at any time. The professional army of up to 60,000 people is comparable to the combined military strength of all city-states. When trade routes were restored, the news spread like wildfire to every corner of the world. After learning about this, all the forces were terrified. They suddenly realized that a new dragon dynasty had risen, and like a ferocious beast, it showed great ambition. Especially after Gavin quickly swept away many city-states like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, this ambition was even more obvious. In an instant, an atmosphere of fear enveloped the world. Even the continent of West Eros, which was originally in chaos and war, seemed to have been paused by an invisible hand. All forces stopped fighting, and their eyes were all turned to the Stone Islands, which seemed to be about to become the center of the storm. Stone Steps Islands. Dragonflame Bay. In the conference room, Gavin and Daenerys sat on the main seats, and all the royal ministers, legion commanders, and many officials sat upright. The atmosphere in the meeting room was solemn and dignified. Gavin looked at everyone with a firm gaze and slowly said, "I think we should send troops to West Eros next month and claim to take back the Iron Throne that belongs to Queen Daenerys Targaryen in her name. The most urgent task is to reorganize our army, transfer them to Dragonstone, and prepare for the expedition." Boris couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He slowly stood up, saluted to Gavin and said, "Your Majesty, I have a question about how many troops you plan to send to West Eros. During this period of time, you first conquered the 3 cities in Slaver Bay, and then conquered several city-states. The number of soldiers surrendered and recruited has reached 60,000. With our current economic situation, it is really difficult to maintain a professional army of 60,000 for a long time. Especially since we have 2 fleets, they are like 2 gold-eating monsters, consuming a lot of wealth. It may not be a problem to rely on the captured to maintain the status quo in the short term, but if you want to maintain such a large army for a long time, the financial pressure is really too heavy. I suggest that Your Majesty appropriately cut some of the troops to ease the financial pressure." Hassan nodded slightly in agreement after hearing what Boris said, and then said, "Lord Boris is right. However, we are about to march into West Eros. The Stepstones Fleet and the Narrow Sea Fleet are the main forces of this operation. We must always maintain full manpower configuration. This point must not be shaken." Gavin pondered for a moment and said loudly, "You two are both very pertinent. I will reorganize all the armies. In addition to maintaining 2,000 city guards in each city to be responsible for the city's security and defense. The 3 legions will each maintain 10,000 people, the Unsullied Legion will remain at its current size, the original 1st Legion will be supplemented to 10,000 people, and the 2nd Legion will also remain at 10,000 people. Personnel can be selected at will from the entire army, and the combat effectiveness of these 2 legions must be guaranteed. The 2 fleets will remain unchanged. As for the soldiers who are laid off, we can allocate land for them in the disputed land. After all, land in the disputed land is not scarce, and there is a lot of wasteland. At the same time, we need to migrate people from Dragon Bay to supplement there and develop the disputed land well." Boris nodded and asked, "Your Majesty, please let me handle the population migration." Gavin nodded slightly, feeling relieved to leave these civil affairs to Boris. Qyburn had been listening carefully, and now he smiled and said quickly, "Your Majesty's decision is really far-sighted. According to intelligence, we have 3 legions, which is enough to march into West Eros. After all, there is the threat of dragons in the sky, and no castle can give those lords a sense of security. In addition, during this period, I have contacted many lords in West Eros, and some of them have expressed their intention to get closer to us. After all, it has not been long since they broke away from the rule of the Targaryens, and they still have a certain sense of belonging to the Targaryen family. In addition, our ally Highgarden has huge war potential and can recruit tens of thousands of troops at any time. The Duke of Mace has written to Your Majesty many times during this period, urging him to fulfill the agreement and marry Miss Marjorie Tyrell." After hearing what Qyburn said, Gavin looked at Daenerys. A meaningful smile appeared on Daenerys' beautiful face, and then she nodded gently. Seeing this, Gavin cleared his throat and said solemnly, "I have decided to marry Marjorie Tyrell on Dragonstone. Qyburn, you must write to High Court immediately and inform the Duke of Mace and Lady Olenna of this matter in detail. Also send ravens to all the nobles. I welcome them to attend the wedding." "As you command, Your Majesty." I believe many nobles will take this opportunity to pledge their allegiance to you. Coban bowed slightly in his seat. Gavin turned his gaze to Brienne and Kairos again, his eyes becoming stern. We are running out of time. As the commanders of the two legions, you two must reorganize the two legions as soon as possible. Except for the Unsullied Legion and the two fleets, you will have priority in selecting all the personnel and equipment. Every soldier, every warhorse, and every weapon must be prepared properly, and the reorganization must be completed within the next month. Yes, Your Majesty. Brienne and Kairos answered in unison, their eyes full of determination. Then, Gavin looked at Grey Worm and said in an unquestionable tone, Grey Worm, you will lead the Unsullied army to Dragonstone to station first. Dragonstone is strategically located and we cannot afford to lose it. Your Majesty, the Unsullied will live up to its mission. Grey Worm knelt on one knee and clasped his fists to receive the order. At this time, Hassan and Davos looked at each other, and Hassan spoke first, Your Majesty, I think that the blockade of King's Landing does not require two fleets at the same time. We can allocate some warships to blockade Dorne, the Westerly, and the Vale. We can even let the warships go all the way along Crab Bay to the Sancha River Basin. In this way, we can deter most areas and make all the nobles dare not act rashly. Davos nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, Commander Hassan is right. The riverlands are the key. So, once the warships reach the Sancha River, we will be able to take the initiative in the entire West Eros. Boris frowned and said with a worried look on his face, Commander Hassan, although the two fleets are large in scale, after all, the continent of West Eros is vast and the coastline is long, so it is difficult to blockade it. Hassan responded confidently, we only need to block a few key locations. We don't even need to log in to form a deterrent. As long as we use all the warships of the two fleets, deploy them carefully, and cooperate closely, I think we can accomplish this task. After hearing this, Gavin lowered his head and thought for a moment, then raised his head with a look of approval, Hassan, your suggestion is very good. Your ability is much better than before. Let you and Davos discuss this matter. Be sure to act with caution. Seeing that the warships seemed to have been assigned tasks, Osha stood up and said earnestly, Your Majesty, I hope to return to the land beyond the wall as soon as possible. I want to bring back more free people and giants for you, but I need ships. Gavin frowned when he heard this and fell into deep thought. He had made arrangements too hastily just now, and now all the warships were doing their respective duties, and he almost forgot about Osha's matter. At this time, Davos took the initiative to offer a suggestion, Your Majesty, there are many armed merchant ships in the Narrow Sea Fleet. The fleet can provide 30 merchant ships for Lady Osha. We can also allocate 10 additional warships for escort. With a fleet of this size, the pirates on the Narrow Sea will never dare to provoke it. After hearing this, Osha nodded repeatedly and looked at Gavin eagerly, Your Majesty, I think this is a good idea. I hope you can agree with this method. Gavin nodded slightly. Okay, let's do as Davos said. Boris, prepare enough food and supplies for Osha, as well as the newly produced dragon glass weapons, and let her take them. Osha, these dragon glass weapons can fight against the White Walkers, and you can use them to win over other tribes. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I have already prepared all the supplies in Dragonstone in advance, and they can be loaded on board when the fleet passes by. Boris said with a bow. Osha was filled with gratitude, Thank you, Your Majesty and all the lords. I will live up to my mission and bring back as many free people and giants as possible. Chapter 242 Selwyntar's Pledge of Allegiance. Dragonstone. Map Room. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn yet full of expectation. Selwyntarth knelt on one knee, looked at Daenerys firmly, and spoke first, My family and I are willing to bend the knee to you, Your Majesty Daenerys. I, Selwyntarth, the Earl of Duskfall Hall and the Isle of Tarth, swear allegiance to you with a sincere heart today. I am willing to dedicate everything on the Isle of Tarth to you without reservation, to help you punish those treacherous usurpers, to take back the Iron Throne that belongs to you, and to restore the supreme glory of the Targaryen family in the past. Daenerys raised her hand slightly, her manners were elegant, her voice was calm and gentle, I accept your allegiance, Lord Tarth. Your coming here is not only a trust in me, but also a recognition of the Targaryen family, which makes me deeply gratified. Selwyntarth slowly stood up, looked at Daenerys with gratitude, and said, Your Majesty, I would like to thank you especially for your appreciation of my daughter Brienne. You have given her unprecedented opportunities and honors, and restored the glory of our House of Tarth. Your kindness will be remembered by the House of Tarth for generations to come." Daenerys smiled softly and responded, "Knight Brienne has a brave and pure heart. She is the most chivalrous person I have ever seen. Everything she has gained is the result of her own efforts and she deserves it." After Selwyn Tarth bowed to Daenerys, he turned to Gawain with a sincere smile on his face and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty Gawain. I heard that you are about to marry Margaery of the Tyrell family as queen. I offer you my most sincere blessings. I believe that with the support of the Riverlands, we will soon be able to take over the Stormlands and King's Landing." Gavin smiled politely in return, nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Tarth, and you are welcome to attend my wedding with Margaery. After the wedding, my army will land in the Stormlands and then go all the way to King's Landing." The smile on Selwyn Tarth's face faded slightly, and his expression became serious and solemn. He turned to Daenerys again, took a deep breath, and said sincerely, "Your Majesty, I have to confess to you that in the War of the Usurper, I did things that went against your family. Every time I think about it now, I regret it. I know that it is treason, and I only hope that you can be magnanimous and forgive my confused and helpless behavior back then." After that, he lowered his head again, as if a criminal awaiting sentencing. Daenerys was silent for a moment, then her eyes were full of tolerance, and she said softly, "Lord Tarth, the usurper is dead, and the war is over. Under the circumstances back then, I can understand that you followed your lord. Moreover, I also know what kind of person my father was. I am willing to forgive you, as long as you can be loyal to me in the future." Upon hearing this, Selwyn Tarth felt relieved. He raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of surprise and emotion, and hurriedly said, "Thank you for your kindness and generosity. The Tarth family will do its best to be loyal to you, Your Majesty. Now that Tarth Island has experienced several wars, it can still recruit more than 1,000 soldiers. I am willing to lead them personally, fight for you, obey your orders, and follow your footsteps, even if it means going through fire and water and charging into battle." Daenerys stood up slowly. She was tall and majestic in the light and shadow. She walked to the steps of the throne and came to Selwyn Tarth. She held his arm and said sincerely, "I thank you for your help and I believe in your loyalty. With your support, Lord Tarth, the Iron Throne will return to the hands of the Targaryen family." Selwyn Tarth was filled with excitement. He bowed again and said very respectfully, "Your Majesty, please excuse me while I take my leave. I will send a message back to Tarth Island now. I believe that the soldiers of the Tarth family will land in the Stormland soon and await your orders." Upon hearing this, Daenerys looked at Gavin and nodded slightly. Then Selwyn Tarth turned around and left the hall. Selwyn Tarth's figure gradually walked away, and finally disappeared at the end of the long corridor. Daenerys stood quietly in place, following his figure with her eyes until he completely disappeared. She breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to herself, "I was right. This is the 7th noble to come and pledge allegiance today, right?" Gavin walked to Daenerys' side with steady steps, also looking in the direction where Selwyn Tarth left, and replied softly, "You counted correctly, 7. The ones in front are all nobles of the Crown territory, and there are not many powerful ones. The Stratzeckworth and Chester families of the Crown territory are barely worth mentioning, and the only one left is the Earl of Tarth. With Brienne here, his loyalty will surely be higher." Daenerys couldn't help but think about it when she heard it. She frowned slightly and said, "Gavin, are you worried about their loyalty?" Gavin shook his head slowly, a helpless smile appeared on his face, and said, "The human heart is hard to predict. There is no such thing as absolute loyalty in this world. Didn't Robert swear allegiance to your father back then?" Then he patted Daenerys' hand gently and comforted her, "Don't worry, as long as our dragons are still in the sky, their loyalty and oath are absolutely trustworthy." As she was speaking, Miss Missandei walked into the hall with brisk steps, first bowed respectfully to Gawain and Daenerys, and then said, "Your Majesty, the fleet of the Tyrell family has arrived at Dragonstone and will dock soon." A hint of joy flashed in Gavin's eyes for a moment. Seeing this, Daenerys smiled and said to Gavin, let's go pick up Margaery together." Gavin nodded hurriedly, and the two turned and walked out the door together. As soon as I reached the door, I ran into Maester Qyburn. He was holding a letter in his hand. When he saw Gavin and Daenerys, he quickly quickened his pace and walked over. It was obvious from his expression that he had something important to report. Seeing this, Gavin said to Daenerys, "You go to the dock first, I'll be there soon." Daenerys nodded and walked straight out with Miss Sandai. Gavin then looked at Cobain and asked, "What's wrong?" Cobain quickly handed the letter to Gavin and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, the news from Volantis is that Narciso and Iphis found the temple of the thousand-faced god in Volantis. The soldiers demolished the entire temple and burned everything down. All the clergy, monks, and believers have been captured, but I guess there are still some who have slipped through the net. As for the deeper things, I'm afraid only your dragon can discover them." Gavin nodded slightly and responded, "That's it. Let them continue to hunt down the monks and believers who escaped." Gavin had no intention of going to Volantis in person. He always felt that the Red God had ill intentions. There was an unsettling atmosphere in Volantis, and the Red Temple there was the base camp of Arhillar. If he entered rashly, he might encounter any situation. Otherwise, he would have driven the dragon to destroy everything related to the thousand-faced god. Qyburn hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Your Majesty, Renly Baratheon has sent a letter congratulating you on your marriage to Margaery Tyrell." Gavin heard this and showed some doubt on his face. He looked at Cobain's slightly strange expression and asked, "You're not going to tell me that he plans to surrender?" Qyburn shook his head quickly and said, "No, Your Majesty. Renly Baratheon seems to have not seen the situation clearly. In the letter he sent, he still called himself the king. In the letter, he said." Gavin waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Cobain and saying, "All right, don't listen to the rest. Renly alone is not worth worrying about. Since he can't see the situation clearly, there's no need to pay attention to him." After saying that, he casually stuffed the letter into Qyburn's hand, and walked quickly in the direction where Daenerys left. Only Qyburn was left standing there, looking at Gavin's back, and turned and walked into the hall, ready to deal with many subsequent matters. At this time, the wind outside the hall blew gently, picking up a few fallen leaves on the ground and swirling in the air. Chapter 243. The Tyrells arrive. After the last meeting on sending troops to Westeros ended, Gavin and Daenerys came to Dragonstone first. Gavin had two plans. On the one hand, he planned to marry Margaery Tyrell here, making this grand wedding a special moment to announce his intention to attack Westeros. On the other hand, he planned to use Dragonstone as a springboard to launch an attack on Westeros. As time passed, Gawain's army had already assembled on Dragonstone, and the news that he was about to marry Margaery spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms like wings. At the same time, all the nobles in Westeros received ravens from Daenerys declaring the Iron Throne. Most of the nobles were well informed and had heard about what was happening in the East Continent. After all, 300 years ago, Aegon the Conqueror conquered the entire Westeros with only 3 dragons and less than 2,000 soldiers. Now, Gavin also owns 3 dragons, and his wife Daenerys Targaryen is the legitimate heir to the Iron Throne with an undisputed claim to the throne. Even without these 3 dragons, Gavin has more troops than Aegon did back then. This powerful military strength is a headache for the nobles of Westeros. Even the Citadel, which had always been at odds with Gavin, sent its ravens to congratulate him. It was obvious that they no longer dared to offend Gavin and were trying to ease the relationship. Gawain did not claim the Iron Throne, but instead gave it to Daenerys Targaryen, a move that was relatively more acceptable to the nobility throughout Westeros. The nobles had been loyal to the Targaryens for 300 years, and they were more accustomed to them than Belairese. For this reason, many nobles have sent ravens to Dragonstone during this period of time, and some even secretly came to Dragonstone to swear allegiance to Gavin and Daenerys. After receiving the news, Tywin and Renly both chose to withdraw their troops and stopped the confrontation. Tywin seemed to know that the blood feud between the Lannisters and the Targaryens was irreconcilable, so he did not send any messengers or ravens, but instead ordered the blockade of King's Landing. Obviously, this shrewd old lion would hold on to his pride and stick to his bottom line even if he faced the crisis of his family's demise. On the calm sea, the Tyrell family's fleet was slowly approaching Dragonstone. The fleet, consisting of 5 ships, was quite large, and under the sunlight, the hulls emitted a faint luster. Various family flags were hung on each ship, fluttering in the sea breeze. The most eye-catching and largest of them was the rose flag that symbolized the Tyrell family. The delicate rose pattern fluttered freely in the air, as if announcing to the world the extraordinary origin of this fleet. Mace Tyrell, the Guardian of the South and Duke of Highgarden, who was standing at the bow, had his eyes wide open, his mouth slightly open, his face full of shock, his gaze fixed on the black dragon hovering over Dragonstone. The black dragon was huge, and exuded a terrifying aura of majesty. Every time its wings flapped, it brought up gusts of air, leaving black shadows in the sky. For Mace, dragons were mysterious and powerful creatures that he had only seen in beautiful illustrations in books before. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, the shock he felt was like a surging wave, hitting his heart wave after wave, making him unable to recover for a moment. Lady Olenna, who was standing by, simply glanced up at the black dragon calmly, and then quickly looked away, as if the shocking scene could not cause much waves in her heart. She turned to look at Margaret beside her, her eyes filled with scrutiny and concern. This old lady, known as the Queen of Thorns, is indeed much more calm and steady than her son, the Duke of Metz, who is the guardian of the southern border. She gently took Marjorie's hand, held it with her dry but strong hand, and said softly, "As far as I know, Daenerys is not pregnant yet. Once you marry Gavin, you must get pregnant with his child as soon as possible. As long as you give birth to the eldest son, we can seize the initiative." Marjorie heard this, but shook her head slightly, with a bit of helplessness on her face, and said, "Gavin did not claim to conquer the Iron Throne, but gave it to Daenerys. I am afraid he intends to leave everything on the Iron Throne to Daenerys's child. Even if I give birth to the eldest son, I am afraid it will be difficult for him to inherit these. In fact, I am very happy that I can become the queen." Lady Olenna snorted in dissatisfaction when she heard this. Although she could understand Margaret's thoughts, she still cursed in a low voice, "Gavin, you little bastard." Then, she looked up at Marjorie and said seriously, "Don't forget that you have the full support of the Tyrell family behind you. In any case, it is best to occupy the title of eldest son first, so that we will not be passive in the subsequent inheritance issues." Marjorie frowned slightly and responded, "But now Daenerys is not only the queen, but also the top leaders of the Stepstones support her. As far as I know, the 3 regents of Gavin support her. Even Brienne of Tarth, the commander of the First Legion, is Daenerys's guardian knight. Do you remember?" Olenna asked softly, "So what?" "Don't forget the Tyrell motto, life is eternal. Who can predict what will happen in the future?" Margaret nodded slightly and said nothing more. Seeing this, Olenna smiled and continued, "The dragon is the key, Marjorie. Once you have the title of the eldest son and can ride a dragon, there will naturally be many nobles willing to support him. And with the strength of the Tyrell family, you can definitely win over the top leaders of the Stepstone Islands." "I understand, grandmother." Marjorie nodded, but she knew in her heart that Daenerys's children could also ride dragons, not to mention that she herself was a dragon rider. Dragons might have advantages to the outside world, but to the Bellarese family, they were probably not that important. She understood the family's ambitions, but she didn't want to get involved. For so many years, becoming a queen had always been her dream, not to mention that the one marrying her was Gawain. "I can only slowly change my grandmother's mind," Margaret thought secretly. At this moment, the fleet had already slowly approached the port of Dragonstone Island. As the ship touched the dock gently, a dull sound was heard, and then the planks were slowly lowered and placed on the dock. Marjorie looked up and saw Gavin and Daenerys, who had been waiting at the dock. Gavin stood tall and straight, wearing a gorgeous and exquisite robe that reflected a dazzling light under the sunlight. Behind them, a row of blood dragon guards lined up neatly, wearing specially made black armor, revealing a murderous aura. All around, the flame flags and 3-headed dragon flags were flying high, dancing in the wind, rustling, as if playing a welcoming movement. The ceremonial scene was quite spectacular, showing solemnity and majesty, which made people feel awe. Olenna patted Marjorie gently, looked at the Duke of Metz, and said, "Go, take your father off the boat." After that, she took the lead and walked towards the deck with steady steps. With her straight back, she didn't look like an old woman who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. Instead, she had an unquestionable majesty. Marjorie stepped forward and obediently took Mace's arm, followed Olenna, and walked towards the shore. "Your Majesties, I salute you." Lady Olenna, who was the first to get off the boat, bowed slightly to Gavin and Daenerys with a proper smile on her face. Gavin bowed and responded with a smile, "Welcome, Lady Olenna, Duke Mace and Lady Marjorie. Your arrival today will bring more glory and splendor to Dragonstone." Daenerys also nodded slightly, and then she walked towards the castle side by side with Marjorie. The 2 women talked in low voices as they walked. Marjorie curiously asked about the interesting things about Dragonstone, and Daenerys patiently answered them one by one, and occasionally let out a burst of laughter. The picture looked quite harmonious. Gavin and Duke of Mace followed behind. Duke of Mace looked at Gavin with emotion in his eyes and said, "Your Majesty, I never thought that the young man who showed his talent at the banquet has achieved such remarkable achievements now. It really makes an old man like me sigh at the wonder of time." Gavin smiled modestly and responded, "Lord Mace, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't given me that opportunity at the banquet and asked Margaret to knight me, how could I have had these opportunities later on?" Upon hearing this, the Duke of Metz couldn't help but burst into laughter. His hearty laughter echoed along the road leading to the castle. He patted Gavin on the shoulder and said, "Haha, that's because you have the ability and potential. I'm just being a good father." As they talked, everyone walked towards the castle. On the way, the Duke of Mace leaned slightly closer to Gavin and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, I have issued a conscription order to the entire Reach. Now Highgarden has assembled 40,000 troops, and will assist still in Highgarden to receive the princes who have arrived one after another. After this wedding is over, the Reach will be able to gather about 60,000 troops. I wonder if you plan to attack King's Landing directly in the future, or do you have other plans?" Gavin frowned and thought for a while, then said softly, "Lord Mace, I plan to take the Stormlands first. With the blockade of the fleet, King's Landing has long become an isolated city. Tywin, who has been deprived of supplies for a long time, has no other choice but to give up. Maybe after we take over the Stormlands, we can take King's Landing without bloodshed." After hearing this, the Duke of Metz nodded thoughtfully, but did not continue to delve into the topic. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, "I heard that you only have 3 ministers in front of the Emperor." Gavin nodded, understanding what the other party was thinking. Apparently, the Duke of Metz was not completely useless. He first brought up the matter of the wedding and the assembling of troops, apparently telling Gavin that he had paid with a daughter and 60,000 troops, and hoped to get what he deserved. Gavin said, "Yes, Lord Mace. I have always been short of talents, especially talents to govern the country. I am still lacking a king's hand to help me deal with many affairs. After thinking about it, I think you are the most suitable candidate. You have rich experience and outstanding leadership skills. If you can take this position, you will definitely be able to help me." The Duke of Metz was stunned at first, then a somewhat embarrassed smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and said, "Oh, Your Majesty, you are too kind to me. Although I have some experience, I am worried that I can't bear such a heavy responsibility." Gavin hurriedly said sincerely, "Lord Mace, please don't be so modest. Your governance of the Reach is obvious to all. Your wisdom and strategy are also well known to everyone. I sincerely think that you are the best candidate for the hand of the king. I hope you can consider it." The Duke of Metz was very pleased to hear Gavin's praise, but he remained polite. The two of them chatted back and forth, and before they knew it, they had walked into the castle. The castle had already been decorated, with a solemn and festive atmosphere everywhere, as if welcoming the upcoming wedding of extraordinary significance. Chapter 244 Joffrey's Question. Everyone slowly walked into the castle, along the aisle with quaint stone pavement, and soon passed by a garden. The garden was full of colorful flowers, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding bursts of elegant fragrance, as if warmly welcoming every passerby. At this moment, a woman with a gentle face was seen leading a pair of brothers and sisters to play there. The two children looked very cute, with a clever look in their eyes. It was Edmund's son Lucas and daughter Betty who brought their family to Dragonstone as soon as he received the news that he was going to marry Marjorie. The little boy was sharp-eyed. He spotted Gavin and the others at once. His eyes lit up immediately and he ran over to Gavin. He looked up and said expectantly, "Brother Gavin, can you take me for a dragon ride? I really want to know what it feels like to fly on a dragon's back." Gavin looked at the eager look of the little boy and couldn't help but smile. He squatted down, gently touched his head, and said gently, "Lucas, of course you can, but not today. I have something to do now. When I have time in the future, I will definitely take you to experience it, okay? You must call him His Majesty Lucas." Lady Lilith quickly chased after him and admonished the little boy. "Yes, mother." Although the little boy felt very disappointed, he nodded obediently and went back to his mother. His little hands tightly grasped the corner of his mother's clothes, but his eyes were still looking at Gavin reluctantly. "It's okay, Mrs. Lilith, Lucas is still young." Gavin smiled and waved his hand nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lilith hurriedly saluted, bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your tolerance." Then, she saluted to Daenerys, Duke of Mace, Lady Olenna, Marjorie, and others in turn, her manners showing elegance and propriety. Gavin smiled and said, "Mrs. Lilith, where is your uncle? Why can't I see him?" Madame Lilith replied, "Emmond went hunting in Dragon Mountain. He heard that there were a lot of prey in Dragon Mountain and had wanted to try his hand at hunting. He went out early in the morning and he must be having a great time right now." Gavin nodded slightly and said, "So that's how it is. Uncle has always loved these things. I'm sure he must have gained a lot from them now." The two sides exchanged greetings, and the harmonious atmosphere seemed to make the garden in the castle even more cozy. Then everyone continued to walk towards the banquet hall in the castle, still laughing and talking all the way. In the castle of Dragonstone, there lies a 7 sacred temple, which was built during the reign of Aegon. For hundreds of years, it has witnessed the devout prayers of countless dragons. However, since Stannis took control of Dragonstone, the repair of the cathedral has become less and less important. The entire cathedral looks dilapidated, and there is not even a single monk. Today, the church has not only been renovated, but also decorated beautifully, with flowers and ribbons complementing each other, and a festive atmosphere permeating every inch of the air. The nobles dressed in gorgeous clothes came one after another to witness the grand wedding of Gavin and Margaret. Maester Qyburn stood on the high platform in front of the hall. Although he no longer wore the necklace of the citadel, his black robe still showed his knowledge and status. He said loudly, "Welcome everyone to the wedding of His Majesty Gawain Bellerisai, King of the Narrow Sea, Dragon Lord of Old Valyria, Lord of Lys, Conqueror of Slavers Bay, Ruler of Myr, Tyrosh and Volantis." As soon as he finished speaking, warm cheers rang out in the venue. At the same time, the music sounded, and the Duke of Metz, dressed in gorgeous clothes, led Margaret, who was wearing a green dress and a rose wreath on her head, into the hall slowly. Margaret was so beautiful that she had a happy smile on her face and her eyes were full of expectation. The Duke of Metz handed Margaret's hand to Gavin and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, I hand over my most precious daughter to you. I hope you can treat her well." Gavin bowed slightly, took Margaret's hand, and responded with a firm look, "My Lord Duke, please rest assured, I will protect Margaret with my life." Then, Gavin led Marjorie to the crowd and announced loudly that Marjorie had become his second queen. Amid cheers, he gently placed the laurel wreath representing the queen on Marjorie's head. Shouts of "Long live Your Majesty! The Queen!" echoed throughout the auditorium. Lady Olenna smiled, her eyes sparkling with relief and pride, and said to the people around her, "Marjorie will definitely make an excellent queen." The other members of the Tyrell family and the nobles also nodded in agreement. Then, Gavin took Marjorie back to the throne and accepted the blessings of the nobles with Daenerys. In the Red Keep of King's Landing, the meeting hall was filled with a depressing and tense atmosphere. King Joffrey's face flushed, his eyes were full of angry flames, he grabbed the parchment in his hands with both hands and tore it hard. The parchment was instantly torn to pieces, the debris fluttered all over the ground, as if trembling in this rage. Joffrey roared, "Traitors! Traitors! These people are traitors! I will chop off their heads and hang them on the city wall, so that everyone can see the consequences of betraying me." After that, he threw the remaining scraps of paper in his hand to the ground, looking furious, like an enraged but somewhat out of control cub. Tywin sat aside, expressionless, and just glanced at the irritable king indifferently. There was no ripple in his eyes, as if Joffrey's extreme behavior was just a child's unreasonable behavior in his eyes. Then, he ignored it, tilted his head slightly, and continued to discuss things with his brother Kevin in a low voice. His calm and steady attitude formed a sharp contrast with Joffrey. Seeing this, Cersei felt distressed. She hurried forward and grabbed Joffrey's hand, trying to calm him down. She whispered, "Don't be like this, Joffrey. We have enough troops. They can't enter King's Landing. Soon, your grandfather will bring you the heads of those usurpers." But Joffrey simply wouldn't listen. He swung his arm violently and swept the red wine glass in front of him to the ground. With a pop, the glass shattered instantly, and the red wine splashed on the ground, like a pool of shocking blood, reflecting his unquenchable anger at the moment. Obviously, Cersei's comfort did not have any effect, but even so, Joffrey's violent behavior still did not cause any reaction from Tywin. The old lion still talked to Kevin calmly, as if all the chaos around him had nothing to do with him. At this moment, the oppressive atmosphere in the Imperial Conference Hall became increasingly heavy, as if the air had become heavy, making it difficult to breathe. Kevin frowned, his face full of worry, and he said worriedly, the food shortage in the city is really too serious. So far, there have been more than 10 incidents of mobs attacking the city garrison. If this continues, I am really worried that it will cause a large-scale riot, and then the situation will be completely out of control. Tywin was silent for a long time after hearing this. His deep eyes were like two deep pools, making it hard to guess what he was thinking. Then he slowly asked, how long can the army's food last? Kevin sighed helplessly, his voice full of powerlessness and frustration, and responded, the army's food can only support half a month at most. Even with the support of the royal nobles, we can't even feed half of the army. After hearing this, the old lion did not reply immediately. He just stretched out his fingers and tapped the table gently, again and again. The dong-dong sound was particularly clear in the silent conference room, as if each tap was hitting everyone's tense nerves. Obviously, he had fallen into deep thought. Kevin paused, then continued, should we consider evacuating King's Landing? Otherwise, with the existing food reserves, there is simply not enough for the army to return to the west. Tywin listened, shook his head slowly, and said softly but in an unquestionable tone, don't worry, we can replenish food from the villages in the riverlands along the way, so we don't have to go to such a desperate situation. After hearing this, Kevin stopped talking, but his brows were still furrowed. It was obvious that he still had doubts about this response strategy, but it was not appropriate to say anything more at the moment. Varys, who was participating in the meeting, kept his head down as much as possible, trying to reduce his presence. It was he who presented the parchment that made the king so angry. After all, there were quite a few nobles who secretly went to Dragonstone, and it was impossible to hide it. As the chief intelligence officer, he had to inform the royal meeting. At this moment, he was in unprecedented fear, feeling that everything was like a wild horse running out of control, completely beyond his control. The disappearance of Illyrio, the destruction of the Golden Company, and the death of little Aegon, this series of news was like a bombshell, and left him at a loss for a moment. He seemed to be in a thick fog, and was deeply confused about what actions to take next. At this moment of suffocating silence, Joffrey suddenly shouted loudly, "My grandfather, Hand of the King, Lord Tywin. What do you think about these usurpers?" The voice echoed in the conference hall, revealing a bit of urgency and questioning, and finally at this moment, it successfully elicited a response from Tywin. Tywin raised his eyes, looked at Joffrey calmly, and said slowly, "The usurpers you refer to are those who went to Dragonstone and knelt down to pledge allegiance to Daenerys." Although his words were plain, they seemed to carry an invisible force, which instantly focused everyone's attention and waited for his next words. "What else? My Lord Prime Minister, am I going to allow those rebels to openly betray me?" Joffrey's eyes widened, veins bulged on his neck, and he roared at the top of his lungs. His voice was full of anger and unwillingness, like an enraged beast that might bite anyone at any time. "Your Majesty, those people are endless to kill, unless we kill Gavin and Daenerys. Rashly dealing with those people will cause backlash from the royal nobles. The situation will then become even more serious, and we will most likely lose the support of the royal nobles." Tywin frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. Although he was extremely reluctant to answer Joffrey's impulsive questioning, he still patiently explained. His voice was low and steady, but it revealed unquestionable majesty. "I am the king and I don't need support. Is this the Prime Minister's advice? Be a coward and a turtle." Joffrey raised his mouth with a mocking sneer and said mercilessly. His words were like a sharp blade, stabbing straight at Tywin. Everyone in the hall was shocked when they heard this, and many of them subconsciously took a breath of cold air. The already heavy and depressing atmosphere was now like the dead silence before a storm, so depressing that it was almost impossible to breathe. Tywin's eyes instantly turned cold as a knife when he heard this. He stared at Joffrey intently, and his gaze seemed to penetrate his soul. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Your Majesty, a true king would not shout that he is a king." Then he looked at Cersei and said, "Your Majesty is tired, send him down to rest." The tone was terribly calm, but it made it clear that he was angry. Seeing this, Cersei's heart tightened, and she hurriedly stepped forward to grab Joffrey, dragging him out of the hall. Joffrey was still cursing while being dragged away, and all kinds of dirty words poured out of his mouth, but Cersei seemed to be deaf to it, just holding him tightly, step by step, firmly away from the increasingly dangerous King's Council Hall. As Joffrey's angry shouts gradually faded away at the end of the corridor, the solemn atmosphere in the royal meeting hall still enveloped everyone like a haze. Tywin slowly turned around and looked at Kevin beside him, his eyes revealing coldness and determination. He said in a low and powerful voice, "Get ready, we will leave King's Landing within 5 days." Although the voice was not loud, it echoed in this silent space, like an unquestionable order, and Kevin could not help but nod slightly. Kevin was fully aware of the severity of the situation at the moment. Without any hesitation or questioning, he immediately responded, "Yes, I'll arrange everything right away. I'll try to set off as soon as possible." He frowned slightly, his expression serious, and his mind was already quickly thinking about the details and steps of the various preparatory work.